Chapter 1895. Yes, junior brother is occasionally greedy and stealthily buys some candied haws and other snacks when he interprets the lot for others. Senior brother, can you not be so discerning every time? He is so young, but he has to copy the scriptures several times. I feel sorry for him. Jadeax has been quietly waiting outside the room every time. Oh. Senior brother almost forgot that junior brother is now your disciple's disciple in name. The three of you are very close. Senior brother, you are a little jealous, aren't you? Haha, I can't help it. Junior brother has accepted a good disciple. Junior brother, aren't you supposed to be on duty today? How do you have time to chat with senior brother here? Copy Daoist issue tonight. Senior brother, then you should be striking the chime at this time. Haha, I can't help it. Senior brother is in charge of Wudong Mountain's commandments. In front of the lot booth, Su and the other two had gone far away. Wei Miao was still in the distance. The enchanting Miao woman who had been married for a long time was sitting on the bench in front of the table in high spirits. She looked at the young lord who had begun to close the booth and said in a bad Central Plains official's accent, "Little handsome brother, do you also interpret the lot for me?" Su Fingyan couldn't help laughing and said, "Sister, you have been married for many years. Why are you still asking for marriage?" She said carelessly, "I can't help it. My man is not afraid of anything. He is just afraid that I don't want him. I don't have any thoughts. I just want to see if I married badly." Wei Miao, who was short and average-looking, grinned. As a man and one of the few martial arts grandmasters in Jianghu at that, his temper was really too good to be true. Su Fingyan looked at the couple and said firmly, "No need to look. It must be a good lot." The Miao woman hesitated and finally gave up. When Wei Miao left, he turned his head and looked deeply at Su Fingyan. Su Fingyan naturally wouldn't take away the table and the stool. He also didn't intend to take the lot. Of course, there were a small mountain of copper coins, not a single coin less. This was the life-saving money for him to make up for his mistakes. At this moment, Su Fingyan was slightly stunned. A young woman wearing a wooden hairpin and a cloth skirt slowly walked over. Even if her clothes were shabby, even if she didn't know any martial arts, her unique aura that seemed to be tainted with the arrogance of the Tian family could be seen at a glance. She held a cloth bag in her arm, which was filled with golden persimmons that had just been picked from the trees. Su Fingyan felt a headache coming on. She was on Mount Wudong, while Gu Jiantang had just come up the mountain. Actually, it was not appropriate for either of them to meet each other. One of them was a princess who had died of illness in the palace according to the history books of the imperial court. The other was a great pillar of the country who was loyal to the Zhao family of Liang. It was none other than Princess Sui Zhu, Zhao Fingya. She was sitting on a bench that had already been closed, facing him. Su Fingyan returned to his seat and helplessly asked, "Why are you here?" She smiled indifferently and said, "Let's see if I can shake out the first lot." Su Fingyan was about to speak when she continued, "Where did you hide it? Take it out, otherwise how can I shake it out?" Su Fingyan shook his sleeve unabashedly, and a bamboo stick fell out. She sneered and said, "You really know how to do business. Even if you can't become the king of Bailiang in the future, you can still hide in the Central Plains and become rich." Su Fingyan chuckled and said, "Should I say that you have a crow's mouth, or should I say that I'm borrowing your auspicious words?" She said with a cold face, "Lot cylinder." She was as arrogant as she was in the past. Su Fingyan only cared about money and not people. "You have 100 copper coins?" She picked up a ripe persimmon from the cloth bag and put it on the table. Su Fingyan widened his eyes. It was not because of the arrogance of Princess Liang in the past. It was because of the appearance of another princess behind Zhao Fingya. It was just the princess of Dechu in the past. Zhao Fingya turned her head and glanced at her. Oh, the female sword immortal who likes to fly around and show off her power has come. Jiang and I said unhappily, "It's none of your business." For some reason, Jiang and I felt that the culprit who had once destroyed her vegetable garden, even if she had become the emperor of West Chu, even if she was now a female sword immortal, she still did not have the confidence to face Zhao Fingya, who was supposed to be a fallen phoenix who was inferior to a chicken. In terms of fighting, when they first met, Zhao Fingya, The Princess Suizhu, who was familiar with archery and horses, was slightly better. Now, Jiang and I could probably beat down 1,000 Zhao Fengjias. But the more this was so, the less Jiang and I wanted to fight. In terms of cursing, Jiang and I was probably not Zhao Fengya's opponent in the past, present, and future. Zhao Fengya said domineeringly, "First come, first served. I'll shake the lot first." Jiang and I curled her lips, but she did not dare to say anything in response. Su Fengyan sighed and put down the bamboo tube. Zhao Fengya raised her head and said, "When shaking the lot, don't do anything." Su Fengyan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Fengya to quickly shake the lot. Zhao Fengya picked up the bamboo tube with one hand and casually turned it a few times. She gently tossed out a bamboo stick. She casually picked it up and glanced at it. Then the corners of her mouth curled up. She turned her head to look at Jiang and I, who was clearly much more nervous than she was, and heavily slapped down the bamboo stick. She stood up and left, unkindly taking the persimmon with her. Only when Zhao Fengya turned around did Jiang and I sneakily pick up the bamboo stick. Shock, grievance, resentment, and sadness appeared one by one on her devastatingly beautiful face. In the end, she was on the verge of tears. The confused Su Fengyan leaned over to take a look. Su Fengyan somewhat understood Su Su's feelings. It really was tit for tat. The lot in Jiang Ni's hand was the lot that Zhao Fengya had casually shaken out. A good match? A celestial beauty? What more could a husband ask for? The first lot. Su Fengyan pressed his hand to his forehead, speechless. Alas, the copper coins that he had spent so much effort to obtain had been completely earned for nothing. Su Fengyan could not help but be careful. He was afraid that this pitiful little mud person in front of him would also do the same casually. She only needed to lift her hand, and a great Liang dragon sparrow would fly out of the red sandalwood sword sheath in the thatched hut. Su Fengyan could not help but sigh, feeling sad. She quickly threw the lot back into the bamboo tube like it was scalding her hand. Then, she turned her head and wiped her face. She turned her head again, not looking at Su Fengyan or the lot tube. She only stared at the mountain of copper coins. She asked in a soft voice, "You earned all of this in the afternoon?" Su Fengyan, who was filled with sorrow, nodded his head. Her tone suddenly became light. "How much?" Su Fengyan said in a soft voice, "It's not a small amount. If it's converted to silver, it should be around 100 taels." Her eyes immediately lit up. Her originally dark and gloomy face was glowing. She raised her head and asked in a probing voice, "It's all mine." Su Fengyan held back his laughter. "Of course." Su Fengyan stood up and struck while the iron was hot. He gave Jiang and I a large cloth bag that he had prepared earlier. "Help me hold the money, it's a bit heavy." She nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. She quickly stood up and walked around the table, standing beside him. She bent down and opened the bag with both hands. Her eyes were very serious, and her face was filled with anticipation. Su Fengyan placed his elbow on the table and swept the money into the bag. The copper coins on the table were squeezed together, and the copper coins in the bag were knocked together, making a clattering sound. In the beginning, her smile was still reserved, but she did not hide it anymore. His hands did not stop moving. He only secretly turned his head to look at the side of her face, looking at that dimple. Being liked by someone was the most joyous thing in the world. She did not look away as she said with a smile, "It's really heavy." Su Fengyan replied, "When we go back, I'll carry the bag." She nodded her head and said, "In." Chapter 1896. The group of four passed through the golden persimmon forest of Little Lotus Peak, and came to the turtle-carrying tablet at the top of the mountain. It was built under the orders of the Great Feng dynasty. The inscription on the tablet was the Great Peak of the Imperial Taoist Ancestral Court, which symbolized the glory of Mount Wudong hundreds of years ago. The only woman among the four tourists held a ripe persimmon in her hand. She stood under the turtle-carrying tablet, and looked up to read the inscription. The other three men stood side by side on the cliff, looking at the scenery at the foot of Mount Wudong. The oldest man stood in the middle with a saber at his waist. On his left was a thin swordsman with a long sword on his back. On his right was an elegant scholar with white hair. Then, when the beautiful woman turned her head, she saw a strange scene. She didn't know when there was only one person left standing on the cliff. It turned out that the swordsman and saber had retreated dozens of steps and were not far from her. She gently walked to the two elders and asked the old man with the saber softly, "Grandpa Mao, Uncle Chung is?" The three of them were Lin Hongyuan, the young master of the Southern Dragon Palace, Mao Shulang, and the sword master Ji Luan. Mao Shulang, with white hair and eyebrows, lowered his voice and said concisely, "Qi Ji." Lin Hongyuan naturally couldn't understand such a riddle. He turned to look at Ji Lu, and the chief visiting official of the Dragon Palace. The latter hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Old Chung, as the first distinguished Confucian scholar of the old Southern Tang, was born in a noble family, but he didn't like fame. He traveled all over the country all year round. Previously, he felt guilty for not being able to do as he wished when his country was destroyed, so he started to practice martial arts. After so many years, he climbed up step by step on the path of martial arts. Finally, for some reason, he stayed in the finger-profound realm for as long as 20 years. This trip to Liang, he accumulated a lot and showed signs of breaking through. It is similar to Chao Chongqing of West Chu and Xianyuan Jingcheng of Mount Hui." Lin Hongyuan was surprised. "Uncle Chung is finally going to enter the celestial state?" Mao Shulang didn't care if she was the future master of the Dragon Palace, nor did he care about her relationship with the Southern King. "Quiet." Lin Hongyuan suddenly kept quiet and blushed. Chung Baishuang clasped her hands behind her back and gazed towards the south. The old Confucian scholar stood on the edge of the cliff and muttered to himself, outside the body, grasping the tail of a spear and speaking plainly, "It's really like drawing a cake. Orifices within orifices. Ask the praying mat what is going on in your heart. Only then will you be at peace. Moral essays are destroyed, but the spirit is everlasting. Fame and fortune will vanish in the wake of the world, but integrity will never change. If you don't frown in your life, there won't be anyone in the world who will be angry. How ridiculous." The old man slowly closed his eyes. The wind blew against his face and his sleeves fluttered. Mao Shulang's eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, he had already unsheathed his saber. His figure swept forward, brushing past Chung Baishuang, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. He crashed into the edge of the cliff, and was only one step away from falling off the cliff. The old man's saber was silent, but it was filled with boundless energy. It was as if a bright crescent moon had appeared in front of him. Lin Hongyuan saw a woman in white appear out of nowhere in the sky above the cliff. She leaned back, her sleeves fluttering. She stretched out two fingers and blocked Mao Shulang's gang qi. The immortal-like woman in white retreated for dozens of feet before offsetting the powerful and unparalleled gang qi. The tall woman stood up straight and hovered in the air with no foothold. The mountain wind was whimpering under her feet, and the clouds were lingering around her. Lin Hongyuan gasped. She recognized the identity of the uninvited guest. Tantai Pingjing of the Guanyin sect, the leader of the qi cultivators in the world. Although Lin Hongyuan was always at a disadvantage in the scheming against the young lords, in fact, she was not stupid. Instead, she was extremely intelligent. She immediately understood that Chung Baishuang's natural ascension this time was not as simple as reaching the celestial phenomenon from the finger Xian. Mao Shulang, who was furious, did not care whether he would disturb Chung Baishuang's state of oblivion. He said to the immortal in white in a stern voice, "If you want to make trouble, you have to ask my saber first." Tantai Pingjing glanced at the old Confucian who was unaware of the outside world and said calmly, "How many days of glory can you have?" Mao Shulang clenched the hilt of his saber, squinted and said in a deep voice, "I'm just a boorish man. I don't understand the mystery of Tantai Pingjing." Tantai Pingjing no longer paid attention to Mao Shulang. She looked away slightly and said to Chung Baishuang, "Since you have such a state of mind, you should know that there will be at most 4 or 5 earth immortals in the future. The 3 sects of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism will occupy 1 or 2 places in the Jianghu. At this time, you forced yourself to break the realm. Not only is there a fine line between you and the realm of earth immortals, but you also gave up the sage of Confucianism. What's the difference between this and seeking death?" Chung Baishuang slowly opened her eyes and said frankly, "Is the sage of Confucianism still the sage of Confucianism?" "I, the sage of Confucianism, once said that people are not afraid of death. Why should I fear death?" Today I, Qing Baishuang, have never coveted immortality. Why should I tempt it with immortality? Tantai Pingjing sneered. You are all frogs at the bottom of the well. Qing Baishuang was high-spirited. She laughed loudly and said, It is said that capable ministers are born in prosperous times and famous generals are born in troubled times. It is also said that poets are lucky when the country is unfortunate. I, Qing Baishuang, have made some sour poems. I am not willing to nod my head and agree. When the country is in trouble, I am willing to die. Even if I die, I have no regrets. How can we scholars let the warriors on the battlefield enjoy the beauty alone? Tantai Pingjing sneered. If you want to die, just die. You are just another lonely ghost of Confucianism in my sect's water moon courtyard. Qing Baishuang smiled boldly and said loudly, That's good. Today's people are worthy of the ancients. Tantai Pingjing was silent and looked indifferent. Lin Hongyuan opened his eyes wide and his mind swayed. He stared at the beautiful and tall woman in a daze. Lin Hongyuan was no stranger to qi cultivators who claimed to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. There were several such strange people around Zhaobing. The king of Yan Qi, they all had a cold aura that looked at the world as if they were watching a fire burning across the river. They were extremely unreasonable. Those immortals in white hated the fame and fortune that ordinary people all yearned for. They were silent all year round. When ordinary people interacted with them, they would not expect them to bare their hearts to you. Because Tantai Pingjing was a woman, Lin Hongyuan had always worshipped her. Jiang and I was another worthy female sword fairy after Wusu, and Xianyuan Qingfeng was also a character with the best cultivation in Jianghu. However, these two women were after all too young. It was difficult for the proud Lin Hongyuan to sincerely admire them. Tantai Pingjing was different. She was 100 years old, but her face was still youthful. She was an immortal in the human world. Therefore, the person that Lin Hongyuan admired and envied most in his life was undoubtedly Tantai Pingjing. It should be known that the old beauty of a famous general was especially pitiful. Lin Hongyuan had all kinds of ambitions since a long time ago. One of them was to ask Tantai Pingjing about the unique method of retaining one's youthful appearance. Lin Hongyuan hoped that she would die young. Unfortunately, Tantai Pingjing came and went without a trace. She did not even look at Lin Hongyuan from the beginning to the end. Ji Lu and Qing Baishuang had known each other for dozens of years. Their relationship was the most sincere. He said sadly, Old Qing, is it really like what Tantai Pingjing said? Qing Baishuang did not hide. He nodded and said, My celestial state is indeed spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. I can't maintain it for a long time. As for becoming a Confucian saint one day, I don't even think about it. Ji Luan sighed deeply. Qing Baishuang comforted his best friend. A scholar should always put what he learned into practice. What's the benefit of being a prime minister in the mountain and an immortal in the forest? Ji Lu exhaled deeply and said in a low voice, Fine, I'll accompany you to the outside of Liangzhou Pass. Qing Baishuang asked with a smile, Why do you want to go? Ji Luan pointed at the long sword on his back. This old friend of mine hasn't cut off the head of a Beimeng barbarian. Lin Hongyuan was shocked. If Qing Baishuang, who had no roots in Jianghu, wanted to stay in Beiliang, she, as a minor leader of Jianghu and Nanjiang, didn't care. But if the chief guest of the sect also stayed, she would not be able to explain it to Mr. Naylan. Mao Shulang, who had sheathed his sword, suddenly said, Count me in. Lin Hongyuan was stunned. She came with 3 grandmasters of martial arts. But when she left, she was going to be all alone? In addition to staying young forever, her other ambition was to arm wrestle with Xianyuan Qingfeng and become the second female leader of Wulin in Liang. Mao Shulang, Qing Baishuang, and Ji Lu, and who were close to her, were originally indispensable helpers for her to reach the top of Jianghu. Lin Hongyuan knew that once they made up their minds, perhaps only Mr. Naylan could persuade them to change their minds. She thought of her evil plan not long ago and murmured, Karma is not good. The Confucian scholar Qing Baishuang looked into the distance again and said loudly for no reason. Confucius said, 300 poems, in a word, the most moving part is thinking without evil. The old scholar with white hair on his temples was full of smiles at this moment. In the past, young people thought without evil. In their twilight years, they should be like this. Chapter 1897. In the darkness of the night, the young lord who had just been kicked out of his small wooden bed moved a bamboo chair to sit under the eaves. He did not treat himself too badly. He did not forget to bring out a pot of green ant wine and a plate of peanuts. He did not drink the wine. The small plate was placed on his robe, and he slowly ate the peanuts one by one. The night was long, so he should eat sparingly. Su Fingnian sighed. Haste makes waste. He thought that she was in a good mood because he had helped her earn so many copper coins. In fact, she did let him touch the small bed. However, when his paw just touched a certain place that was finally not peaceful, he was immediately met with an unexpected disaster before he had time to savor it. Su Fingnian lowered his head and glanced at his crotch. He said sadly, "Jianghu's loyal young man, you enjoy the blessings and I bear the difficulties. That's loyal enough, right?" After muttering, Su Fingnian leaned back in the chair and held the back of his head with his hands. He looked up and saw the bright moon in the sky. It was autumn, and the night was as cold as water. Su Fingnian was aware of the confrontation between Gu Jiantang and the white-robed monk during the day, as well as the disturbance caused by Tantai Pingjing in the two lotus peaks. He even knew that Gu Jiantang and Tantai Pingjing finally met at the foot of the mountain. There were some things that he could not care about, and he could not care about. If he really cared about it, it would only add to his troubles. Huta City, the northernmost city outside of Liangzhou Pass, and Beimeng, the center of the army with the most troops, advanced on three fronts. They were strictly organized and watertight. Fortunately, Chao Wei and Xie Shibian joined hands and achieved a great victory at Miyun Pass in the western regions, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, the two cavalry troops under Xie Shibian's command, as well as the horse bandits recruited by Han Wenbao and Chai Dongdi, were almost completely wiped out. The Huaiyang Pass Governor-General had already made an exception to promote Xie Shibang to Deputy General of Liuzhou. He was temporarily in charge of the two towns of Linyao and Fengxiang, and the 20,000 monk soldiers of Lantua Mountain were also under his command. Xie Shibian's cavalry didn't suffer too many losses. Mount Qingliang and the Governor-General Manor hastily came to a temporary decision, deciding to have Xie Shibian lead the troops to charge north. Together with Yulwan's Saber Division's Yuzhou elite cavalry that was already approaching northern Meng's Gentleman's Pavilion, they formed a coordinated force to advance side by side, directly assaulting the southern dynasty's west capital. Yuzhou Gourd Pass was calm. The group of 20 or so swordsmen that had left the Wu family's sword tomb could take this opportunity to lead a small group of cavalry outside the pass. Although it was just icing on the cake, it was still a good thing. North of Qingsong City in Liuzhou, Huang Manor and Ko Jianghuai's two cavalry units were ready to set off. This afternoon, he had reached an agreement with Su Su. The 20,000 Shu Zhao soldiers were not like a drop in the bucket, but they could only be used as a surprise force outside of Liangzhou Pass. In a battle where there was very little room to maneuver, it was not a good thing to fight a battle where the sword needed to be unconventional. Su Fingnian hoped that in the end, there would be no need for the 20,000 soldiers to rush to the battlefield. As for the message that Wei Miao sent to Chen Jibao, saying that he would not stop this old man's son Zhao Dingxiu's troops from crossing Shuan to Liang, it could be trusted, but not completely trusted. Currently, the northern and southern territories near Guangling River were in a mess. Yan King Zhaobing, Shu King Chen Jibao, King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun and Liyang, these three vassal kings were working together. Maybe the Liyang court that was loyal to the Zhao family still felt that with Gu Jiantang, this stabilizing force, the court still had some advantage. However, Su Fingnian knew that Gu Jiantang's fate with the Zhao family of Great Peace City had come to an end. His son-in-law Yuan Tingshan had betrayed the court during the spring snowbuilding's celebratory feast. In the eyes of outsiders, he had given his father-in-law, Gu Jiantang, a difficult problem. However, that ambitious mad dog had also gone with the flow. Right now, Su Fingnian, other than the situation outside the Guanbai border, was truly worried about the grain that the court had promised before entering Liang. With his friendship with King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, and the fact that Zhao Sun was about to be pushed onto the dragon throne, it would be strange if the court's grain could be smoothly transported to Lingzhou. Originally, these things were not a problem. Even if Zhao Sun really did put on the dragon robe, He was just a puppet. He could speak, but he could not truly change the situation. Even if Yin King Xiaobing was wary of Bailiang, as long as Zhao Zhu was there, he could still change the situation. However, ever since he met Lin Hongyuan, Su Fingyan had to prepare for the worst, which was that Bailiang would face the greatest predicament of being attacked from the front and back. Su Fingyan carefully chewed on a peanut and calmly said, "Zhao Zhu, you force me to fight with you, even if I can't sit on that throne in the future." Su Fingyan sighed and did not say any harsh words. That evening, the Gerfalcon sent a secret message from Wutong'an on Mount Qingliang. It only had 4 words. "They have arrived at Liangzhou." These 4 words were personally written by his second sister Su Weisheng. Furthermore, one could tell that she had written them with great care. This was a secret matter that had been planned for a long time. Even the Whisk Room and the Eagle Room did not participate in it. From beginning to end, it was only Su Weisheng who planned it. A few years ago, when Su Fingyan traveled the Jianghu for the second time, other than the old man with the sheepskin fur coat and the little mud man, there was also Lu Qiantang, who later died in the Reed Marsh, and Xu Xiu, who was very likely to be the empress. There were quite a few people. Among them, the plump woman holding the white cat was very inconspicuous. In the end, she was borrowed by Su Weisheng from Su Fingyan and brought to Shangyin Academy. At that time, Su Weisheng said something very strange. He said that he wanted to use Yu Yue, whose real name was Yu Xuanji, as bait to fish out a 1,000-year-old turtle from the mud at the bottom of the lake. In fact, Su Fingyan did not think too much about it, and had almost forgotten about it. This year Yu Yue, as Mr. Ji Shang of the academy, led a group of students from Bailiang Academy to study in Bailiang, and began to teach in various academies in Bailiang. Only then did Su Weisheng tell him about what happened that year. It turned out that Yu Yue did not just have an extraordinary background. As a member of Dechu, Li Chungang had casually mentioned that there were female sword attendants in Dechu for generations. With their brilliant sword dance, they stood out in the world. Their cultivation was not high, but their skills were profound. It was really a strange thing. Yu Yue's mother was the last eccentric sword attendant of Dechu. Her chess skills were on par with that of the state preceptor Li Mi. As for why she was so amazing, it was originally a confusing secret of the Jiang family of Dechu. With the end of the Battle of the Western Wall, it was buried in the dust of history. Naturally, the world did not know. During the years when Su Weisheng was studying in Shangyin Academy, he only addressed 3 people as Mr. 2 of them were his teachers. One was the master of literature Han Guzi, whose disciples were almost all taken in by Bailiang. The other was Chancellor Wang, who was the first to seek refuge with the Su family of Bailiang. He was also the leader of the scholars who died in the cold. The last one, Su Fingyan, was only heard to be a blind old zither player. He lived in the Dao de Forest of Shangyin Academy all year round. The news from Su Weisheng that he has arrived in Liangzhou was precisely this person. An unworldly master was still in the human world. Ordinary martial artists would think that this was nonsense. But ever since Su Fingyan met the eunuch of Tai, and City who was the same age as Gua, or even earlier, when he met the real celestial being Gao Shulu, he began to understand a truth. Now there was one more person in the world who could not be understood by common sense, Tantai Pingjing. This sentence was not nonsense, it was obviously a lie. The scholars who could become the sage of Confucianism, from the sage of the Zhang family in the north to Chao Chongqing in West Chu, did not have a good ending. People of the same 3 religions, Buddhism and Taoism, almost every generation had people who succeeded in proving their Tao, reaching perfection, or ascending. Why was it that only Confucianism did not have a good ending? Tantai Pingjing once used her identity as a qi cultivator to explain that it was caused by the Tao of heaven. Su Fingyan felt that what she said made sense, but she did not explain the whole reason. Su Fingyan, who was in a daze, suddenly remembered something. He put down the wine pot and plate, got up and ran to fetch water. Late at night, the elephant washing pool should have finally quieted down. Then he filled the water tank with water. But just as Su Fingyan pushed open the green bamboo fence, he could not help but jump up and curse. In the middle of the night, there were 2 groups of people coming to the elephant washing pool. Chapter 1898. Su Fingyan hesitated for a moment. He didn't care anymore. Those Jianghu ruffians could do whatever they wanted. If they really pissed him off, he would let those bastards have a taste of the cool autumn air and cold water bath. He carried the burden, and continued to walk in that direction. Stepping on the fragmented moonlight shining through the bamboo forest, and approaching the elephant washing pond, Su Fengnian already had a rough understanding of the situation. Two groups of foreign Jianghu people had a conflict when they were burning incense during the day. Because Bailiang's laws were harsh, and they had already learned a bloody lesson, they didn't dare to fight in public. The two sides agreed to spar at the elephant washing pond in the middle of the night, and secretly signed a life and death agreement. They were not allowed to bring weapons and were responsible for their own lives. After the event, they were not allowed to tell the local authorities of Bailiang at the foot of Mount Wudong. Even if they accidentally leaked it, they had to grit their teeth and not implicate others. When Su Fengnian reached the end of the bamboo forest, he stopped and looked up. He saw two groups of people fiercely confronting each other by the elephant washing pond. 7 or 8 people against 20 people. There was a great disparity in numbers, but the former's momentum was stronger, while the latter's military strength was superior. However, the situation was somewhat silent, allowing the leader of the 7 or 8 people to poke and point at their noses. Su Fengnian turned his head and looked. On the huge rock in the middle of the pond, a graceful figure that was originally lying on her back sat up. The woman basking in the moonlight in the middle of the night didn't make a big noise, but when it was discovered by some Jianghu people with sharp ears and eyes, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. After she sat up straight, she faced the two groups of people who were speechless and said, "You guys continue. Don't pay attention to me." Everyone looked over. The water in the pond swayed and the moonlight dazzled. They saw her sitting alone on the rock with a pair of boots neatly placed on her left, and a jug of wine on her right. Her appearance was not outstanding, but at this moment, it made her look hazy and made her look even more beautiful. After she opened her mouth to speak, the wine emboldened people, and the beauty emboldened them even more. The burly man who was originally pointing at people's noses and scolding them suddenly shouted with a thunderous voice. He heavily clenched his fist and slapped his chest. "Wang Songfeng. I've roamed Jianghu for dozens of years. What did I rely on? He relied on the word righteousness. I don't care who was right or wrong between you and Li Bangxian during the day. Since he found me, it means that he treats me, Hong Mingtang, as a friend. Even if you've invited clan leader Tang and great hero Song to help, we'll rely on our own abilities today. According to the rules of the underworld, the one who kneels down in the end will admit his mistake." The short man in front of him rolled his eyes, jumped up, and slapped him in the face. In the pugilistic world, if beating someone up was considered as starting a feud, then beating someone up in the face was considered as starting a feud. As a result, the two sides began to fight because of the woman's interruption. At first, some people still cared about their status, but in the end, they became more ruthless. They used all kinds of unorthodox moves, such as kicking the crotch, the black tiger, the heart, the monkey picking the peach, and so on. Moreover, they seemed to be using them to the point of perfection. There were all kinds of situations where the donkey rolled around and the dog ate shit. Tragic. Su Fengnian, who was watching from the side with a bucket of water, felt pain for the heroes who had been beaten up. How could it not hurt to be slapped in the face and spin a few times in the air before landing on the ground? How could it not hurt to be kicked in the crotch and roll around while clenching their teeth and not crying for their parents? How could it not be heroic? Su Fengnian, who didn't attract any attention, took this opportunity to go to the elephant washing pool and fill 2 wooden buckets with water. The woman had already put on her boots. She floated to Su Fengnian's side with a wine pot in her hand. She had a strange look in her eyes. Su Fengnian stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "Manner Master Tong, are you in the mood for leisure?" The young female head of Jinsua Knife Manor said seriously, "Tong Shangquan has engraved the prince's parting words in my heart. Legend has it that the elephant washing pool has always been the place where the Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping practiced his sword. He once used a bamboo sword to cut down a waterfall, so he wanted to come here and try. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything." Su Fengnian said softly, "Everyone has their own fate. There's no need to force it. Especially when you're about to break through a bottleneck, you can't rush it." Tong Shangquan had two famous knives at her waist, Wuda and Tianbao. She nodded. She clearly didn't have a knot in her heart about returning home disappointed tonight. This was in line with Su Fingnian's impression of her. She was magnanimous. Su Fingnian shook his shoulder pole out of habit, no different from a villager carrying water in the countryside. Before they parted, he smiled at her and said, "If you don't mind, I'll have someone bring you one of Wang Xianji's fist manuals and some of my own knife skills." Tong Shangquan was stunned. She then asked directly, "Does the prince need me to do something?" Su Fingnian nodded and said, "Of course." Tong Shangquan blinked her eyes. Su Fingnian continued, "In the future, when you practice the knife and become a knife master even better than Gu Jiantang, it would be even better if Grandmaster Tong could tell others that you were taught by someone in Beiliang when you travel the Jianghu." Tong Shangquan smiled slightly and said crisply, "Okay." At this time, someone sneaked over to them. Su Fingnian turned his head and glared. He shouted angrily, "My father has been the chief of Beiliang's Green Forest for 20 years. You motherf ***, you dare to provoke me?" The person was stunned by his domineering attitude. He weighed the pros and cons. Perhaps it was better to be safe than sorry, so he turned around with his tail between his legs. Su Fingnian turned back and said jokingly, "I didn't say anything wrong. My father has always been the chief of Beiliang's underworld." Tong Shangquan couldn't say anything. Su Fingnian carried the water and left. Tong Shangquan looked at his back. Finally, he turned around slowly, tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and disappeared. The elephant washing pond was covered in chicken feathers. Su Fingnian returned to the thatched cottage and poured the water into the water jar. When he turned around, he saw Dong Tai. Su Fingnian didn't criticize him. With a serious expression, he said, "I'll go get the knife." Dong Tai nodded. Su Fingnian knocked on the door and entered. He picked up the cold knife from the table and left quietly. Not long after, Su Fingnian and Dong Tai stood side by side at the top of the stone steps of Big Lotus Peak. Dong Tai asked calmly, "Do you know who he is?" Su Fingnian shook his head and said, "I don't know." The peach blossom sword deity didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and rested. Su Fingnian said, "You don't have to do anything unless it's absolutely necessary." Dong Tai remained silent. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, an old man and a young man walked through the archway and slowly climbed the mountain. The young man was called Go Yufang. He was once the lowest rung in the martial emperor city of Donghai. Until one day, the young man met a strange middle-aged man who carried a bowl into the city. There was another middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance following closely behind. The young man still didn't know that the former was Xie Guanying and the latter was Dong Tai. After the young man left the martial emperor city, he traveled around and met the hunchbacked old man. They traveled west together and came to Beiliang. The young man only knew that the old man's surname was Zhang. He called the old man Grandpa Zhang. The old man was an old-fashioned man who didn't like to smile. He was like a strict old teacher. Fortunately, although the young man didn't learn how to read, he was born simple and polite. The old man and the young man got along well. As the young man walked up the stairs, he muttered, Confucius said, "The way of heaven and earth is broad, thick, high, bright, long and long." Along the way, the old man taught the young man similar phrases when he wanted to say something. The young man just memorized them. If he didn't understand the meaning, he just put them aside. When the young man recited the phrase, Confucius said, "When angry, you forget to eat. When happy, you forget to worry. You don't know that old age is coming." The old man couldn't help but sigh. Old age is coming, and people are about to die. Since the fall of the Great Qin dynasty, for the past 800 years, generations of scholars in the world had to recite the words Confucius said in the books of the sages. Now that the imperial examinations were popular in Liang, there were more scholars. Naturally, the words Confucius said were more common. This Confucius said. It was the words of the sage Zhang of the scholarly school. At this moment, the old man sighed with emotion. "So, I've said so much." The young man asked, "Grandpa Zhang, what did you say?" The old man smiled for the first time. He rubbed the young man's head and said, "Yu Feng, you're my closed-door disciple. You can call me teacher in the future." The young man looked confused. The old man took the young man's hand and continued to climb the mountain. He said calmly, "You have many senior brothers. The youngest one is called Huang Longshi." The young man habitually called him Grandpa Zhang. He asked curiously, "Is it Huang Longshi who has the same name as the great demon of spring and autumn, Huang Sanjia?" The old man laughed it off. Chapter 1899. Wasn't it a joy to have a guest coming from afar? Su Fengnian was very unhappy at this moment. He was even unable to suppress his anger. Unlike his encounter with the eunuch in the small town in Yuzhou, Su Fengnian was not angry at all during that dispute. He even regarded the eunuch as a gentleman. However, this strange guest who climbed the stairs brought an inexplicable sense of irritation to Su Fengnian after he appeared at the foot of the mountain. At Su Fengnian's level, he could predict the future. Therefore, Su Fengnian was certain that the person who climbed the mountain was not someone who would provide timely help like Dong Tai. The level of danger was very likely no less than Qi Jiajia's 10,000 miles sword that originated from the Dongyue sword pool. It could even be compared to Wang Xianji's death alone. However, Su Fengnian was mentally prepared for Wang Xianji and Qi Jiajia's appearance. One of them was doing it for her own martial arts, while the other was doing it for the emperor. Su Fengnian could understand their loyalty to the emperor. But at this time the old man, who was becoming clearer and clearer in his field of vision, was like an unexpected disaster that he could not avoid. How could Su Fengnian, who had originally planned to go to Jiebei City tomorrow morning, not be angry? It was like a person sunbathing in front of his house. He was clearly not in anyone's way, but a passerby inexplicably threw a bucket of feces and urine at him. The peach blossom sword deity, who clearly sensed Su Fengnian's disturbed state of mind, frowned and said, "Are you planning to surrender without a fight?" Su Fengnian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It's good that you're angry. You can just beat him to death." Dong Tai gently pressed the Taiya sword at his waist. Sword Qi instantly filled his sleeves and he said in a serious tone, "That person can't be underestimated. Even after Chao Chongqing switched to the way of tyranny, he's just like that. If you still want to fight the enemy with such a state of mind, then go away." Su Fengnian's face was livid. He closed his eyes and pressed his palm against the cold blade's hilt. His fluctuating mood finally calmed down. There were more than 100 stone steps between them, and the two parties were about to meet. The monk stopped in his tracks and rubbed the head of the young Go Yufang. He asked with a smile, "Is that uncle the benefactor who gave you the white wooden sword box?" The young man widened his eyes and looked over. As expected, it was that uncle whom he had met once before standing at the top of the stairs. However, the uncle who was eating wontons in the martial Dharch city was sloppy, and he didn't have a sword. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert. The old Confucian scholar who exuded a decaying aura from his body to his aura, patted the young man's head and said softly, "Go say hello." The youth with the bamboo box on his back smiled when he heard this. Then he walked up the stairs with light footsteps. Dong Tai was at the top of the steps. The young Go Yufang ran toward him, while the old Confucian stood still. Right at this moment, the old Confucian shouted 3 times in succession, "Dong Tai! Taiya sword! The Wu family sword tomb!" His mouth contained the heavenly law, and his words were followed by the law. At the same time, Dong Tai's figure flashed and disappeared. Only ripples were left in the place where he stood. Su Fengnian's sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The young man who watched his benefactor disappear was stunned on the spot. He didn't know when the old Confucian scholar came to his side and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you thank him later. Yufang, you can walk around after you reach the top. There is a house in the Purple Void Temple where Ancestor Lu's sword was hung for hundreds of years. You can go there and pay your respects." "Oh," the excited young man replied. He continued to move forward cautiously, brushing past the young man with the saber. Then he trotted away. The old Confucian scholar stood still and looked up at the young king. "Why are you still hesitating when facing a strong enemy? Did your Bailiang frontier army also cower when you met the Beimeng cavalry outside the Liang'o Pass? The Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world. It can't be that your Su family is bragging about it, right?" Su Fengnian did not make a sound. The qi in his body did not fall, and in an instant, it circulated 800 li. The old Confucian scholar's sarcastic provocation didn't disturb Su Fengnian's state of mind. It's not that Su Fengnian deliberately put on a defensive posture. It's just that he couldn't capture the old Confucian scholar's existence at all. It's impossible to stand still between heaven and earth. The reason why the female zither player, Shui Songguan, could kill people even though she was blind was that she had the wonderful mysterious finger technique. She could sense the slightest ripple without looking at it with her eyes. The wind chimes seemed to be quiet under the eaves when there was no wind, but she could clearly feel them shaking. There was once a scholarly sage who described this realm and called it exerting force in the heart's marrow. Su Fengnian had fought with the three great grandmasters, Hong Jingyan, Tuoba, and Chen Jibao. Although his celestial being body was damaged and far from the peak, his realm didn't fall. In today's world, he was still second only to Dong Tai and Shui Songguan in the depth of the mysterious finger realm. Because of this, Su Fengnian didn't move. He still held the hilt of his sword and didn't draw it. The hunchbacked old man smiled and said, "If you're waiting for Dong Tai, I advise you to forget about it. This peach blossom sword god is now on the sword mountain of the Wu family's sword tomb." He immediately rode his sword to the west. It would take him about 6 hours to reach Mount Wudong. There's no other way. Deng Tai is now at the peak. A Jian's killing technique can be said to be the best for 1,000 years. I don't dare to take it lightly. Su Fengnian asked, "You want to waste my fate?" The old Confucian shook his head and said, "You're only half right." Su Fengnian's face was gloomy. The old man said, "I still want to find Li Yufu, the Wudong leader." Su Fengnian seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly took the cold sword from his waist and stood with both hands on the sword. "As you wish. I can't find you, but it doesn't mean that no one can." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, then I'll wait and see." In the main peak of Mount Wudong, in the purple void temple of the Great Lotus Peak, the statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor that had enjoyed the incense of the mortal world for 1,000 years was covered in dust. The statue, which was originally a dead object, seemed to have come alive. It stepped on the throne and the main hall rumbled. The young man, Go Yufeng, had just walked to the square outside the purple void temple. Then he was stunned. A majestic statue that was 3 feet tall rushed out of the Taoist temple as fast as thunder. Every step had the power of a thunderbolt. Then it ran past him. It looked like it was going to go down the mountain. The young man blinked his eyes. He couldn't come back to his senses. Go Yufeng raised his hand and gave himself a hard slap. It really hurt. On the stone steps, the old man clicked his tongue and said, "Interesting." A series of thunder resounded through Mount Wudong. Behind Su Fengnian, a statue of Zhenwu covered in purple and gold jumped up high. It held a huge peachwood sword and slashed at the old Confucian at the bottom of the steps. The old man, who was dressed neatly, put his hands on his abdomen and said calmly, "A gentleman doesn't talk about strange forces." The golden-armored Zhenwu statue's sword slashed down with an imposing aura. Chapter 1900. However, just as the sword was about to strike the head of the elderly Confucian, it suddenly stopped in midair. Su Fengnian finally moved. Without hesitation, he directly used the 2-sleeved green snake of the old man. Although he used the cold blade, it was the same as Li Chuangong's wooden bowl. On the stone steps between the two, a thick and brilliant green sword essence flowed rapidly like a river. The old man smiled and said, "A gentleman walks the straight path." When the monk took a step forward, the originally still statue of Zhenwu seemed to break free from its restraints. The peachwood sword struck down before the sword essence. The old man raised his left hand and gently held the peachwood sword. At the same time, his right palm met the 2-sleeved green snake. This kind of leisurely stroll was like a scholar who had studied hard for many years casually picking up a brush and writing on a whim. It was natural and without stagnation. The aura of a saint. The monk had straightened his back and walked up the steps step by step. His left hand held the statue of Zhenwu, and his right hand blocked the 2-sleeved green snake. The peachwood sword of the statue of Zhenwu. Li Chuangong's majestic sword essence. Under the contrast, the old man's steps were slow, but he never stopped. The old man even had the energy to say, "I'd like to see how long you can hold your breath." The purple qi on the statue of Zhenwu the Great Emperor was wavering. Visible cracks began to appear on the wooden sword that was almost as long as a person. From these cracks, countless rays of dazzling light bloomed. This statue of Jinwu from the main hall of Wudong's Purple Void Temple was, of course, not the Dharma of Jinwu the Great Emperor. Su Fengnian had long given up on that fate, and was no longer involved. But for some unknown reason, Su Fengnian quietly condensed his own fate into it after climbing the mountain. Previously, the young king had jokingly asked Dong Tai how to arrange his fate after death. The Peach Blossom Sword God's answer was, of course, as carefree as ever. But Su Fengnian could not be so carefree. He had too many people and too many things to consider. Asking Fan Xiaochai to search for the wooden sword wanderer was the same. Many seemingly unintentional actions were the same. The old Confucian scholar's weathered face shone brightly under the purple gas and sword energy. He sneered and said, "King of Bailiang, I don't think you can do it with your own fate energy." At the beginning of the magnificent sword force, the young lord said in a deep voice, "Li Yufu, continue your closed-door training." The old Confucian took a big step forward and said in a clear voice, "Su Shao led his troops to trample the Six Nations and broke the spines of the Spring and Autumn dynasties. As a result, the Central Plains were littered with new graves. Now that he's dead, do you really think that the Su family doesn't need to repay the debt?" The boundless energy swords kept shattering in the old man's palm. The old man was also somewhat angry. He shouted, "Su Fengnian, do you really think no one in this world can kill you? Will I let you do whatever you want? As long as you don't give up, Xie Guaning's death will be followed by Tantai Pingjing's. Even if Tantai Pingjing dies, there will still be the next person." A purple gold date mark appeared between Su Fengnian's eyebrows. He said slowly, "A gentleman walks straight? My Bailiang cavalry guards the border, Huta City, Crouching Bao City, Wanha City, and Qingsong City. Only those who die with their backs to the south will die." The old Confucian scholar suddenly pushed his right palm forward. At the same time, his left wrist shook slightly. The entire energy swords were pushed back dozens of feet. The statue of Jinwu, whose peachwood sword had turned into powder, was thrown back hundreds of feet. Even when facing Su Fengnian, whose combat strength was not at its peak, the old man was able to gain the upper hand from beginning to end. The old man's unfathomable cultivation was enough to shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. The old man finally reached the top of the stairs. In his sight, the young lord stood in the distance with a cold saber in his hand. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The old man smiled and asked, "Even though you've fallen to such a state, you still don't want to use the entire Bailiang's fate to fight against the enemy?" Su Fengnian spat out the blood clotted in his mouth and took a breath of fresh air. If he had not been hit by Tuoba's full-force hammer, even if the old man's cultivation was profound, he would not have been able to push back the energy swords with one palm, even if he could block the energy swords of the mortal world. Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "My fate is indeed not much, but I still have a chance to keep you on Mount Wudong." The old man's eyes were full of pity. He said, "I thought you would say, even if I die here, there will still be a king of Bailiang on Mount Qingliang who has the same appearance and height. What, is this the confidence you have to fight me to the death? When did the leader of 300,000 Bailiang cavalry, the well-deserved grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, become so unambitious?" Su Fengnian tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. The old man did not seem to be in a hurry to make a move. It was unclear whether he was worried that both sides would be injured or that both sides would be destroyed. He asked, "Aren't you curious who I am?" Su Fengnian sneered and said, "A stray dog." The old man was stunned and then laughed. "You hit the nail on the head." At the foot of Mount Wudong, there was a purple aura climbing the mountain. It was the statue of Jinwu that the old Confucian had casually thrown down the mountain. Although the body of the statue was broken, the purple aura lingering around it was even thicker. Su Fengnian sneered and said, "I'm just curious why you didn't continue to pretend to be a blind zither player in Shangyin Academy's Dowd Forest." The old Confucian nodded and said, "No wonder you were prepared. It was Su Weisheng who revealed the heavenly secret to you. You're really cautious. Originally, you shouldn't have regarded me as an enemy because of how I took care of the girl surnamed you in Shangyin Academy. It's a pity that Tantai Pingjing won't help you now. No matter how many tricks you use, in the end, everything will be for naught. Su Fingnian held the cold blade in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him. He put 2 fingers of his right hand together and gently stroked the back of the blade. The old man laughed and said, "An ant trying to shake a big tree." Su Fingnian replied, "There was a disciple of your Confucian school who said that he was overconfident." The old man waved his sleeves. "Isn't that because I misled him?" Su Fingnian put his 2 fingers together and stopped at the tip of the blade. Silently, the cold blade was like a talisman. Gao Shilu had once been sealed by this move. The old Confucian was still calm and composed. He glanced at the previously ordinary Bailiang blade and felt as if it contained endless Tao. On the bright blade, there was a faint pitch-black dragon floating around. However, the old man was still in the mood to praise. Very interesting. The person in front of Su Fingnian should have been dead for 800 years. Especially when the Dafeng dynasty was founded and the status of the Confucian school rose. After that, he was respected by the kings as the most sacred teacher of the dynasty. Countless civil officials, regardless of whether they were famous or not, accompanied him when he was alive and regarded it as a supreme honor. The Zhang family's holy mansion and the Taoist master's mansion of Mount Longhu had been known as the Holy Mansion for 800 years. However, no one really thought that the Zhao family could be compared to the Zhang family, especially in the hearts of the scholars in the world. The Zhao family was probably not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Zhang family. This inconspicuous old Confucian. He was the first-generation saint of the Zhang family. Chapter 1901. The commotion caused by this battle of immortals was not small. On Wudong Mountain, apart from the wife of a certain white-robed monk who was still snoring, almost everyone had put on their clothes and got up. But without exception, no one went to join in the fun. The Battle of Lichungang and Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City, the Battle of Su Fingnian, Dongtai, and Chao Chongqing in Great Peace City, and the Battle of Chao Chongqing attacking the city alone. There were also grand events of the Jianghu that were second only to these peak battles. They had all taught the people of the Jianghu a bloody lesson. If they had not reached that level, they should not get involved. Otherwise, they would be implicated. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to criticize the moves of those martial arts grandmasters. When the true peak martial arts grandmasters engaged in a life and death battle, they would not give the small fries the chance to clap their hands and cheer or be surprised. The white-robed monk without the string of beads on his chest sat on the bench in front of the hut, quietly looking up at the moon. A tall woman dressed in the same white robe appeared in front of him. The white-robed monk did not look at her. He only said softly, "The heart is sloppy and the world calls it suffering. Only you and I enjoy it." The leader of the world's chi cultivators nodded and then shook her head. "You and I are the same, but not the same." The white-robed monk rubbed his bald head and said emotionally, "My daughter heard some nonsense from the foot of the mountain. It said that for the women of the world, it takes 10 years to cultivate Songyushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fingnian, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian." The woman who was 100 years old but had a youthful appearance murmured sadly, "He does not understand." The white-robed monk sighed. "I am more afraid of playing dumb." She suppressed her emotions and looked at the white-robed monk. "No matter what, I am a chi cultivator. I will follow my heart." The white-robed monk made a sound of acknowledgement. "Then this poor monk will not invite you to tea?" She asked, "Is that all?" At this time, the white-robed monk suddenly thought of a young girl's clear voice. "Mother, mother, wake up. Father is secretly meeting with his confidant again." The white-clothed monk's complexion changed. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Sovereign Tantai, please don't leave. Help me explain." How could the woman who only cared about enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens care about these trivial matters? She directly swept past them and disappeared. The white-robed monk turned around stiffly and saw his daughter gloating over his misfortune, his stupid disciple with sleepy eyes, and his wife aggressively running out of the house with a kitchen knife. The white-robed monk had a flash of inspiration as he said in all seriousness, "That woman is over 100 years old. She's not someone of the same generation at all." The woman was stunned. "So old?" The white-robed monk nodded vigorously. The woman rolled her eyes and turned to leave. I'm as beautiful as a flower. At the very least, I'm still a middle-aged woman who's still charming. Why would I be jealous of an old woman who's over 100 years old? The white-robed monk secretly wiped off his cold sweat and glared at his daughter. She made a face and said angrily, "It still hurts from being pulled by mother during the day." The white-robed monk said in a bad mood, "Who told you to tell your mother about the little private savings that I've painstakingly saved? You've shot yourself in the foot, haven't you?" The girl was stunned. Just when the white-robed monk was gratified and thought that his daughter had found her conscience and had come to her senses, she immediately turned her head and shouted, "Mother! Although that woman is old, she looks very young. She looks younger than you." Suddenly, there was an angry roar that was more majestic than the Buddhist lion's roar in the house. "What?" The white-robed monk silently raised his head and looked at the moon. He guessed that this time, even Buddha couldn't save him. Buddha probably really couldn't save this monk who drank wine, ate meat, and married his wife. However, his stupid disciple suddenly became enlightened and bravely explained to his master's wife. He actually persuaded his master's wife to go back. The white-robed monk who had narrowly escaped death rubbed his cheeks and called his stupid disciple to his side with a smile. "Nambe, while the moon is bright and the stars are scarce, your mind is clear. Master will teach you the profound Dharma." Little bald head sighed. "Master, you're so old, but you still don't know how to behave. No wonder Master's wife has been telling me and that thing these 2 days, flies don't bite a seamless egg." The white-robed monk glared at him. Unfortunately, his stupid disciple wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he said in a methodical manner, "Master, Buddha said that feelings against oneself are born from feelings. When hatred arises, resentment must be removed by observing the 5 meanings." The white-robed monk's temper was gone. Li Nambe made a cute and playful pig face and swayed back into the house. The white-robed monk couldn't do anything. The stupid Nambe suddenly whispered, "Master, I've actually been helping you string the prayer beads the whole night. I was afraid that Master's wife would find out that the string was broken and would worry about the impermanence of life. I didn't even dare to light the oil lamp. I just used the moonlight from the window to string the prayer beads." The white-robed monk's face was full of joy. He said matter-of-factly, "Master's daughter." The middle-aged monk who was in a good mood smiled and said, "Disciple, I'll continue to teach you the Dharma." The little monk was young, but he was already the Sanzang master of the 2 Zen temples. Whether it was the seniority of the sect or the profoundness of the Dharma, he was fully deserving of the title of an eminent monk. The little monk's face suddenly turned red. He said sneakily, "Master, let's put the Dharma aside for now. Why don't you lend me the 3 taels of silver you hid at Han Daozhang's place? Tomorrow, I'll buy some things and send them to Mianyanji." The white-robed monk waved his sleeves and strode towards the thatched cottage. "The moonlight tonight is not good. It's not suitable to teach the Dharma." Only the little monk was left sighing. Chapter 1902. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, the statue of Jingwu Great Emperor strode up the mountain with purple clouds rising. 2 people were confronting each other at the top of the stone steps. Su Fengnian was holding a talisman knife that was glowing. The saint of the Zhang family was still calm. His hands were hanging down and he gently shook his sleeves. "You're really stubborn." After a long period of silence, Su Fengnian did not launch a thunderous charge. Instead, he appeared in front of the saint of the Zhang family in the blink of an eye. He leaped high, twisted his body and slashed down diagonally. His sleeves fluttered, and he looked like an immortal. The saint of the Zhang family raised his arm and stretched out a finger. He smiled and said, "Benevolent Lushan." Su Fengnian's blade that contained a lot of Gang Qi stopped moving. It didn't even touch the old monk's finger. Between the 2, there seemed to be hundreds of thousands of undulating mountains. They were separated by a thin line. Su Fengnian, who was in the air, almost said at the same time, "Open the mountain." His spirit was Li Chuangong's. "If the mountain doesn't come to me, I'll open the mountain with my sword." His move was Jianjiahuang's 6,000 miles. The tip of the blade continued to press down. It was not overwhelming, but it was slow and firm. The saint of the Zhang family, with one hand behind his back, didn't seem to want to touch the talisman knife with a dragon hidden in it. Seeing that the tip of the blade was only an inch away from his finger, He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wise Lashan." The hand behind his back quietly shook his wrist. In the middle of the mountain, there seemed to be a green dragon drinking water. A magnificent water column that was as thick as a well was quickly pulled up and went straight to the top of the mountain. At the same time, the saint of the Zhang family didn't give the young king a chance to withdraw his blade. He changed from holding the blade with one finger to holding it with 2 fingers. "I'd like to see if you're qualified to be the leader of the Bailiang cavalry." Su Fengnian, who was holding the blade in his left hand, looked calm. He raised his right hand and slapped down. The wind and thunder of the palm shook. The immortal touched the head and broke the longevity. The saint of the Zhang family, who was driving the long dragon in the pool to hit Su Fengnian's chest, had to slightly change its course to respond to the young king's palm. Previously, the old monk used one palm to disperse the green snake in his sleeves. Su Fengnian's palm was not inferior to the old monk. The saint of the Zhang family's hand was the saint of the Zhang family. The saint of the Zhang family. Of the saint of the Zhang family. The 2 of them changed their qi at the same time. The water column stopped, and the saint of the Zhang family slid back a few steps. Su Fengnian held the talisman knife and landed on the ground. It just so happened that the statue of Zhenwu had already approached the top of the mountain and was about to attack the old Confucian. The saint of the Zhang family didn't turn around. Instead, he looked directly at the young vassal king with purple gold between his eyebrows and laughed. "I'll teach you what it means to cultivate one's body and mind, and what it means to resonate with heaven and earth with the Great Spirit." The old monk gently stomped his foot. Ordinary martial artists, especially grandmasters of external martial arts, paid attention to penetrating the earth and killing snakes and rats. They meant that if they stomped on the ground, the snakes and rats hidden deep underground would be shocked to death on the spot. But the saint of the Zhang family did not have any momentum. Instead, it was like an old farmer casually stepping on his own crops. When the saint of the Zhang family was about to reach the top, a clay statue suddenly appeared behind the saint of the Zhang family. It was dozens of feet tall. It sat upright and was level with the top of the big lotus peak. The clay statue holding a scroll was far more familiar to the world than the Xuanwu great emperor of the north, who only enjoyed the incense in Bailiang. It was everywhere in the ancestral hall of the Zhang family, the imperial palace of the capital, the headmaster's temple, the school and the academy. The saint of the Zhang family flipped his palm casually and laughed loudly. The vicissitudes of life are like watching the palm lines. The clay statue behind him slapped the saint of the Zhang family's statue with the scroll. The scroll was shattered, and so was the Zhenwu statue. Su Fengnian softly shouted, "Rise!" A huge statue with golden armor and hair stood up majestically from the mud and wood chips. One was standing and the other was sitting. One was the Taoist demon rinsing primogenitor in the north, and the other was the saint ancestor, who was worshipped by scholars like a god. A battle between civil and military. The saint of the Zhang family laughed. "Is this the first-grade celestial state proposed by Gao Shulu? The law of heaven and earth? I didn't expect you to be able to support such a scene with your remaining destiny. It's a pity that you're a poor family." The old monk's smile deepened. "A scholar can't reason with a soldier? That doesn't make sense." The clay statue of the saint raised an arm and pointed lightly. The fingers of the Zhenwu statue clenched into a fist and smashed down heavily. The old monk said indifferently, "I also have some insights in my heart, and I want to share them with the world. Scholars study and help the world when they're successful. They point out the country when they're in the imperial court, and they take care of themselves when they're poor. They don't forget their original intention when they pick up the brush and flip through the book." Wherever the clay statue of the saint pointed, snow white and thick gang qi as big as the pillars of the palace would constantly appear. The arms of the Zhenwu statue were shot through, and pitch-black holes appeared everywhere. When the 2 fists finally succeeded in hammering the head of the clay statue, they were already powerless. The 2 arms of the Zhenwu statue were broken and dissipated in the air. The clay statue of the saint only shook slightly, and it was far from hurting the foundation of its will. Therefore, the purple gold qi between the young feudal lord's eyebrows gradually faded, and the saint of the Zhang family's aura did not diminish. The clay statue of the saint was also safe and sound. But what happened next caught the old monk off guard. The Zhenwu statue that had lost its arms raised its head, stepped on the stone steps, leaned forward, and hammered the head of the saint statue. The entire Mount Wudong trembled. Chapter 1903. Dust flew everywhere. The head of the Zhenwu Dharma form exploded, but the headless body still maintained its forward posture. The clay statue of the saint was still intact, but there were some cracks. The saint of the Zhang family deliberately touched the Confucian headscarf on his head and looked at the young vassal king who had probably taken out his trump card. He said sarcastically, "It doesn't hurt. Is that all you can do?" This person's tone was always strange, but it was exactly as he said. Anyone in the human world who was his enemy, even if it was Su Fengnian, could only be an ant trying to shake a tree. The old Confucian narrowed his eyes and said, "I've already said that with your own fate, it's not enough to fight me tonight. Even if you're unwilling to use the fate of the entire Bailiang, why are you unwilling to gather the fate of the Su family? Whether it's Su Weisheng or Su Longxiang, they're not ordinary people. They're all people with fate. It's okay for you to gather some fate with them. Why do you have to support the situation alone? You're about to die. Why do you care about the details? Don't you, Su Fengnian, always joke that you never do a losing deal?" Su Fengnian ignored him and kept silent. Since he was young, as the eldest son of the Su family, he was the only one who gave all kinds of rare things to his eldest sister, second sister, and Huang Manor. He had never asked for anything from them. He had never even thought about it. Just like when he obtained the pair of young tiger kuei, he did not hesitate to give them to his second sister and Huang Manor respectively. When he got the new sword Spring and Autumn from the swordsmith surnamed Qi and Beimang, he also thought of his brother immediately. He thought that he could finally change the wooden sword. When he snatched the river soldier from Jiang Fuding, he also thought of borrowing the embroidered winter spring thunder from the white fox face. He could finally return the favor. Su Fengnian had always believed that he had gained too much, so he should not complain and should be generous. The old Confucian stared at Su Fengnian's eyes and sneered. A falling leaf indicates autumn. The first vassal king of Liang, who has 300,000 elite cavalry, is actually such an indecisive fool. It's ridiculous. Su Fengnian said slowly, "You can nag when you win. It's still early." The saint of the Zhang family laughed and said, "When I win you, you'll die. Who will I talk to then? Do you want me to nag at a dead person?" Su Fengnian's eyes were firm and his face was cold. "My master Li Yishan, the chancellor of the Shangyin Academy, Zhang Julu of Liang, Wei Jingtang of Jizhou, and many others. In my heart, they are the real scholars. It's lucky that you, the sage of Confucianism, did not dare to show up for hundreds of years. Otherwise, you'll be a laughing stock." The saint of the Zhang family did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "It's still too early to say that." Su Fengnian held his breath and concentrated. Since the disappearance of the Zhenwu Dharma form, it was harder to catch the old Confucian's qi. The old man raised his arm and waved it in the air. Suddenly, a 3-foot green gang qi appeared. The old man seemed to be lost in thought and sighed. "Maybe the descendants only know about my knowledge, but they don't know that it was me who started it." When the saint of the Zhang family condensed his qi into a sword, Su Fengnian instantly attacked silently. The old man stood on the spot and twisted his sword-wielding arm behind his back. With a simple sword stance, he blocked the talisman knife that was trying to cut off his head. After that, no matter which angle the elusive talisman saber appeared from, the saint of the Zhang family only used an ordinary sword-holding stance to defend himself flawlessly. The two sides' qi lasted for half an hour. Su Fengnian finally stood 20 steps away from the saint of the Zhang family. The old man was still calm and composed. The 3-foot sword qi in his hand was as powerful as before. The clay statue of the saint that he had invited into the mortal world did not disappear. It was still quietly looking at the foot of the mountain. The old man looked around leisurely and laughed. "Ghost talisman. It's not bad to use the remnant soul of the Beimang true dragon in the talisman knife as the talisman gallbladder. However, it's a little far-fetched to use the divine lightning technique of Mount Longhu. What kind of lightning pool is this? How can it summon gods and ghosts? How can it suppress demons?" There were 21 pocket-sized flying swords hovering around the old man. The 12 flying swords were given by Dong Tai. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossoms, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, yellow tongue, and golden thread tai. The 9 flying swords were later forged by Su Fengnian according to all kinds of life's will, and earnestly requested Mount Qingliang's Moism master Juzi to forge them. They were Fengdu's old Jiaodu, Yushui's fine beard, childish wild fox sheep fat ant Shen. Above each of the motionless flying swords, there was a yellow talisman glittering with golden light floating above them. The saint of the Zhang family exclaimed softly and asked curiously, "Why is the word talisman gallbladder missing?" The Taoist sects in the world are divided, but at the end of the day, the talisman gallbladder is nothing more than a dozen words in the word aura. The talisman gallbladder has no words. You worked so hard to create this talisman. Where did the spiritual energy come from? Su Fengnian gripped the hilt of his saber tightly and sighed softly. This was supposed to be a lightning pool that he used to suppress the heavenly being, Tantai Pingjing. As for what kind of talisman this was, it was obvious. Since Su Fengnian was in Beiliang, this talisman was naturally the cold talisman. The 21 swords were connected to each other. The 21 talismans were connected to each other by lightning. The old man shook his head and said, "When you read to your heart's content, you can read through the rise and fall of 1,000 years. What's a small lightning pool?" The saint of the Zhang family stood on the spot. He held the sword in one hand and dipped the other in his saliva. He made a gesture of flipping a book. The pages flipped. Every time a page was flipped, a flying sword would fall to the ground. When the last flying sword swayed and fell, Su Fengnian held the saber with both hands for the first time, and began to run forward. The saint of the Zhang family waved his sleeve and dispersed the 3-foot aura. He stepped forward and sneered. "Do you really think I'm afraid of your mountain sealing technique?" In an instant, the old man's left hand gripped the tip of the saber. Just as the Confucian saint was about to slap him with his right hand, he stopped and frowned. A ray of rainbow light suddenly cut through the sky from the elephant cleansing pool, and then fell behind the old man at a faster speed. Or in other words, in front of the saint's clay statue. The sword was called snow armor. When the sword fell, there was no snow, but it brought 2 brilliant beams of light from the sky. It was like opening the gate of heaven. The saint of the Zhang family said helplessly, "You're really annoying." The old man probably wanted to save his strength to deal with the brilliant gate of heaven. He just let go of the tip of the saber, then pushed the young lord away and turned around. The saint's clay statue seemed to be pulled by someone and slowly slid into the gate of heaven. Its towering figure gradually disappeared. The old man lifted one foot and stepped on the ground one after another. It landed and took root. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing behind the old man. His sleeves fluttered as he fell toward the gate of heaven. Su Fengnian turned his head to the east and said in a deep voice, "Sword, come." Still thousands of miles away, the peach blossom sword god who was flying on the sword laughed and replied, "One sword tomb of the Wu family, 200,000 swords, is that enough?" If you like to watch the heroes and heroines in the snow on your mobile phone, you can follow my WeChat public account, Fenghua 1985. The snow is coming to an end. If you follow me, I believe there will be a lot of surprises. Not only some fragmentary writing experience in the snow, but also some future chapters, some of the bad stories I have never published publicly, some of the songs I like to listen to when I write my own words, and some activities of giving autograph books, update notices, etc., will be posted on my WeChat public account. Chapter 1904. The gate of heaven opened wide. Vaguely, one could see the heavenly maidens scattering flowers. In a trance, one could hear the chanting of Sanskrit and the ringing of celestial bells. Of course, it was to forcibly recruit the first ancestor of the Confucian school. This kind of formation was like the Grand Kaiyi sect of the world welcoming a distinguished guest. At this critical moment, the old man still had the mood to turn around and smile at the young lord. "My old body has been buried in the ground for hundreds of years. I can't stand your torment." Then the old man looked to the east and laughed. "You, the peach blossom sword god, are too narrow-minded. As a junior in Jianghu, you don't know how to respect your elders. Do you really want to take revenge on the same night?" Su Fengnian's face was solemn. Dong Tai drove more than 200,000 flying swords of the Wu family to Beiliang. He even needed the swords to go before him. Compared to the time when Qi Jiaj escaped to the foot of the mountain, Dong Tai needed to consume a lot of energy. Even if Dong Tai was regarded as the most powerful person in Jianghu, the most powerful person in the Finger Mysterious Realm, and the best swordsman in the past 1,000 years, Su Fengnian knew how difficult it was for Dong Tai to drive the entire ancient swords of the Sword Tomb at the same time. The more difficult it was, the greater the burden on Su Fengnian. Especially the old man in front of him was so calm. How did it look like he was struggling before death? The saint of the Zhang family slowly retracted his gaze and looked at Su Fengnian again. He said calmly, "Young man, let me give you a sentence. Deep love will not live long, and extreme wisdom will hurt. You have both. It will be difficult for you to have a good ending. As a person, muddle through. It is rare to be confused, so you can relax." The flying swords that originated from the Sword Tomb were densely packed. There were almost no gaps. Wherever they passed, mountains appeared in the sky, blocking the moonlight. Su Fengnian no longer concealed himself. His qi circulated rapidly, and his divine will reached its peak in an instant. Using this as a guide, he was like a lone candle in an eternal night, attracting moths to the flame. In the face of Su Fengnian's determination, the old man's eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. He no longer had the mood to ridicule the young king, nor did he look at the gate of heaven that was no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den for him. Instead, he turned around and looked down. The ground where his feet stood was cracked like a spider web. After the old man raised his head, he turned his back to Su Fengnian and said indifferently, "It's said that a scholar knows everything in the world without going out. I've long heard about your battle with Wang Xianji. That woman surnamed Jiang tried to force Wang Xianji's hand away by opening the heaven gate with her sword, so how could she make me go to the celestial court? Besides," the old man, whose hair was fluttering in the wind, suddenly turned his head. His eyes were cold as he said in a serious tone, "Besides, Lu Dongxian can pass through the divine gate and return. Can't I do the same? It's not that I can't, but I really don't want to." The old man turned his body and finally turned his back to the gate of heaven, facing the young man. "A tree will wither one day, and a man will run out of strength. Today, I'll let you know that even if you, Su Fengnian, have invincible cavalry, and even if you're a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, there will be a time when you have no choice but to accept your fate." Su Fengnian laughed in the face of the strong wind. "Do you know that people in later generations have ridiculed you as a person who knows what's impossible but still does it?" Su Fengnian continued, "Do you know that a quasi-sage in the Confucian school whose status is only second to yours said, 'Even if there are thousands of people, I will go forward'?" The old man said indifferently, "Those are good words, better than your words of a stray dog." Su Fengnian and the saint of the Zhang family looked at each other. Although the heart may not be able to reach it, it can still make people yearn for it. When Su Xiao was old, he told me in private that he didn't like all the scholars in the world. But when he remembered how many times in the early years, he saw scholars together in the palace, each in high spirits, the jade pendants on their waists jingling, he really envied them. It was so pleasant to the ears. Finally the old man said, "Generally speaking, if things are not at peace, they will make a sound. Since that's the case, Su Fengnian, do you have any last words for this world?" The talisman on the cold blade had disappeared. Su Fengnian hung the new cold blade of the Su family's 6th generation. Countless heroes have died in Bailiang. Every family has a white scarf. Most of them don't leave behind any last words, and they don't need mine. The old man shook his head and said, "That's because you haven't really lost all hope." Su Fengnian, who was indifferent, raised his palm as if he was grabbing something. The saint of the Zhang family snorted. "Dong Tai's flying sword is not bad, but it must be able to reach Wudong Mountain." The old man also raised his arm and then pressed down. "Drop the sword for me." The first wave of flying swords that had already approached Bailiang and Yuzhou were nailed into the ground like arrows at the end of their flight. The extremely spectacular scene at the junction of Yuzhou and Hezhou. The wind blew and the rain fell, and the flying swords drew an arc in the air and stabbed into the ground. They fell on the mountains, the rivers, the fields, and the yellow sand. It was like a heavy snow falling on all the places where there was no one. The young man who had been leading the flying swords to the cold had a trace of scarlet blood between his eyebrows. However, the place where the sword fell was getting closer and closer to Wudong Mountain. A wave of slanted flying swords was less than 100 miles away from the big lotus peak. And the young king's ears, nose, and mouth also began to bleed. After the saint of the Zhang family pressed down with his palm, his originally motionless body slid back a step, and he was one step closer to the gate of heaven. When a wave of more than 1,000 flying swords landed on the green bamboo peak to the right of the big lotus peak, the young man's eyes began to bleed. His face was already covered in blood. When a flying sword landed in the deep stream outside the big lotus peak, Su Fengnian's face was already blurred. But that unknown rusty ancient sword was already the last of the 200,000 flying swords in the Wu family's sword tomb. But that saint of the Zhang family, even if he seemed to have his back against the gate of heaven, his feet were still standing outside the threshold. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the human world of the heavenly court, the old man lowered his head and looked at the 3-foot sword called Armor of Snow, and gently pressed down with his free left hand. The young man whose face was covered in blood slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. The old man, who was clearly not looking at the young vassal king, seemed to be able to see through the mysteries of heaven. I know that you still have one last sword, but no matter how much you calculated, you would never have thought that in the entire northern Liang Path's 4 provinces, you would be able to borrow that sword no matter where you went. Only on Wudong Mountain, you would not be able to do it. After all, Wudong Mountain is a peaceful place for Taoists, and since ancient times it has been the ancestral court of Taoism in the north. From the Great Qin dynasty to the Great Feng dynasty, and now to Liang, this place has almost never been affected by the flames of war, so the connection between you and the Su family is the weakest. If it was outside the Liangzhou Pass, at the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, not to mention that I couldn't stop you from borrowing Dong Tai's last sword, I'm afraid that I would have already sent you to the gate of heaven. The old man slightly bent down and gently patted the sword's hilt. You and that Taiya sword are brothers in hardship. A rainbow light like a comet in the sky, from the west to the east, crashed into the big lotus peak. But it seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. It caused a burst of dazzling sparks, and was incomparably gorgeous. Chapter 1905. The ancient sword couldn't move forward an inch, and it kept whining. The old man closed his eyes as if he was listening to the sound. He murmured, "Essays talk about grief but not pain, but on the battlefield, it is said that soldiers with grief will win. Which one is right?" The old man answered his own question. Scholars write essays, but how many of them really work hard? But people die in war. It would be strange if they don't die. The Confucian ancestor finally looked at the young man. He slowly closed his eyes. His face was blurred by blood, so it was impossible to see his expression. He didn't know if it was pain, sadness, regret, relief, or something else. If he consumed Bailiang's fate, he might be able to save himself. But if he fought Liang Mang, he would definitely lose. In the end, he didn't want to? Was it also not impossible, but unwilling? This sage of the Zhang family, who had overpowered the 2 grandmasters on Mount Wudong tonight, laughed aloud, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly. Desolation, sorrow, joy, all kinds of feelings. The old man suddenly shouted at the sky, "I am a scholar. Although I am good at cultivating Haoran Qi, I never ask for immortality. F***ck off the cycle of heaven. I have been guarding the human world for 800 years. And I have seen you immortals order me around for 800 years. Now you want to take an inch and want a mile." The heavenly gate exploded with a bang. The old man ignored the huge movement behind him, stepped out, looked at the young king, and asked sternly, "Su Fengnian, I ask you. The new valley is basking in the sun, the oranges are hanging high, the fisherman is wearing a bridle, the old farmer is carrying a hoe, the woman is picking mulberry, the child is herding cattle, and the old woman is making clothes. The iron armor is clanging, the sword is like frost, the drums are like thunder, the iron cavalry is out, the arrows are like rain, the smoke is everywhere, and corpses are everywhere. Have you seen all kinds of things in the world?" The young man covered in blood didn't move. Between life and death, one could see life and death. When there was no way out, one could see the root of human nature. But this guy surnamed Su, is he really dead? It shouldn't be. The old man showed a trace of panic for the first time. He quickly moved forward and came to the front of the young man. He stretched out his thumb and pressed on the middle finger of the vassal king. He wondered, the qi in your body is still quite strong. Why is there no movement? In the next moment, this absolute saint was sent flying by the young man's kick. The old man fell heavily to the ground, but he didn't stand up. He just sat there, as if he hadn't completely regained his senses. The young man also sat on the ground with his hands on his knees. He opened his eyes and said weakly, "Damn you." The old man burst into laughter. Su Fengnian had no idea what this crazy old man was thinking, or what he was trying to do. He was constantly gasping for breath, and of course he was also vomiting blood. But for some reason, while the pain pierced his heart, he also felt an inexplicable sense of refreshment, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Especially that kick, it was really a kick to his heart's content. The saint of the Zhang family raised his hand and patted the dust off. He pointed at his own nose and asked, "Are scholars powerful?" The young king was speechless. He could only move his mouth. It seemed that he was trying to tell him to get lost. The old man snorted and said, "So what if he's Lu Dongxian? Didn't he ask me for advice in the early years?" The young man also pointed at his own nose, then raised his hand with difficulty, and made a gesture of waving his hand in disgust. The old man suddenly looked embarrassed. Before the Great Qin dynasty unified the world, the saint of the Zhang family had led his disciples to travel around the countries, but he was rejected by the Great Qin dynasty. The old man laughed at himself and said, "It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But 800 years is a little too late." Su Fengnian, who was extremely embarrassed, recovered slightly and asked weakly, "Apart from the personal feud, what else is there?" The old man sat upright and said in a deep voice, "Before you and Li Yufu cut the gap between heaven and man, I'll bear the pressure of heaven for you too. Otherwise Li Yufu, who is cultivating in seclusion, will be fine, but you Su Fengnian won't be able to deal with the Beimang in peace. Do you really think the immortals will watch you commit treason? Maybe those guys will simply let the Beimang barbarians take over the Central Plains." Su Fengnian glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes, and then lowered his eyelids. The old man said angrily, "Little bastard, don't take advantage of me. I've already helped you open up the stasis in your acupoints. Others don't know how difficult it is, but you Su Fengnian don't know? This is no different from Zhang Jiulu's regulation of the water transportation in Liyang." Su Fengnian ignored the old man. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Su Fengnian, can we not be so tacky? It's such an impassioned feat, but you turned it into a business deal. How embarrassing, isn't it?" Su Fengnian directly closed his eyes. He was really not used to this kind of social interaction with the old man. Even if he was full of strategies, it was difficult to use them. However, the old man's only weakness happened to be the Achilles heel of the Confucian holy sage. There was a long silence. Su Fengnian finally opened his eyes and bowed with cupped fists. The old man accepted it calmly. Su Fengnian stood up shakily and asked softly, "Why don't you give me something extra to solve the problem of the grain cooling?" The old man wanted to refuse on the spot, but he suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "This is not easy, but as long as you let that guy surnamed Deng talk nicely later, I'll give it a try. However, I can't guarantee success." Su Fengnian waved his hand. "No one in the world can stop Dong Tai with the Taiya sword, not even me." The old man stamped his foot and said anxiously, "Hurry up and hide the Taiya sword." As he spoke, the Taiya sword had already flown back. Su Fengnian gloated and slowly walked toward the old man. The old man smiled and turned to look at the foot of the mountain. Su Fengnian and the old man stood side by side. The old man pointed into the distance. "In the past, I heard Huang Longsher talk nonsense about the strange situation in the next 1,000 years. I was relieved and worried at the same time. It always made me hesitate." Su Fengnian said softly, "Why don't you think about it from another perspective? Looking at the present from 800 years ago, the world has changed for the better, right?" The old man nodded. "Some have changed for the better, some for the worse. Generally speaking, the present is indeed better." Both of them were speechless. The old man suddenly said, "I probably won't be able to wait for Deng Tai to return to Mount Wudong. Help me pass a message to him. If we only talk about the level of swordsmanship and not the distance of the sword, He is the first person since ancient times. Su Fengnian said, "Okay." The old man stared into the distance with his eyes wide open, his figure ethereal. He sighed with emotion. "Then let me see this world one last time." Su Fengnian asked softly, "Do you have any last words?" The old man thought for a moment. "Yes." Su Fengnian said in a deep voice. "Sir, please speak." The old man said calmly, "Shut up. If you like watching heroes and heroines in the snow on your phone, you can also follow my WeChat account, Fenghua 1985. Snow is coming to an end. If you follow my account, I believe there will be a lot of surprises. Not only will there be bits and pieces of writing in the snow, but there will also be future side stories, or some of my favorite songs that I have never published publicly, or some activities that I like to listen to when I am writing, or some activities to give out autograph books, update notifications, etc. They will all be posted on my WeChat account." Chapter 1906. When Dong Tai arrived with his sword, he saw the young king sitting alone at the top of the broken stone steps with a knife on his knees. Although Su Fengnian's clothes were stained with blood and his face was full of exhaustion, he was full of spirit. Moreover, his heavenly physique that had suffered heavy injuries in succession was like a withered tree that had come back to life. It glowed with vitality and gradually approached its peak. Deng Taya floated down to the ground. Hanging from his waist was an ordinary iron sword that his disciple had given him. Holding Taya upside down, he stood beside Su Fengnian. 800 years of scholarly spirit, scattered in the world? Su Fengnian nodded and said. Old Mister was obviously reluctant to leave before he passed away. He stayed up for a few hours and made some arrangements before he passed away on the spot. Dong Tai frowned and said, "What about this fight?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "The old man who was the backbone of the Central Plains should be more trusting of Li Yufu, who had a pure Taoist heart. When Master Li escorted the dragon carp along the Guangling River to the sea, the old man must have secretly observed and trusted him. As for me, he did not have much confidence. Not only was I the son of Su Shao, but I was also very likely to fight for the throne. If it were me, I would not be at ease to hand over the old man's belongings. That was why there was such a storm. The old man must have forced me to a dead end, and was only willing to let it go when he saw my true nature." The peach blossom sword deity, who had no interest in the rise and fall of the world, sneered and said, "In the end, he still took advantage of his seniority." Su Fengnian did not comment. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Is it because the flying sword can't enter Mount Wudong?" Dong Tai said frankly, "Of course. Once the sword is out, how can it return without any results?" Su Fengnian and Dong Tai raised their heads at the same time, and looked at the distant sky that was gradually turning white. After the saint of the Zhang family died in a way similar to the immortal Zhenren of Taoism, there seemed to be a new phenomenon between heaven and earth. It was unclear and covered the mysteries of heaven. Heaven and earth were filled with righteous qi. Mixed qi gave form to the flow, abundant enough to fill the firmament. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "To establish one's virtue, to establish one's merit, and to establish one's words. Sir, I really can't do it anymore." Dong Tai crossed his arms in front of his chest. "It's amazing, but in my opinion, it's still a little unsatisfying." Su Fengnian sighed helplessly. "How can everyone be like you, Dong Tai? You don't just stand there and talk." Su Fengnian remembered something and said with a smile, "That's right. Before the old master left, he wanted me to tell you that in his opinion, since the beginning of the sword 1,000 years ago, you, Dong Tai, have the best swordsmanship." Dong Tai grumpily said, "The path of swordsmanship is just a sesame seed abandoned by ancestor Lu after picking up a watermelon." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "Talking to you is boring." Dong Tai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Su Fengnian asked, "How should we deal with the 200,000 swords scattered on the ground of the Wu family's sword tomb? Do we need you to return them?" Dong Tai asked in return, "Why do you want to keep them?" Su Fengnian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "How would I dare? That Wu family's ancestor would fight to the death with Bailiang. I can't go overboard when I use my hoe to steal their swords." Dong Tai said, "Then I'll return them all. The Wu family's swords are an eyesore to me anyway." Su Fengnian lowered his voice. "Don't do that. You should at least choose a few hundred good swords and secretly leave them behind. Just say that the Zhang family's saint destroyed them. If the Wu family's sword tomb doesn't let them off, go find the Zhang family's saint mansion and smash them. Dong Tai's face was full of disdain. I can't be bothered to do that. Su Fingyan smiled brightly and said, There's no need for the peach blossom sword god to waste your energy. I'll do it. I'm quite familiar with intercepting swords. Dong Tai obviously didn't want to deal with this. He began to hold his breath and meditate. Controlling 200,000 swords to go to Bailiang was definitely not an easy task. Su Fingyan suddenly said, Before the old man left, he told me that Bei Meng's Tuoba's martial arts cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds overnight. Dong Tai immediately understood the crux of the matter. His face darkened. He wants to use both Tuoba and Tantai Pingjing to deal with you at the same time? Su Fingyan said, That's about right. Dong Tai asked, Did the old man say how high Tuoba's cultivation is? Is there an analogy? Su Fingyan shook his head and said, It's not clear. He only said 5 words, celestial beings live forever. Dong Tai frowned and said, I've never been good at these cryptic words. Just tell me directly. When Wang Xianji left the Eastern Sea, was Tuoba slightly inferior or similar? Su Fingyan had obviously thought about this troublesome question long ago. He blurted out, I guess the best result is that he was slightly inferior. Dong Tai asked, Then the worst result? Su Fingyan half-joked, I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it. Dong Tai twitched the corner of his mouth. Has anyone ever told you that it's actually quite boring to talk to you? Su Fingyan shook his head and said, No, especially women. There's a popular saying in the Central Plains that proves it. 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian, and 1,000 years to cultivate Su Fingyan. Dong Tai said indifferently, Oh, not 100 years to cultivate Su Fingyan, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian? Su Fingyan pinched his chin and pretended to be confused. Did I remember wrongly? Dong Tai couldn't help but raise his voice. Spit it out. Su Fingyan put away his joking expression and sheathed the cold blade at his waist. The worst outcome is that at some point in time, Bodhisattva Tuoba's combat power will be slightly stronger than Wang Xianji's. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile, loosened his arms and stretched. Dawn was coming. Then that's the worst result. Why don't you let me deal with Tuoba? Su Fingyan shook his head and narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the serene scene of the sky gradually turning blue and white. He lazily said, You've already fought him once in the northern Mang. Let me do it this time. Dong Tai was silent for a moment and then said sarcastically, Don't forget, you fought with him twice in the western regions and outside Liangzhou Pass. If I remember correctly, it was a draw and a loss, right? Su Fingyan allowed the breeze to blow away the last bit of blood on his body. When have I ever lost? Moreover, that time in the western regions, if Li Mibi hadn't interfered at the last moment, Tuoba would have been a dead man. Dong Tai dismissed it with a smile. Fine. If you want to be a hero, I Dong Tai will satisfy you. Su Fingyan said softly, Perhaps in terms of combat power, we are all in the celestial realm, so there's not much difference between us. However, there's a state of mind unique to Wang Xianji. Even if you Dong Tai have Tai, and even if Tuoba received a gift from an immortal, it's still impossible. Dong Tai asked curiously, Invincible in the human world? Su Fingyan suddenly pulled out his cold saber and pointed it at the great sun leaping into the human world's vision. The entire world's enemy? Dong Tai asked again, You have it. Su Fingyan didn't answer the question. I've always had it in Bailiang. For those who like to read on their phones, you can follow my WeChat public account, Fenghua 1985. Yesterday, I added more than 10,000 people. Today, I guarantee at least 2 chapters. Chapter 1907. The figures of pilgrims gradually appeared on the stone steps of the divine path. Su Fingyan quietly went to the elephant cleansing pool. He took off his outer robe and squatted by the pool to wash himself. If one were to say that Su Fingyan was familiar with intercepting others, he was not bad at this work. In last night's thrilling battle between heaven and man, except for Jiang and I and Li Yufu who were deliberately excluded, There were still a few grandmasters from the Central Plains who stayed in Wudong to watch the battle. There was also a white-robed Qi trainer, who looked at the battle from the top of the Jade Pillar Peak. She probably had the idea of benefiting from the battle. After all, whether it was the sage of the Zhang family or the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, whoever died would be a great supplement to her fate. If both of them died, and she was lucky enough to support both of them at the same time, there might be a real land immortal in the human world. Not only could she live for a long time, but she was also not bound by the way of heaven. The three top masters of Nanjiang, Lu Xianlang, Cheng Baishuang, and Ji Luan, stood together on a suspended plank road and looked from afar. The blind female zither player Xue Songguan walked slowly, and finally stopped half a mile away. But the person closest to the battle at that time was the man in purple. Just as Su Fengnian was washing clothes skillfully on the green stone slab, there were already groups of Jianghu people in the elephant cleansing pool. Now the Central Plains recognize Wudong Mountain as not only a blessed place for cultivation, but also a precious place for martial artists to understand the heart of heaven. All the Jianghu heroes who heard the news and came here were mostly people who had encountered a bottleneck in martial arts. They liked to sit here cross-legged and look at the waterfall, the pool and the huge rocks. They would imagine that the previous chief Hong Shixiang used to fight here, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping used to fight here, and great master Su Fengnian used to practice his saber here. They racked their brains to fight for a spot, just like the scene of pilgrims fighting for the first incense. Su Fengnian inadvertently heard a group of people whispering nearby. It seemed to be a nursery rhyme, Wood Dragon against Stone Tiger, thousands of gold and silver, who can see through it, and by Yangzhou Prefecture. It was said that the old Prince Liang, Su Xiao, had long predicted that Bei Meng's million-strong army would come knocking on the border, so he prepared for a rainy day. He had already sent the Fu Shui Chamber's men of sacrifice to a hidden secret place, in case the Su family could not stop Bei Meng's iron hooves from the south, so that the Su family could make a comeback and continue to fight for the world. At first, Su Fengnian thought it was funny, but soon he realized that there was something unusual about it. His heart sank. Guangling Taoist Yangzhou Prefecture had always been the richest prefecture in the Central Plains. Buying Yangzhou Prefecture, with just 5 words, directly described the wealth of the Su family's heavy silver to the common people. Not only that, listening to these people's idle chatter, it seemed that they directly ignored Tide Listening Lake, which should have been the biggest suspect, and directly guessed that Mount Qingqing and the military town of Linyao were the two places. Su Fengnian could not help but be shocked. According to these people who listened to the rumor, the latter guessed that Li Yishan was personally in charge of the Su family's hidden treasures. The poison warrior, who had been hell-bent on scheming for the Su family all his life, used a trick. On the surface, he constantly drove refugees to Liuzhou to confuse the public, and secretly colluded with Mount Lantua in the western region. It could be said that it was a foolproof plan. As for why the former was Mount Qingqing, which bordered Liangshu, these Jianghu people could not explain. However, Su Fengnian knew that Su Xiao had hidden 6,000 soldiers in the depths of Mount Qingqing. This was a secret that not many people in the Fu Shui room knew about. It was obvious that the person who deliberately spread this nursery rhyme was not only hostile to Beiliang, but also deeply involved in Beiliang's military and political affairs. Su Fengnian had always politely refused to listen to the prophecies and nursery rhymes that had once caused chaos in the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Back then, Huang Sanjiao was the founder of a sect that had been founded because of this. Almost all the emperors and monarchs were in a terrible fix because of this. Su Fengnian did not expect that Beiliang would suffer such a calamity today. It was not to say that a small nursery rhyme could really shake Beiliang's foundation. In fact, Beiliang had always valued military power more than literature. In addition, Su Fengnian's series of actions after the hereditary succession, especially the great victory in the First Great War of Liangmang, had already fulfilled his master Li Yishan's request at the beginning of his will. We must continue to maintain the structure of Beiliang as the Su family. Therefore, there was no harm in having a few dozen more of these types of prophecies and nursery rhymes. However, Li Yishan had always repeatedly mentioned that the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed, and the waves rise in the midst of the small waves. I, Li Yishan, do not have extraordinary talents, nor do I have extraordinary strategies. I only have caution in my life, to warn Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian suddenly had some doubts. Since this person knew the inside story of Bailiang so well, why would he still use such meaningless and boring methods? This was like the Peach Blossom Sword God fighting with a level 2 master. He could have finished the fight with one strike, but he insisted on playing with a mouse for 100 moves. The master who knew everything would probably only feel disgusted. Was it adding fuel to the fire, or was it adding fuel to the fire? Su Fingnian fell into deep thought. Not far away, someone's eyes flashed as he greeted. Little brother, why do you have bloodstains on your body? What, did you meet an enemy on Wudong Mountain yesterday? The people of Bailiang wore thick autumn clothing, so after Su Fingnian took off his robe, there was not much blood on it. Su Fingnian picked up his robe that had been rolled into a ball after washing it, stood up and squatted down beside the person who shouted. He was not too close, about 4 or 5 steps away. He went straight to the point with a light smile and asked, "Isn't that so? I was beaten up a bit badly. I won't beat around the bush. Big brother, you are a night watchman. How much would it cost to break a leg? If you beat him to death, how much would it cost? If it's fair according to the old rules, I'll give you half of the payment first." When night watchmen patrolled the streets, they would often clean up the trash on the streets. The night watchmen of the underworld were the kind of people who took people's money to get rid of disasters. That person's eyes lit up. He was not in a hurry to accept this deal that fell from the sky. He carefully sized up this young man with an authentic Bailiang accent, and said with an official accent unique to the Wuyue region of the Central Plains, "Little brother, let me make it clear first. Is your enemy a local gangster or a gangster?" A local gangster was a local, meaning a local snake. A gangster was a foreigner, a dragon that crossed the river. Su Fingnian smiled and said, "A local gangster." That person immediately frowned. Dealing with a Bailiang local was far more difficult than dealing with a stranger. He couldn't help but lower his voice. What could it be that Lian Ke, or even the seahorse here? Lian Ke, was the picture drawn by a 9th-level official's uniform patch of the Liang Imperial Court, while the seahorse was a military official's patch. To the common people, they were the county magistrate who destroyed families or the governor who destroyed families. As the county magistrate of a county, their ranks were often 8th level or 9th level. Lian Ke, and seahorse became the Jianghu slang for officials and soldiers. They were both people that could not be easily provoked. It should be known that ever since that butcher Su Xiao, the imperial court had a bloody rule of passing the heads of Jianghu people, who didn't obey to the rules to the 9 sides. After Liang unified the spring and autumn period, especially when Su Xiao stepped into the Jianghu, the entire Jianghu had to lower themselves. Otherwise, why would the great and city's minister of justice, who was in charge of issuing copper fish bags, be privately called the Emperor of the River, King of the Lake, and be seen by Jianghu people as the leader of the martial arts world in the imperial court? Su Fingnian slowly said, "That guy had a grandfather who was Lian Ke, but he passed away a long time ago. The family doesn't have any descendants left in the legal world. Think about it, over here Lian Ke is nothing. The seahorse is the boss. However, that person has a personal retainer who is empty-handed and doesn't even have a green knife. He should have the strength of a 5th-level official." The lean man and the 4 people beside him exchanged glances and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The 5 of them were gangsters who were used to licking blood from blades in the southern part of Jingji. This time, they had traveled together in Bailiang and their friendship had deepened. In addition, they were all men who knew each other's backgrounds. They already had the intention to cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper when they returned to their hometown. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to discuss this business openly. According to the young man's words, the retainer was old and his 5th-level strength could be considered presentable. However, the fist was afraid of the strong and the rod was afraid of the old. The 5 of them all had some fighting skills. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to beat the old master to death. However, the 5 of them were worried that they would commit a crime in Bailiang. Once the news was leaked, they would definitely end up being shot by the Bailiang cavalry's crossbows and become hedgehogs. However, a penny was a problem for heroes. Most of them were extravagant people. After drinking 2 or 3 times, they were completely out of money. These 2 days, it was a coincidence that their ancestral graves were smoking. They were actually lucky enough to meet a famous gangster in the southern part of Jingji. The gangster was also willing to humble himself and make friends with him. Then, to burn incense and worship Buddha in the temple, they needed incense, so they needed incense money even more. What was the use of just saying things like, "I've heard so much about you for a long time, and your reputation resounds like thunder"? The lean man cautiously asked, "Which Taoist temple on Mount Wudong does he live in?" This question was asked with great care. Mount Wudong had 81 peaks. The number of peaks was actually not many, less than 30. Taoist temples of various sizes were located on these peaks. Perhaps the Taoist priests of Mount Wudong didn't care about the size of the cultivation area, but the people of Jianghu did. For this Wudong Taoist discussion, naturally they would choose to live on a famous peak or Taoist temple. If they weren't famous, then they would sharpen their heads and live on a higher peak. It was said that many famous schools and sects had developed a gap because of this. They were only restraining themselves because they were afraid of the Bailiang government. Chapter 1908. Seniority in Jianghu, ranking in Jianghu, and ranking in Jianghu were all recorded in the minds of well-informed Jianghu people. For example, there were more than 50 people who were familiar with Jianghu faces in Jianghu in the Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui. They were all famous big shots who were either immortals or grandmasters. Don't even think about them. The next group of people were mainly people who were qualified to enter the yamen of the Ministry of Justice in the capital city. These gray people were even more untouchable in Jianghu. In addition to the dozen or so behemoths that were evaluated by the old and the new, those sects and factions that could dominate the martial arts world in a province also needed to be paid attention to. From the sect masters, to the guest elders, and then to the personal disciples, all of them had to be paid attention to. The last group of people such as Feng Zongxi, who was famous for his righteousness and generosity, and Liao Dong's red sandalwood monk, who was also a wandering immortal, usually wandered Jianghu alone. They had to remember their names and appearances clearly to avoid offending them. Otherwise, they would feel that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. They deserved to drown in the big river instead of capsizing in the gutter. Su Fengnian's face was full of disdain as he said, "It's a small Taoist temple near Xiaoyu Peak." He was only able to stay there because his grandfather was a big pilgrim there. Otherwise, with his little ability, he would have been forced to pack up and leave long ago. The lean man said with a smile, "Little brother, may I ask which Jianghu you are from? What grudges do you have with that person?" Su Fengnian smiled, "Brother, you're breaking the rules. Money in the world doesn't have a surname." The lean man, who knew he was in the wrong, laughed and said, "Money is all surname, Zhao." Su Fengnian smiled and pointed at the bluestone. "Here, it has to be surnamed Su." Just when Su Fengnian was about to follow the vine and casually talk about the nursery rhyme, an uninvited guest interrupted their conversation. Tong Shangquan, who had a martial virtue and a heavenly treasure, 2 heavy weapons at his waist, walked straight toward Su Fengnian without any disguise. Su Fengnian was not annoyed by this. He believed that the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber on Mount Wudong had already known about this matter. Even if they did not attach as much importance to this matter as he did, he would go back and greet them personally. After all, Mount Wudong was still Bailiang's territory. Even if there were crooks and honest people mixed together, if they were willing to put in some effort, they would still be able to find some clues. As long as the other party was not a one-time deal and dared to continue fanning the flames, the spies of the Whispering Water Chamber would let him know the taste of living a life worse than death. Su Fengnian was not confident in this, but conceded. The world only knew the name of the Bailiang cavalry, but few knew that the Whispering Water Chamber was able to survive in the cracks of Liang's Xiaogo and Beimang's cobwebs and continue to grow. Only the high-ranking generals of Bailiang knew that in the heart of this new Prince Liang, he respected the spies of Bailiang more than the crossbowmen on white horses outside the Liangzhou Pass. Su Fengnian did not stand up. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Master Tong is here to comprehend the saber again?" The master of Jin Qiudao, who had a quiet temperament but a strong and vigorous saber, smiled and nodded slightly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and nimbly flew towards the giant rock in the middle of the pool. She sat down cross-legged facing the waterfall, and placed the two sabers across her knees. Naturally, the lightness skill that she displayed did not carry any worldly aura, and did not appear to be superior. However, the young woman's bearing of a master was apparent at a glance. The lean man muttered to himself, "Why does she look so similar to the legendary young master of Jin Kuo Dao Manor? She also has two sabers at her waist and is also a national beauty? Or perhaps she is a heroine of the Central Plains who admires Tong Shangquan." Su Fingyan joked, "Brother, do you think that I would know such an unattainable master of martial arts? In the Jianghu of the ordinary heroes of Jianghu, let alone the great snow plateau, even the high and mighty holy land of Jianghu such as Jin Kuo Dao Manor, had a plaque hanging at its front door. The beautiful peony green waist in the manor, the young master of the manor, Tong Shanqiuan's two sabers were heavenly treasures of martial virtue, and the quality of the two sabers embroidered with winter and spring thunder on someone's waist. Whether or not Tong Shangquan and Qin Tianyuan of the Taibai sword sect, who was also from the southwest of Liang, were an immortal couple, whether or not they had a short-lived marriage, and even whether or not she was secretly pregnant with that young banished immortal. These were all topics of conversation in the Jianghu of the Central Plains, enough to drink a few cups of wine. The fish and shrimps that lived in this Jianghu naturally carried the smell of dirt. If they did not speak the words of the heavens that were related to the heaven, earth, mountains, and rivers, they would not be able to achieve the magnificent feat of freezing the 30 provinces of the Central Plains with one sword. They went to the martial emperor city to pay homage to the high wall that was once filled with divine weapons, went to the great snow plateau of Mount Hui to see the goose feather snow, went to the Donghua sword pool to see the words, high mountains, deep waters, long sword carved in cursive script, went to Yuyan Mountain Villa to see the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace forging swords, went to Beiliang's Lingzhou restaurant to drink green ant wine, went to the Quick Snow Mountain Villa to admire the scenery of the Spring God Lake. These were the blessings that they had been dreaming of. A young swordsman carrying a box on his back who was passing by the elephant washing pool unintentionally saw Su Fingyan, and his face was full of surprise. He was the young master of the Yuan Mountain Villa, Zhang Chunlin. Yesterday when Xianyuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui was drawing lots, he had already recognized Su Fingyan, who was squatting at the stall next door and eating pancakes. After Zhang Chunlin returned to his residence yesterday, he used up a large jar of saliva before he finally found out the exact location of the new Prince Liang from an old Taoist of the Qing generation on Mount Wudong. That year, His Royal Highness, who had a bad reputation, came to Mount Wudong to practice his knife skills. In fact, the Taoist on the mountain did not think much of it, and no one was willing to take it seriously. They were not immortal Zenrins who could predict the future. How could they have foreseen today's situation? After Su Fingyan's hereditary inheritance was passed down, Wudong Mountain sealed off the path from the washing elephant pond to the thatched cottage. In fact, it was just a small path with a fence. In those years, probably only the young martial grandmasters who had not yet ridden down to Jiangnan on cranes would often run over to help with the vegetable garden, allowing the greenery to last year. Later on, Su Fingyan personally wrote a letter to Wudong Mountain's Zhenren Chenyao, imploring the mountain to help maintain the tranquility near the thatched cottage. So Wudong Mountain built another green bamboo fence, but that was all. Su Fingyan waved his hand and greeted, "Little Zhang, you're here." Zhang Chunlin had mixed feelings. When they first met, Su Fingyan, who was still His Royal Highness, had a head full of white hair. He mistook him for a land sword immortal who had returned to his natural state. The second time they met, it was in the western region. They did not have much to talk about, which made this young swordsman, who even named his sword Frost Blade, feel regretful. Zhang Chunlin squatted beside Su Fingyan, slightly uneasy. Su Fingyan joked, "Carrying so many swords around, are you a sword seller?" Zhang Chunlin blushed. It was very strange. Perhaps it was because he was born into a family of swordsmiths, but Zhang Chunlin did not have much obsession with the way of the sword. He also did not have the lofty ambition of wanting to be the only one in the world of swords. In the 100 years of Jianghu, sword masters emerged one after another. Zhang Chunlin did not particularly worship Li Chungang and Dong Tai, nor did he particularly yearn for the Wu family sword tomb, or the Donghua sword pool. Instead, he admired Jianzhu Huang the most. His greatest wish was to be like that old swordsman of western Shu, collecting all the famous swords in the world into his sword case. Just carrying them around in Jianghu was enough. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Little Zhang, have you given yourself a nickname?" Zhang Chunlin blushed and shook his head vigorously. Chapter 1909. Su Fengnian, as an experienced person, earnestly instructed, "Then you must give yourself a prestigious name as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you inexplicably give others a silly Jianghu nickname, it will be too late for you to cry." There are many examples of this in Jianghu. For example, in Gangnam-do, there is a sword master with white hair and long arms like an ape. His swordsmanship is actually not bad, but after he was called White Monkey, when he was young, he could not get rid of it. Even if he had to say, "I am the White Ape Divine Sword," every time he did something chivalrous, others did not care. They all thanked the White Monkey hero for saving their lives. Don't you think he was aggrieved? There is also the famous Fist Master in the Southeast Sword State. He is obviously a righteous hero, but because his surname is Wang and he is ranked 8th, he did not know to announce his name when he entered Jianghu. In the end, he was given the nickname Turtle Immortal Fist. Turtle has become an immortal. If he is not an old turtle, then what is he? Zhang Chunlin, who was enlightened, nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He deeply agreed. The lean man was about to interrupt the young master's nagging, but his companion pulled his sleeve. He turned his head and got the meaning from his companion's eyes. This guy was unreliable. Even if this business was true, and it was not ambiguous about the money, but such an unreliable guy could not keep his mouth shut. The lean man thought about it and agreed. He sighed, still feeling a little regretful, and coughed heavily, attracting the young man's attention. The lean man patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, unfortunately, we suddenly remembered that we have an urgent matter to attend to. I'm afraid that we can't help you with your trouble. However, even if we can't make a deal, we still have feelings for each other. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to make a name for yourself in the future, you must be down to earth." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. "Brother, you are right." The young master of Yuyan Mountain Villa was stunned. After the 5 people left, Su Fengnian accompanied Zhang Chunlin and chatted for a while by the elephant cleansing pool. As more and more Jianghu people came here to comprehend martial arts, Su Fengnian was the first to stand up and leave. Although Zhang Chunlin was still somewhat unsatisfied, he could be considered to have come in high spirits and returned in high spirits. However, the young man did not understand why his benefactor ended up talking about the female head of the Jin Kuo saber manor, so he casually spoke his thoughts. He heard that the woman surnamed Tong was extremely talented and practiced the saber very hard, but her temperament was old-fashioned. Therefore, even if Zhang Chunlin met her, they would not hit it off. In the end, Zhang Chunlin even laughed and said that a beauty riding a horse and drinking to her heart's content was the most beautiful. Therefore, even if the female manor head's appearance was enough to topple cities, she could not be considered a true beauty. Zhang Chunlin had a lot of fun talking. Before leaving, the young lord patted him on the shoulder and said something that confused Zhang Chunlin. "Jianghu can be big or small. Don't be so straightforward when you see Manor Head Tong in the future." Zhang Chunlin watched as Su Fengnian left. Then he seemed to feel a murderous aura behind him. He suddenly turned around and saw a young unfamiliar woman sitting alone on a boulder. She turned her head and looked at him. Then she smiled and said, "Jin Kuo Saber Manor, Tong Shangquan. Greetings, young Master Zhang." Everyone said that after Mount Huishan Zi, who monopolized the 3 chiefs of auspicious talisman, the female sword immortal was the Empress of West Chu, Jiangxi. The Fist Master was Martial Emperor City's Linya. The female saber saint was Southern Zhao's Tong Shangquan. Zhang Chunlin's mouth twitched as if he was struck by lightning. He could not say a word. Tong Shangquan, who probably would not ride a horse and drink in her life, slowly turned her head and no longer paid attention to the young manor head of Yuyan Mountain Manor. Su Fengnian leisurely returned to the front of the thatched cottage. Jiang and I was sitting on a small bench under the eaves. Su Fengnian said softly, "It's nothing. I just fought with someone in a daze, and in the end I took advantage of him." She blinked her eyes. Su Fengnian stretched out his hands. His hands were empty. He smiled and said, "You can't earn half a copper coin for this kind of thing." She asked softly, "When are you leaving Mount Wudong?" Su Fingnian moved a stool and sat next to her. I have to leave immediately, she whispered. Are you going to Mount Qingliang or directly to North Rejecting City? Su Fingnian smiled. North Rejecting City is about to be built. Many people are waiting for me. Of course I'm going directly to Liangzhou Pass, she said as if relieved of a burden. Then I'll go too. Su Fingnian nodded. Okay. Su Fingnian then asked curiously, today, Wudong Mountain's Great Lotus Peak and Purple Sun Palace will be discussing the Tao and martial arts. There will be a lot of elusive grandmasters appearing. Aren't you going to take a look? Jiang and I said unhappily, what does their quarreling have to do with me? Su Fingnian could not help but laugh. Jiang and I asked carefully, there are so many copper coins here. Won't they be stolen? Su Fingnian shook his head. I'll talk to Mount Wudong. If there's even a copper coin missing, we'll go to Purple Sun Palace next time and make a scene. Jiang and I smiled. You can go by yourself. Su Fingnian was also amused by his own words, and did not say anything else. He enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. Jiang and I tilted her head. Then I'll only bring my sword case? Su Fingnian nodded and suddenly said, this time we'll leave in style. Let's not be sneaky. When the time comes, you'll take me to sword kinesis flight. Remember to be slow. Jiang Ni's cheeks blushed slightly. Su Fingnian took her hand and stood up. He laughed aloud and said, let's go. Let's go to the outside of Liangzhou Pass. I'll take you to see the magnificent picture of iron cavalry guarding the border pass, like halberds crossing the river. The great Liang dragon sparrow soared slowly ascended, and a young man and woman left Big Lotus Peak under the gaze of everyone. After Hong Xixiang and Su Jihu, there was another immortal couple in the world. It was also on this day that a middle-aged man with 2 swords at his waist left the old donkey that had accompanied him for thousands of miles on Little Lotus Peak to accompany the old green ox. A blind female zither player slowly descended the mountain alone under the reluctant gaze of a young man who claimed to be useless. She descended the mountain only for his peace of mind. There was an average-looking short man who said to a Miaojiang woman before he went down the mountain, if I die, find a handsome man and marry him. An elderly Confucian scholar with 2 people beside him bowed deeply to the sea of clouds at the edge of the cliff. He straightened his back and said loudly, this junior bids farewell to Sage Zhang. The scholar Qing Baishuang has lived up to his teachings. A woman in purple stood on the roof of Purple Sun Palace. She raised her head high and looked at the young man and woman who were flying further and further away. She sneered lightly. An elderly Taoist rubbed the head of his disciple's disciple. Then he smiled at an even older senior brother. Wudong is worthy of cultivating in this life. An elegant Taoist from Mount Longhu bid farewell to a Taoist from Mount Wudong. If there's a chance, I'll come for tea again. An old man gently picked up his sword in the room. After hanging it properly, he said to himself, how can my Donghua sword pool not have 1 person dying outside the pass? On this day, Dong Tai, Xinyuan Qingfeng, Wei Miao, Mao Shulang, Qing Baishuang, Ji Lu and Qi Xinxia, Chai Qingshan, Shui Songguan and Yu Xingrui. The 10 grandmasters of the Central Plains left Mount Wudong at the same time and headed outside Liangzhou Pass. After the snow ends, there will be a short story related to the snow. It will be about 200,000 words in total. It will be updated continuously on the public WeChat account Fenghua 1985. So you must pay attention to it. The story of the snow that has been nagging for more than 4 million words is really coming to an end this time. So those who haven't subscribed yet, and those who are in the mood to do so, please subscribe. You don't have to subscribe all the time. It's also good to help increase the number of high subscriptions. Chapter 1910. In Beiliang's Dowling Prefecture, there was a crowded and bustling shipping dock. This dock had been greatly expanded in the hands of the previous provincial governor, Su Beiji. It was not as if the Lingzhou officialdom did not complain about the waste of money and manpower. Other than the dock, there were also huge granaries that were no less than Liang. This provincial governor had built a lot during his time in office. However, who did not know that Su Beiji was known as the most favored Beiliang? In addition, Beiliang had never had the custom of censuring officials. At most, the officials and scholars in the officialdom would privately criticize him. Naturally, No one was willing to go to Mount Qingliang to be rejected. It was probably because Su Beiji's official reputation in Lingzhou was terrible. After the newly appointed provincial governor, Chang Sui, took a break to recuperate, the entire Lingzhou, who had been mentally prepared, felt like they were bathing in the spring breeze. They were full of praise for this scholar, who came from the Shangyin Academy. Today at the dock, under the escort of 200 of Lingzhou's most elite light cavalry, 2 carriages slowly arrived. 2 elegant men in official robes walked out. They were the proud disciple of the literary grandmaster, Han Guzi, the provincial governor of Lingzhou, Chang Sui, and the father-in-law of the new prince of Liang, the Central Plains Lu Jianke Lu Dongjiang, who had just been promoted from the provincial governor of Liangzhou to the deputy administrator of Beiliang. In just a short year, Lu Dongjiang had sat in the 3rd position of Beiliang's civil official. Although it was a typical case of a father relying on his daughter, the Beiliang officialdom was pragmatic. It was not good for reputation. It did not have the complicated formalities of the Liang imperial court, such as whether one had a Jinshe background or served in the Hanlin Academy. Lu Dongjiang's official rank was the same as Song Dongming's. However, Lu Dongjiang was in charge of the government affairs of Yiling and Song Dongming, while Song Dongming was in charge of Lianglu and Lianglu. It was a bit like they were equals. Therefore, not long ago, a member of the Qingzhou Lu family said at a family banquet, Tian City once had a conflict between Zhang and Gu. Now Beiliang also has a conflict between Lu and Song. It is a conflict between gentlemen. As for Wang Linquan, he is just a merchant who stinks of money. The 2 meanings of this flattery made Lu Dongjiang, who had entered Beiliang and Lianglu, deeply agree. Although Lu Dongjiang still had some grudges against his ruthless daughter, Lu Qingyan, after such a meteoric rise, he gradually let go of this troublesome matter under his nose. Lu Dongjiang knew that if the Lu family wanted to continue to prosper, even if Lu Qingyan really did break off relations with the Lu family, with or without Lu Qingyan at Mount Qingliang, the Lu family's fate in Beiliang's officialdom would be completely different. Whether or not Lu Qingyan could sit firmly in the position of consort to the king of Beiliang, the Lu family's status would also be turned upside down. Recently, Lu Dongjiang had been thinking about whether or not he should invite his daughter and son-in-law back to the Lu family for the spring festival this year. They were a family that had gone through thick and thin together. Even if Su Fengnian was a noble vassal king, it wouldn't be too much to ask for him to accompany them to have a harmonious New Year's Eve dinner, right? Unlike the deputy administrator's brand new official robe, the governor Chang Sui's official robe was old and wrinkled. His originally fair face had also become dark. When the 2 of them stood together, Lu Dongjiang, who was older but well-maintained, looked younger. Although there was not much difference between the 2nd-rank Golden Rooster official patch and the 3rd-rank Peacock official patch, both of them were well-deserving of the title of governor of Liang. However, the former was a genuine central official of the imperial court, while the latter was a powerful official who governed a region. There was still a fine line between the former and the former. However, Lu Dongjiang was a famous scholar who had enjoyed a good reputation in the scholarly circles of the Central Plains for many years. If it were any other governor accompanying him, he would still put on an air of authority. However, in front of Chang Sui, who was a brilliant disciple of the literary grandmaster Han Guzi, a well-known teacher Ji Shang of the Shangyin Academy, and also Su Weisheng's senior martial brother, Lu Dongjiang naturally regarded him as a kindred spirit. He spoke warmly. As the deputy administrator who was in charge of Lingzhou and Yuzhou, Lu Dongjiang had naturally heard about the Liang transport. He knew that the imperial court had originally promised to guarantee that 1 million dan of grain would enter Beiliang before autumn. However, until now, not even half of the grain had reached 500,000 dan. There were 3 batches in succession, scattered and hidden, and only 400,000 dan of grain. The Liang transport had 2 lines, horizontal and vertical. The horizontal line had the Guangling River as the main stem. Xiangfan City in Qingzhou, which was regarded as the waste of the Central Plains, was an important transit point for grain. However, no one had expected that the young vassal Zhao Sun would rebel with the Yan King Zhao Bing and the Shu King Chen Jibao. It was said that he was going to be elected as the new emperor. As a result, the Zhao imperial court lost half of the Jinggan Road's jurisdiction, and the grain transport was delayed again and again. Lu Dongjiang could only lament that this was an unlucky year. Chang Sui accompanied Lu Dongjiang to the shore of the ferry. The boats on the river were piled up like they were walking on flat land. The two sides of the pier were bustling with activity, which surprised Lu Dongjiang. Chang Sui's words broke the mystery. The Liang imperial court announced to the outside world that they would provide 500,000 dan of grain to the Bailiang road before autumn. In reality, our prince and minister Qi Yanglong had agreed on 1 million dan. In reality, this autumn, under the supervision of Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, close to 800,000 dan of grain had been shipped into our Lingzhou granary. However, out of consideration for Liang's reputation, we only said to the outside world that we had received 400,000 dan. Since the weather was good and the political matters were clear, Lu Dongjiang was pleasantly surprised. However, he immediately realized that the Lingzhou provincial governor beside him, who had suddenly taken a high position, did not seem to be in a good mood. Chang Sui said calmly, "Sir Lu has just taken office, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. Apart from promising 1 million dan of grain before autumn, the Liang imperial court also promised to ship in 2 million dan. However, looking at the current situation, that seems to be far away." Lu Dongjiang was confused. The Central Plains is in chaos, and the Jinggan Road is also under the jurisdiction of the rebel vassal King Zhao Sun. It is reasonable that the imperial court is unable to control the grain transport, right? Chapter 1911. The spring snow building of the Guangling Wangfu had changed owners. In reality, half of Liang had changed owners that night. Nalin Yusi, who had planned all of this, sat at the mouth of the Rouge well at the peak of the mountain by the river. There were a dozen rainflower stones produced by the Guangling path in one hand. He picked them up one by one, and then threw them into the well. Beside Nalin Yusi stood sword immortal Tang Shi Lu Baijie, who had been reduced to a prisoner. Unlike the administrator Wang Xiongui, who had been locked in prison, as the Guangling path Jidushi, Lu Baijie was not restrained as long as she did not leave the Wangfu. Lu Baijie asked, "Mr. Nalin, what business do you have with me?" Nalin Yusi lowered his head and bent down to look at the black well. He said with a gentle smile, "While the Yanqi Wangfu has some spies and death warriors who have been rooted in Great Peace City for many years, and some of them have high positions, they cannot compare to Mr. Tang Shi, who has been in the center for a long time. I want to know how many of the important officials of Liang in Great Peace City, who are qualified to attend the small court meeting of the Divine Cultivation Hall, are loyal officials. How many of them will waver in times of danger? And how many of them are not loyal to the young emperor? If Mr. Tang Shi is willing to speak frankly, we will be able to act accordingly. In the future there will be fewer ghosts in Great Peace City." Even if he was speaking extremely vicious words, this strategist's voice was soothing and his smile was shallow. He was truly a romantic figure that was hard to dislike. Lu Baijie shook her head and said, "Mr. Nalin is thinking too much." Nalin Yusi had an expression that said he knew it. He waved his sleeve and stood up. He said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to a room. I spent 3,000 dan of rice to gather a study for Mr. Tang Shi." Lu Baijie was confused. A study as a gift? And what was with the 3,000 dan of rice? Not to mention Great Peace City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Even in her hometown, Gangnam-do, 3,000 dan of rice could be converted to silver to buy some good study supplies? Nalin Yusi said confidently, "Mr. Tang Shi, please wait and see. You will not be disappointed." Lu Baijie followed Nalin Yusi to a secluded courtyard in the Wangfu. After passing through the corridors and buildings, Nalin Yusi pushed open the door and extended his hand, indicating Lu Baijie to enter the room first. The first thing that came into view was a table made of yellow rosewood with black lines. Because it was a short table, it was naturally not a desk that was used to place expensive and elegant items. However, the waist of the table was made of banana leaves, undulating like water ripples, flowing elegantly. On the side, there were branches of flowers and birds, giving it a sense of fancy. The lower part of the table was carved with dragon horns and teeth. When one looked back, it was full of vigor. The study table further away was a long table with dragon patterns. The 4 treasures of the study on the table were all treasures that any scholarly family in Gangnam-do would want to worship. Nalin Yusi walked to the side of the table, 2 fingers holding the lid of an ancient and cute purple clay teapot. He raised it up high, but the body of the teapot did not fall. He said with a smile, "This is the heaven and earth tea teapot that has been lost in the old Dongyu." When this teapot was popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River, the matter of drinking tea had already taken a back seat. It became a peerless item for people to enjoy. Now it is even more difficult to buy with money. There is no way around it. Most of the people of Dongyu like to bury a heaven and earth tea teapot with them when they die. Mr. Tang, she is a divine hand in the way of tea and should know better than me. This teapot is not ordinary. Lu Baijie just glanced at the teapot and looked around. She asked with a heavy face, "All the items in this room only cost 3,000 don of rice?" Nailan Yusi laughed and said, "Don't worry, it is definitely not because of the war in Guangling Path that caused the noble families to sell their treasures cheaply. To put it bluntly, since the fall of Dechu 20 years ago, the officialdom of Guangling Path was full of villains who suddenly became rich and powerful. There were not many valuable family names. Otherwise, they are just fence-sitters. This time, the owner of the spring snow building changed. Most of them changed their rudder very quickly. There is no need to take out these good things to exchange for gold, silver, and rice." Nailan Yusi suddenly squatted down and went under the dragon pattern table. Then, he stuck his head out and waved at Lu Baijie. Lu Baijie was confused by this strategist. After hesitating for a moment, she followed his example and went under the table. Nailan Yusi rubbed the bottom of the table with his fingers and said with a smile, "It is not easy to light a candle in broad daylight. However, with the eyesight of Tang Shi Sword Fairy, she should be able to see the origin of this item from the handwriting. It is here." Lu Baijie followed Nailan Yusi's finger and looked up. She saw that there seemed to be 6 words carved with a dagger. It was crooked. Except for some childishness, it did not have the demeanor of a master. However, Lu Baijie was shocked on the spot. The 6 words meant that there were 3 people with no surname: Fengnian Jihu and Longxiang. It should be known that Su Jihu, who was married to Jiangnan, was Lu Baijie's niece-in-law. Lu Baijie was also the family elder who loved that woman the most in the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Baijie confirmed that this was undoubtedly Su Jihu's handwriting. Moreover, Lu Baijie knew that in Mount Qingliang, Su Jihu and Su Weisheng had an ordinary relationship since they were young. Therefore, among the 4 children of the Su family, only Su Weisheng's name was missing. This was strong circumstantial evidence that the world could not fake. Lu Baijie could even imagine that many years ago, the girl in red sat on the ground and carved words with a knife. Lu Baijie was silent for a long time. Even after leaving the table with Nailan Yusi, she was still unwilling to speak. Nailan Yusi's face was full of joy. I guess even the owner of the table didn't know that his sister had carved words under the table. Otherwise, he would not be willing to sell it. Lu Baijie thought of the young man who asked her in the early years if she could sell him some benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Her mood was complicated. She smiled bitterly and said, "Why did the Su family have to do this? Didn't Mr. Nailan say before that after Zhao Sun left Qingzhou, he lost control of Jinggan Road? How could he stop the grain from going cold? Moreover, you have no intention to touch Jinggan Road for the time being. At first, I thought you were worried that the troops would be too scattered and the front line would be stretched too long to prevent Wu Zhongshuan's army from going south in one go. Now it seems that it was your idea? You deliberately let Bailiang and the imperial court be dirty because of this. Were you afraid that once the Bailiang frontier army unexpectedly won the Second Battle of Liangmang, the Su family's cavalry would still have the strength to go to the Central Plains to quell the rebellion?" Nailan Yusi leaned against the window and said playfully, "Otherwise, do you think an old assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wen Tai, could return to Qingzhou so smoothly to be the administrator? It is one of the laws of Liang that officials of the imperial court are not allowed to be officials of their hometown." Nailan Yusi's smile deepened. He clicked his tongue and said, "No matter how old Wen Tai is in the capital, no matter how strong his official connections are in Graydon City, he should be promoted to a civil official leader somewhere else. In order to let this guy be the administrator of Jinggan Road, I used a lot of favors in Graydon City. However, I never thought that the Liang imperial court would give me a big surprise and let Ma Fulu's son go to Jinggan Road to take charge of the military. This way, on the issue of grain going cold, the civil and military officials of the border would work together to secretly support those pests of the country. Only then could they resist the pressure of Qi Yanglong and Huanwen. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it would be hard to say. After all, when the two provincial officials are angry, they are not to be trifled with. The remaining 2 million dan of grain might really have to be sent to Beiliang's Lingzhou. Lu Baijie pressed one of her palms on the table. The table creaked. It could be seen that she was enduring the majestic pressure of Tangxi Sword Immortal. Nailing Yusi, who was in a very good mood, said with a smile, "In this world, as long as there is a war, there will be a need for grain. The Beiliang Frontier Army is not a divine army. Of course, it is no exception. Even if the young provincial governor, Su Beiji, had the foresight to become the provincial governor of Baimi, but with the power of Lingzhou, which is known as the south of the Great Wall, it is obviously not enough to let the Beiliang Frontier Army that is about to welcome the Second Great War of Liangmeng have no worries. Then what about Su Beiji, the transport commissioner of Beiliang?" Nailan Yusi asked and answered his own question. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Even the common people who have never read books understand this principle, let alone the number one civil official of Beiliang that the Zhao clan of Liang wanted to rope in the most. Therefore, Su Beiji ran to Mount Qingliang and told the vassal king surnamed Su that although your family has a lot of money, it is still not enough. You should sell your family's belongings. I will help you deal with this matter. You Su Fingnian don't worry about it. Out of sight, out of mind, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. It just so happens that outside the Liangzhou Pass, there is a need to build that laborious and costly Beijua city. Excluding the families who serve in the military, the wages of the common people with household registration will be paid from there. As for the grain for the border army, it will be earned from the people who come to our Lingzhou to buy your Su family's belongings. As long as they have the ability to dig out the grain from the hands of the big and small transport officials along the Guangling River through their personal relations or various channels, no matter what method they use to deliver the grain to Beiliang, the transaction will be valid. Chapter 1912. Nailan Yusi pointed at a folding fan beside Lu Baijie's hand. The fan made by the old Western Shu dynasty is the painstaking work of Ma Xiaoguan in his later years. There are only 2 left in the world. One is in the imperial study of Emperor Liang. Probably because of the hot summer, he just wants to look at it, and is reluctant to waste it to invite the cool breeze. The other one is in the hands of you, Mr. Tang Shi. Do you know how much rice was used to buy this fan? 600. It sounds like a small amount, right? Even if you have to pay for the cost of the relationship with the buyer, you still earn a lot, don't you think? But let's not wrong the king of Beiliang. He doesn't know how expensive the rice is. The calculation in his mind is not the same as ours. It's a pity that you, Mr. Tang Shi, know the calculation. Even Qi Yanglong and Huanwen, the 2 pillars of the country, know it, but it's still useless. Nailan Yusi came to the half-table with yellow rosewood and black patterns. He suddenly tiptoed and sat on the table in an ungraceful manner. He looked at Lu Baijie, who was standing and stretched out his hands. Mr. Tang Shi is not the kind of old-fashioned scholar who only knows how to bury himself in books. He used to be the minister of the Ministry of War in the capital. Although he is not the head of the Ministry of Revenue, he naturally knows the annual rations of the people in the Central Plains and the Border Army. Although the local customs are different and the rich and the poor are different, they are roughly the same. Mr. Tang Shi is the son of a rich family in Gangnam-do. He knows that you, the richest people in the world, eat extravagantly and have as many as 4 or even 5 meals a day. Ordinary people can also maintain 3 meals a day. 2 xiaos and 3 stews need to be full. The most expensive fresh fish is yellow rosewood. This saying even makes me, who is far away in Nanjiang, envious. Nailan Yusi gently shook one of his hands. On the other hand, Beiliang is poor. Even the people in Lingzhou have 2 meals a day. In summer and autumn, they have 2 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. In spring and winter, they have 3 vegetarian meals and 1 meat meal. The young and strong who need to do heavy work can each drink a spoonful of wine. In this way, the young and strong in Baelyang consume about 11 don of rice a year, and the rations for women and children are reduced by half. If a family of 5 people is counted, because there is usually one young and strong in the family, who is in the border army outside the Great Wall, a family in Baelyang with only one young and strong in the Great Wall needs 16 to 17 don of rice a year. With Su Beiji's food collection measures in Lingzhou 2 years ago, it can roughly guarantee that the food of the people in the Great Wall will not be affected by the war for 3 years. In a critical moment, it can even provide 500,000 don of rice to the Baelyang border army. However, this is already Baelyang's limit. The second battle of Liangmang is imminent. If they fight for a year, with each young and strong in the border army getting 11 don of rice a year, by next autumn, they will need 1 million don of rice. Nalin Yusi lightly patted his palm and smiled. However, the court has only sent 800,000 don of rice. The remaining 2 million don of rice that was promised is something that even I can't turn around. Furthermore, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. For no reason. We will lose a total of 3 million don of rice every year. Cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents. How can this be tolerated? Moreover, we are giving it to those Baelyang barbarians. If we give it to the great pillar state Gu Jiantong's 2 vast border army, then we can just pinch our noses and accept our fate. It is not good to throw away our lives for money and future prospects. However, aren't the Baelyang barbarians and the Baymang barbarians dog-eat-dog right now? We can just drag it out. The Su family's iron cavalry can't even protect themselves. How can they free up their hands to compete with us, the transport officials who are far away? The 4 legs of the desk under Lu Baijia's palm shattered with a bang. The entire desk fell straight to the ground, and the once priceless but now incomparably lowly scholarly furniture scattered in all directions like birds and beasts. Nalin Yusi turned a blind eye and continued with a smile. Of course, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. The Baelyang side doesn't just rely on cheap sellers to exchange for provisions. Didn't the young man surnamed Su create a large and powerful fish-dragging gang? He let them pave the way all the way down the Guangling River, bringing countless antique collections to open shops in various places. Of course, these Jianghu people's fists are also quite strong. It is said that Transport Commissioner Su Beiji has already spread the word that if anyone dares to delay the fish-dragging gang's legitimate business, he will let the Baelyang cavalry personally knock on their door and reason with them. In fact, the yamen on both sides of the river, and the local garrisons that were previously scared out of their wits by the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry were really shocked by this move. Therefore at this time they need me, Nalin Yusi, to muddy the waters again. Nalin Yusi stretched out a finger and pointed at his own nose, smiling brightly. Lu Baijia clenched his fists and stared at the only remaining figure of those strategists. Zhao Chongling, Huang Longshi, Yuan Bunshi, and Li Yishan had all died one after the other. It seemed that only this Nalin Yusi had lived to the end, and seemed to have had the last laugh. Lu Baijia asked, "You Nalin Yusi, just want to help Zhao Bing usurp the throne. Why do you have to do this?" Nalin Yusi's smile faded, his hands supporting the delicate yellow rosewood table. "My efforts in Baelyang have never been less than in Great Peace City." Lu Baijia, who had always been gentle and elegant, asked angrily for the first time, "Are you really not afraid that the Baelyang of Liyang will fight, and only Baymang will benefit?" "Nalin Yusi, what do you want to do?" Nalin Yusi did not care about Lu Baijia's murderous intent at all. He said lazily, "Those who know me know my worries. Those who do not know me ask what I want." Then Nalin Yusi turned and smiled at the door. "Move back, Mr. Tang, she is just joking." Lu Baijia laughed in anger. "I am joking with you, Nalin Yusi?" Nalin Yusi asked in response, "Otherwise, can you really kill me?" This sword immortal Tang, she immediately became dejected. Lu Baijia had never been so disheartened. Lu Baijia had never felt so helpless. Whether it was when he was willing to be silent in a family full of heroes for a woman, or when he was exiled from Great Peace City by the Emperor of Liyang, or when he became a prisoner in the Spring Snow Building. Nalin Yusi jumped off the table and sneered softly. "The entire Central Plains will be as helpless as you. You, Lu Baijia, are the first person to experience this." Lu Baijie silently crouched down and flipped over the table. He looked dazedly at the words the woman had carved in her early years. After Nailan Yusi finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the room, and did not forget to close the door for Mr. Tang Shi. That sentence was, "I want to see how the young man surnamed Su will help you guard the northwest gate of the Central Plains." Nailan Yusi walked out of the house, left the courtyard, and climbed to the top floor of the spring snow building. He came to the corridor and stood against the railing, looking at the Guangling River in the distance. He muttered to himself, "Drunk holding a wine cup, can swallow the cool breeze of Jiangnan Wuyue. Brushing the armor and blowing, can absorb the strength of the northwest Qinlong. But now I am living in Jiangnan. You who said such bold words, have long died in the northwest." Nailan Yusi raised his head and asked softly, "Li Yishan, if you are still alive, will you persuade your student not to guard the northwest gate?" At this moment, a voice sounded behind Nailan Yusi. "Li Yishan will never say this." Nailan Yusi did not turn his head. He quickly returned to normal and asked with a smile, "Why does King of Shu also have the leisure to climb high and look into the distance?" It was Chen Jibao's uninvited guest. He said indifferently, "Wu Zhongshuan is nothing. If I throw him into the Beiliang frontier army, he can't even be the deputy commander of the infantry. Is he worthy of my attention?" Nailan Yusi finally turned around. He leaned against the fence and said with a smile, "Don't say this in front of Zhao Bing. It's too much of a slap in the face. Back then, Wu Zhongshuan and I, Nailan Yusi, were the right-hand men of King Yan." Chen Jibao sneered, "So your Nanjiang army is only fit to have internal strife in the Central Plains." Nailan Yusi sighed. Chen Jibao, you really have to change your temper of only being willing to speak the truth." In other words, Nailan Yusi obviously did not deny Chen Jibao. He acquiesced in the contempt of the Beiliang Protector General for the elite army of Nanjiang. Nailan Yusi asked with a smile, "Don't you regret leaving Beiliang?" Chen Jibao twitched the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even have the desire to speak. Nailan Yusi turned around again and looked at the Guangling River that rolled into the sea. He said, "Who said that the cavalry can resist the north like a halberd across the river?" Chen Jibao still didn't speak. Nailan Yusi leaned on the railing and gently rested his chin on the back of his folded hands. Beiliang, homophonic, sad and auspicious. I don't know why that guy didn't persuade Su Xiao to change at the beginning." Chen Jibao finally sneered and said, "Sad." He walked to Nailan Yusi's side and laughed. "My Beiliang cavalry has 300,000 soldiers. Life can be sad, but death is magnificent. How can the gentle people of the Central Plains understand?" Nailan Yusi whispered, "Did you say I Beiliang?" Nailan Yusi, who suddenly realized, said to himself, "One day, you are the Beiliang frontier army, and you will be a soldier of Beiliang for the rest of your life. I understand. What you have done has nothing to do with the new Prince Liang, Su Fingnian, or even with the old Prince Liang, Su Xiao." Nailan Yusi turned to support his chin with one hand and patted the railing with the other. He continued to look into the distance. "Chen Jibao, don't worry. I will help you to make the Central Plains understand. Of course, this is the premise that we can stand here and talk." Chen Jibao asked, "Aren't you afraid that Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu will kill you? Especially Zhao Zhu?" Nailan Yusi said a joke that was not very funny. "I'm scared to death." Chen Jibao turned and left. He said in a deep voice, Chen Jibao, don't ask about the process, only the result. If you can't do it by then, don't mention Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu. I will kill you first." Nailan Yusi, who had his back to the white-clothed war sage, said calmly, "Let's wait and see together with the whole world. Watch the big joke with me, Nailan Yusi. A joke that is not very funny." Chapter 1913. The people of Longqing County in Lingzhou were once the most arrogant group of people in Beiliang. Regardless of whether it was the border soldiers or the scholars or merchants, they all stood with their backs straight. This was because this was the hometown of the former Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu. Zhong Hongwu had been the commander of the Beiliang cavalry for over a dozen years. He had accumulated a lot of prestige, and his disciples were all over Beiliang. Adding on the fact that Zhong Hongwu was known for being protective of his own people, promoting generals was a public show of kindness to his hometown, so the people of Longqing County all felt superior to others. Before the auspicious talisman, Longqing County was, without a doubt, a very popular place. The marriage partners of the large and small families in Lingzhou all chose Longqing County as their first choice. However, after Zhong Hongwu's death, it became a bleak scene. Especially after the former Longqing County chief, Zhong Hongwu's eldest son, Zhong Qingxin, after he was promoted to an official in the provincial capital, he openly rejected the officials of his hometown many times, causing Longqing County to completely lose its backbone. Just like that of the three most prosperous counties in Beiliang in the past, Longqing County, Yinji County and Huangnam County, there were only two other counties left. For example, during the construction of North Jiebei City, as long as the people of Beiliang were willing to participate in the construction outside Liangzhou Pass, they would be able to obtain quite a bit of money. There were poor people from all over Lingzhou who surged into the pass. Only Longqing County did not have many people responding. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the people of Longqing County were mostly well off. However, the knot in their hearts that everyone in Beiliang knew about was the key reason. The people of Beiliang had always been valiant and warlike since ancient times. Although Lingzhou was rich, there were as many martial arts schools as there were hairs on a cow. Naturally, they did not lose to Liangzhou and Yuzhou. In the past, His Royal Highness, who had stirred up storms in the officialdom of Lingzhou, no matter what his original intentions were, in the end he uprooted the Zhong family, this towering tree that shadowed the entire county, from its roots. The people of Longqing County were both afraid and resentful. It could be said that their thoughts were complicated. It was impossible to explain clearly in a few words. Therefore, when an ordinary middle-aged man in Longqing County's capital planned to go to northern Beiliang City to beg for a living, his neighbors began to despise him. This was especially so when they heard that this man planned to move his wife and son out of Beiliang. This was no longer just idle gossip. Some people even wanted to point at his spine and curse him in front of his face. They scolded him without any regard for the feelings they had accumulated over the years. Then very quickly, there were people who dug up old scores. They said that this fellow called Lu Deyuan was not originally from Beiliang. It was only after he married a woman from Longqing County that he went to the Yamen to change his registration. It could be said that he had taken root in Longqing County. All these years, he had been a butcher in Longqing County who slaughtered pigs and sold meat. In fact, he had always been fair in his business and didn't earn any money that went against his conscience. It was just that this trip to northern Beiliang City this time had incurred the wrath of the public, causing his family of four to become like rats on the street. Who knew which gossipy idle man remembered that this bastard surnamed Lu had let slip that the second round against the Beimeng barbarians when they were drinking and chatting. This immediately caused an uproar. In Lu Deyuan's pork shop, that whole pig that weighed less than 100 caddies was sold for 3 days straight. He couldn't even sell half a caddy of it, so he could only stew it at home every day to celebrate the new year. During this period, Lu Deyuan gave a large piece of the best tenderloin to a lonely old man who lived at the end of the street. He threw the tenderloin to the old man directly out the door. Lu Deyuan, who was simple and honest, just silently picked it up and took it home. On this day, a large pot of fragrant stewed meat was made at home. Lu Deyuan squatted on the doorsill and looked at the courtyard gate, patiently waiting for his youngest son to come home from the private school for dinner. Lu Deyuan and his wife didn't know how to read. Previously, they would take that letter to the private school of the younger son and consult that stern teacher about the content. The teacher would read it word by word to Lu Deyuan. After that, Lu Deyuan would return home and tell his wife the general idea. This trip was the most satisfying time for Lu Deyuan. Lu Deyuan still remembered that when his eldest son was young, he always complained that his father wasn't in the Northern Liang Border Army, which made him unable to raise his head in front of his peers. Later on, when his son grew up, he became more and more promising in his studies and became a well-known talent. Therefore, his son's smile and laughter at home became more and more frequent. Although his younger son had similar complaints, with such an honest elder brother who could support him, he was not as depressed as his elder brother was when he was young. He was always a cheerful kid who liked to grin and laugh. Occasionally, when he heard his schoolmates talking about their relatives who had made military exploits outside the northern Liang Pass and was promoted, he would squat in the courtyard and sigh or pick up the wooden short saber that his father made for him and run all over the courtyard crazily. When he ran out of strength, he would eat and read. Generally speaking, the life of the family of four was getting better and better. As for the Jingguan Taoist temple in the gourd mouth of Yuzhou province, the fierce battle in Huda city in Liangzhou province, the hundreds of thousands of nameless steals in Qingliang mountain, and the young lord regaining the title of pillar of the state, it had nothing to do with their family. Generally speaking, the family of four lived better and better. As for the Jingguan Taoist temple in the gourd mouth of Yuzhou province, the fierce battle in Huda city in Liangzhou province, the hundreds of thousands of nameless steals in Qingliang mountain, and the young lord regaining the title of pillar of the state, it had nothing to do with their family. His wife had walked to his side at some point. She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Is Mr. Lu unwilling to read the letter for us?" Lu Deyuan scratched his head and hummed in acknowledgement. His face was full of guilt. The woman, who was not beautiful but had a gentle temperament, smiled and did not say anything. Suddenly, a child ran into the courtyard while crying. When he saw his parents, who were squatting and standing, he stopped in his tracks and raised his arm to wipe his tears. He sobbed sadly, "I don't have a father like you. You're a good-for-nothing, and you don't have a backbone. I don't want to leave Bailiang with my mother." Lu Deyuan was stunned. The woman said angrily, "Xiangzhu, mother doesn't allow you to talk to father like that." The child had never seen his mother get angry before. He was so stunned that he even forgot to cry. Lu Deyuan secretly pulled his wife's sleeve and said softly, "Xiao, don't be angry at the child." The woman was still angry and glared at him. "You have no manners. Mr. Lu taught you how to read and write. Did he teach you how to scold people?" The child became more and more aggrieved. He simply hugged his head and squatted on the ground, sobbing pitifully and helplessly. The man stood up and gently carried the child back to the house. After sitting on the bench, he rubbed the child's head and smiled. "Xiangzhu, I'm not angry that you scolded father like that. Instead, I'm very happy." The child wiped his face carelessly and secretly glanced at his mother sitting across the table. Seeing that her face was still gloomy, the child continued to be silent. Anyway, the neighbors all laughed at his father for being a silent Lu Deyuan. He could only blame his father and not Lu Xiangzhu for being a silent Lu Deyuan. The man was about to say something to his wife when she said softly, "Deyuan, you're the man in charge of the house. Whatever you say goes. However, when you reach the border, remember to wear warm clothes. The weather is cold and the snow is heavy in winter. You have to work often. After all, this is not your home. You can always have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Oh right, I'll prepare 3 more pairs of cotton shoes for you. Don't complain that the soles are too thick." Listening to the woman's endless chatter, the man was not impatient at all. He responded with a smile and occasionally lowered his head to pick up a piece of meat for the child who was sitting in his arms and eating. In the end, the child had a temperament that could not bear grudges. He was like this to his peers, let alone his own parents. Soon, the child raised his head and said angrily, "Father, I'm telling you. Mr. Lu told us that according to Bailiang's military law, if a person is to be killed, he or she will not be killed. According to the military law, those who cower before battle will be beheaded. You're lucky that you're not a soldier of the border army. Otherwise, humph." The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. The woman leaned forward and picked up another piece of meat for the child's bowl. She laughed angrily. "I can't shut your mouth. Every night when you're doing your homework, you often nap. I've never seen you so energetic." The child made a face and ate the fragrant stewed meat with oil dripping from his mouth. He turned his head to look at his father and asked seriously, "Father, do you know how many beheadings there are in Bailiang's military law?" The man asked, "Do you know?" The intelligent child rolled his eyes. "In any case, there are a lot." The Su family of Bailiang's military had always been known for its ruthlessness. It was said that the butcher had once jokingly said that Su Xiao was an uncouth man who did not know how to read the word dou in the Hall of Wuying. He only knew the stupidest way, which was to kill people. He was not careless when killing the enemy and never showed mercy when killing the soldiers under his command. That was why he had the military force he had today. Those who retreated before the battle were killed. Those who were greedy for merit and killed innocent people were killed. Those who ambushed early were killed. Those who abandoned their weapons and horses without reason were killed. If the sergeant died in battle, and the entire troop survived, the entire troop was beheaded. If the commandant died in battle, and the first commandant survived, the entire commandant was beheaded. Of course, in addition to these bloody and ironclad rules in the Bailiang border army, there were also subordinates who did not reward them for meritorious service. Regardless of whether it was the commanding officer or sergeant, the entire camp was beheaded. Those who were greedy for military pay and pensions, no matter how many there were beheaded. When the man heard the child's words, he laughed loudly. The child suddenly said, "Father, after Mother and I go to that place called Songbai County in the Central Plains, will our family have the money to buy a bigger house?" The middle-aged man laughed. "That's very difficult. I haven't saved much silver over the years. The Central Plains are richer than our Lingzhou." The child made a no sound and was a little disappointed. Chapter 19:14. The man continued with a smile. "But don't worry, I won't forget to send you money in the future when I reach North Rejecting City." The child shook his head like an old man. As the saying goes, riches and honor cannot be corrupted, poverty cannot be shaken, might cannot be subdued. That's what a real man is. The man asked curiously, "What do you mean by that? Can you explain it to me?" The child chuckled. "It means Mr. Lu said that the sage of the Zhang family said it." "You don't even know this, Dad. You're really ignorant." The man was gratified. "It's okay if I'm ignorant, as long as you and your brother are." At the mention of his brother, the child immediately said proudly, "I'm far from my brother. Even Mr. Lu said that my brother is amazing." The man laughed heartily. "Aren't you both my son?" The woman looked at the father and son with a gentle smile. She didn't know anything about war, nor did she know anything about knowledge. She only relied on her many years of daily necessities, and saw a lot of people and things. She understood a simple truth. Some men would only say the harshest words to the people closest to them. However, some men would save their best temper for their family members. Her man was the latter. Therefore, whether it was the calmness of the past 10 years or the gossip of the neighbors, she didn't feel that marrying this man back then was a mistake. The child asked, "Dad, where was your hometown in the past? Is it that Songbai County?" The man nodded. "Yes, but when I was your age, life wasn't good. There was no one left in the family and I couldn't survive, so I left my hometown." The child laughed rudely. "No wonder the neighbors said that my mother fell for you. They're really blind." This time, the woman didn't get angry. She only covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The man was even less angry. He looked at his wife. "That's right." The child asked worriedly, "Dad, is my brother really going to study in that Gangnam-do? When will he be able to meet us in Songbai County?" The man said softly, "I don't know either. When I was young, I swore that my son would have to study in the future. I always felt that studying was the best. No matter what he did, no matter how much money he earned, it was nothing. I lost my parents a long time ago. I only know that more than 10 generations before me were farmers. Therefore, when I came to Bailiang, I met your mother, Xiangzhu. I was really lucky. Otherwise, if you and your brother were like me, you wouldn't be able to study." The child muttered, "Then why don't you treat Mother better?" The man said helplessly, "That's all I can do. There's nothing I can do." The woman's eyes curved into crescents. The man said that he was very lucky, but she felt that she was very happy. On the day the mother and daughter left Longqing County City with their luggage, this man slowly returned to the city along the post road. When he returned to this small and shabby alley, he thought for a moment. Carrying the only 2 pig legs left in his house, he went to 2 places one after the other. One was secretly placed in front of the old man's house at the end of the street, and the other was delivered to Mr. Lu's house. During this process, the man didn't know how many people rolled their eyes at him and spat at him. In the end, the man returned home, and took out the wooden box covered in dust from under his bed. He never opened this box, and his wife was also considerate and never asked about it. This man, who had lived in this small street for more than 10 years and had always been silent, carried the heavy wooden box to the courtyard. He squatted down and used his strength to wipe away the dust. The man muttered to himself, "My 2 old friends, not long after you accompanied me to Bailiang, The great general led us to fight that battle in Baimang. It was really sullen. We won and retreated. Many people and I left the border army in anger. Later, we found out that it was the old emperor of Liang's scheme. It turned out that he was afraid that we would destroy Baimang in one breath. And then he wouldn't be able to sit on the dragon throne anymore. All these years, I really didn't have the face to see you guys. Hey, as for fighting, I Lu Deyuan joined the army at the age of 14. In the second year, I became a corporal. At the age of 16, I became a commandant. At the age of 18, I followed the great general to the grave as the deputy general of a battalion. What was there to be afraid of? I also left the border army early. Otherwise, when little bastards like Wang Lingbao and Li Mofan see me, wouldn't they have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves? The commoners on this street were somewhat puzzled. After the sound of horse hooves, they saw 7 to 8 elite cavalry wearing armor and carrying swords stop in front of Lu Deyuan's house. This made the commoners somewhat worried. They scolded Lu Deyuan, that foreign coward, but after all, they had been neighbors for more than 10 years. Lu Deyuan wasn't a bad person. Everyone had deep feelings for each other. Otherwise, why would they scold him to his face? This big enigmatic Lu De better not offend the government's garrison. The leader of the elite cavalry was a tall and sturdy man in his 40s. He was now the main general of the local army stationed in Longqing County. He had been a commandant of the cavalry for more than 10 years. The commoners of Longqing County might not know him personally, but they all knew that this person was highly regarded by Lingzhou's General Han Laozhan. It was said that he was brothers with Hong Shuwen, who was born in the Red Phoenix Battalion. In the future, how could a commandant with real power or a deputy general of a province run away? One of the commandant's trusted subordinates asked softly, "Commandant, who are you sending off? Why do you need to personally come out? Normally, you wouldn't even be in the mood to look at those people who are close to the Zhong family. How could there be such an arrogant fellow in our Longqing County?" The commandant sneered. "Those embroidered pillows aren't even fit to feed the horse of the person in the house." Then the commandant proudly said, "Back then, I was the one who fed his horse." This kind of thing could be used to brag? The cavalry looked at each other. Did our commandant's head get clipped by a door recently? He wasn't like this in the past. His eyes were very high. When the cavalry finally saw the man with the luggage step out of the courtyard, they were all stunned. His figure could be considered sturdy and tall. They couldn't tell that he was a person with 3 heads and 6 arms. The commandant quickly dismounted from his horse. Then he led a horse that no one was riding and walked forward. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Longqing County Cavalry Commandant Ma Yunjing. Greetings to old Deputy General." The man with the luggage was holding a long item wrapped tightly in cotton cloth. He glanced at Ma Yunjing, who had purposely avoided contact with him in the past decade, and said exasperatedly, "When you call someone else, you have the word deputy in your official position. Are you scolding me? Do you think you are a great general? Great Peace City likes to greet those military generals with the word deputy, and the civil officials who are second in command?" Ma Yunjing shrunk his neck and didn't dare to answer. This man called Lu Deyuan looked around. He straightened and cupped his fists. "I, Lu Deyuan, thank everyone for taking care of me in these years." The people on the 2 sides of the street were puzzled and didn't know what to do. Lu Deyuan hung the armor bag on the side of the saddle, and then skillfully mounted the horse. Regardless of whether they won or lost the battle outside Liangzhou Pass, he, Lu Deyuan, had no thoughts of returning to Lingzhou alive. He hadn't worn armor or touched a blade for more than a decade. How could he not kill to recoup his losses? Ma Yunjing reminded in a soft voice, "Old soldiers of Bailiang, according to the law, can carry a blade on the streets." Lu Deyuan raised an eyebrow. He finally took off the cotton cloth that was wrapped around the long item, and revealed an old battle blade that hung from his waist. Lu Deyuan turned to look at Ma Yunjing, who could not possibly follow him out of the pass. "If we lose, there is nothing to discuss. If we win, if my 2 sons return to Lingzhou in the future, tell them that their father is a butcher, but also one of the cavalry of the Su family." Ma Yunjing nodded furiously. He had thousands of words, but only 2 words came out of his mouth: "Take care." Lu Deyuan glanced sideways and said, "Little brat, in the past, I knew that you were useless. As expected, you only became a shoddy commandant today. Ma Yunjing's face flushed red. Lu Dayuan suddenly took down the battle blade and threw it to Ma Yunjing. He laughed and said, "Fine, I'm going to use the new cold blade to kill the enemy. Since you fed the horse for so long in the past, I'll give you this one." Ma Yunjing felt as if he had received a treasure. Such a man actually had tears in his eyes. This battle blade was the first generation of the Su family's blade. It symbolized the rise of the Su family's cavalry in the land of spring and autumn. It symbolized the invincibility of the Su family's cavalry in the Central Plains. It was also because of the Su family's old cavalry camp that the current Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. And this man was from one of the Su family's old cavalry camps, the Manjia camp. First-class cavalry Lu Dayuan. The people on this street naturally did not know that after General Su Xiao grew old, he had many times lamented to the civil and military officials in the meeting hall of Mount Qingliang. In the past, that kid called Lu Dayuan was the fiercest in battle. He was comparable to Lu Qiu. He was really not a coward. Chu Lushan would always complain that he was wronged, but that guy surnamed Lu always charged forward with all his might. He never paid attention to the art of war, so he was definitely not as good as me. Yuan Zuozong would tear him down, but he never lost even once. Butcher would nod and say, "Yes, he's like me." And then a certain young man would mock him with his Royal Highness. Around the beginning of autumn this year, many of the Su family's old soldiers like Lu Dayuan began to rush out of the pass. And they were the backbone of the Bailiang cavalry. At this time, Lu Dayuan and Ma Yunjing urged their horses out of the city together, mumbling something. The young elite cavalry could only hear the faint sound, but it was not very clear. After Ma Yunjing sent Lu Dayuan to the road outside the city, he watched him leave, speechless for a long time. Finally, when he turned his horse around, Ma Yunjing also mumbled, "My Su family's Manjia camp, the scouts roam everywhere, that is to scatter, the camp does not move, it is to support the beam." Chapter 1915. For the common people of the marketplace, building a house was a top priority, and erecting a beam to signify the completion of a new house was also a top priority. Thus, on the day a country, prefecture, frontier fortress, city, or military town was completed, the meaning behind the hanging of a plaque was equivalent to the raising of a beam for the common people. As a result, the significance was extremely important. Today, the day for the hanging of the plaque for the city outside Liang'o Pass had arrived. They did not deliberately choose an auspicious day. Instead, when the last main wall was completely completed, they unanimously passed a resolution that the hanging of the plaque on that day could not be delayed. It was not that the large group of Bailiang bosses, supervising the construction of the city, did not care. It was truly that the situation was urgent, and they could not afford to care about such things as adding flowers to the brocade. Otherwise, the group of civil officials led by Bailiang's Taoist administrator Li Gongda had spent almost an entire year in this godforsaken place. Practically everyone had to eat the yellow earth and drink the wind and sand with the soldiers and laborers every day. After investing so much effort, how could they not want to find an auspicious day to hang up the plaque? This kind of deep affection was perhaps no less than when a daughter was married off. The construction of this city could be said to be unprecedented. Not only was it larger than the first border city in the northwest, Huta City, it also took less time. Apart from the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry and the 9,000 or so heavy cavalry of the Wei Xiong and the Jihu, almost all of the Liang'o border army took turns participating in the construction of the city. Of course, all of the young and strong soldiers and craftsmen in the pass, Liangling, and Serene provinces were conscripted. In addition to the endless stream of Bailiang commoners who went to Liangzhou Pass on their own, the number of people building the city was always maintained at around 100,000. In history, the so-called, using the entire nation's power to build a majestic city or a huge town, oftentimes the emphasis was on conserving the people's labor and not delaying the farming time. Most of the time, in 30 days quickly build a wall, and then intermittently take several years to complete the construction. But this time in Bailiang, the Su family on Mount Qingliang had nearly exhausted all of their wealth to build the city's main wall. It was simply a magnificent feat of cutting off the cauldrons and sinking the boats. Just the loess used to build the main wall had already hollowed out 2 small hills south of the city, Longzhou and Hui. At dawn, Li Gongda and his neighbor, Song Chongsui, the Mahis school's deputy supervisor, got up early together. After ascending the city wall and strolling on the wide horse path, the administrator, who had lost 20 pounds at some point, subconsciously stamped his feet out of habit. The old man with white hair smiled proudly. With me, the miserly Gongda, keeping an eye on them all day long, who would cut corners? Besides, no one would dare to slack off. This was not a matter of money. Instead, it was the most obvious principle in front of everyone. If this city exists in Liangzhou, it will exist. If this city dies, it will perish. He was the leader of Bailiang's civil officials, who had lived a smooth life in the officialdom. Although he had lost a lot of weight, his body looked much more robust. If the officials of Lingzhou could come here, they would be shocked to see official Li. They might not even recognize him. The slipperiness that Li Gongda had accumulated for most of his life in the officialdom had completely disappeared. Instead, it was an invisible heroic spirit that could only be possessed by someone who came from a family of generals. The old man was a scholar after all. He reached out his hand and touched the inner wall. He chuckled and said, "In the past, in the conference hall of Qingliang Mountain, where there were more martial arts than literature, I could never understand what the general was talking about with those rough men. Something about a horse path or a parapet. It was only when I came here that I realized. Just like this parapet, I had actually read about it in books a long time ago. Many frontier poems have sung about it. It's called disdainful gaze. Parapet, parapet, it's still better to call it that way. Every time I walk around the city, I will think about that little girl at home who makes people worry. In the past, it was that fellow from Hanlin Academy that made us feel helpless. Now that I think about it, it was the general who had foresight. He said that in the world, when a father and a daughter raise a child, it would be easier to raise a son and more troublesome to raise a daughter." Song Chongsui said in a deep voice, "Old Li, you also know that I am not the kind of person who likes to praise people. Your Hanlin Academy is really not bad. The battle on the Longyan Plains was beautifully fought. Bei Meng, Dongzhua's elite scouts, including Crow Palanzi, were all wiped out. This battle was really satisfying." Li Gongda, whose lips were chapped, twirled his beard and smiled. "That's right. This kind of thing only feels comfortable when an outsider praises it. As a father, no matter how much I say, it always feels wrong. To tell the truth, old Song, you really can keep your composure. I've been waiting for you to say these words for quite some time. It's been so stifling that I'm about to suffer internal injuries." Song Chongsui said helplessly, "Before this, I was so busy that my head was in a mess. How could I have the slightest bit of energy to chat with you?" Li Gongda sighed with emotion. "That's true. I boast that I have quite a lot of experience as an official in this life. In short, I ponder and ponder all day long about other people. Although it can't be said that I don't do anything at all, to personally attend to everything like this is unimaginable. It feels like in just one short year, I have repaid all the practical experience that I Li Gongda owe an officialdom for a lifetime." Song Chongsui smiled knowingly. Li Gongda suddenly slapped heavily on the arrow pile and said loudly, "If such a good city wall can't be defended, not only will they be killed by the Bei Meng barbarians, but they will also be scolded half to death by me." Song Chongsui was stunned and then looked around. The inside and outside of the city was the most familiar scene of the construction of the city. The chanting rose and fell one after another. Although the huge city under his feet could already be hung with a plaque, there was still a considerable amount of work to be done. The Mahis scholar asked softly with a smile, "Can you really bear to scold them?" Li Gongda, who was originally aggressive, suddenly lost his arrogance and only whispered softly, "There are so many Bailiang frontier army men. I, Li Gongda, can bear to scold my son, but I can't bear to scold them." The newly appointed provincial governor of Liangzhou, Bai Yu, could go to Mount Wudong to meet friends and slack off. However, as the transport officer and deputy provincial governor of Bailiang Road, a certain someone could not rest for a moment. He traveled non-stop from Qingsong City in Liuzhou to Qingyuan Army Town at the western gate of Liangzhou until he lifted the curtain of the carriage and could see the outline of the magnificent city outside the pass. It seemed that ever since Su Beiji left Mount Qingliang for Lingzhou, he had been constantly on the move. As the provincial governor of purchasing rice, he had built granaries all over his territory and served as the transport officer of a road. He was in charge of strategizing about the transport of grain. In between, he had gone to Lianghuai Road to meet with Han Lin in private. Not long ago, he went to Mount Lantua in the western region to bring 20,000 monk soldiers to the defense line of Qingtsang City in Liuzhou. This time, after attending the plaque-hanging ceremony, he immediately went to Lingzhou and personally watched the grain cooling before he could be at ease. In these years, he did not have a fixed residence. It seemed that if he was not on horseback, he was in the carriage. In any case, it was always bumpy. Outside this carriage, there was not a single elite cavalry of the Bailiang frontier army escorting it. Logically speaking, with Su Beiji's high rank and his great importance to the upcoming Battle of Liangmeng, even if they sent him 1,000 Bailiang cavalry as a retainer, it would not be an exaggeration. However, it was precisely because of this that the position of this young strategist in the Su family's Mount Qingliang, and in the hearts of the young kings, was even more unparalleled. This was because there were only 80 people escorting the carriage. 80 riders, all carrying swords. 80 people of the Wu family's sword tomb. The current generation sword crown Wu Luding, the swordsman Suehua who carried the ancient sword Su of Gozhouzian on his back, the demon Zhu Huang who was notorious even in the sword tomb, Helian who had a deep understanding of the way of the sword maniac, Zhang Wantai, Gongsun Xiushui, Nalan Huayu. If this could not be considered as extravagant, then there was probably no retainer in the world that could be considered as elite. Although Su Beiji, whose face was full of exhaustion, was extremely sleepy, he still could not fall asleep. Several times he closed his eyes but did not open them for a long time. He simply sat cross-legged, took out Li Yishan's old handbook from his bosom, and gently flipped through it. He had heard from Su Fengnian that the Tide Listening Pavilion's large golden signboard was personally written by the old Emperor Li Yang. The 4 large characters of Bailiang Palace on the gate of Mount Qingliang were written by Princess Consort Wu Su. After that, when the first city outside Bailiang's pass needed to be built, Su Zhao's original intention was for a boor like him to not make a fool of himself, so he wanted Li Yishan to do it for him. However, Li Yishan did not agree, so Ren Tu could only go to Wutong'an to seek advice on writing from His Royal Highness. In the end, who knew how many baskets of waste rice paper were filled with it? Only then did the 3 words Huta City appear. Su Xiao had once joked that he, Ren Tu, had even finished writing the words for his next life. Later on, for example, the signboard in the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion within Qingtsang City was the words chosen by the young vassal king from his master Li Yishan's writings. This was because Li Yishan's contributions to Bailiang went without saying, and Li Yishan's contributions to Liuzhou were even more profound. Before the Tide Listening Pavilion and Wutong'an's treasured antiques were scattered all over the central plains, Su Beiji and Su Fengnian once had a very relaxed and leisurely conversation. You don't feel sorry for them? Who do you think I, Su Fengnian, am? I am Su Zhao's eldest son. What kind of good things have I not seen in this world? When have I ever been such a stingy person? Back in the day, when it came to those wandering heroes from other places, those poor scholars who could write beautiful poems, and those fortune-tellers who set up stalls, I would always throw away 1,000 gold without even blinking an eye. Oh. Then why was it that when I casually picked up the toddler climbing urn painting and threw the mountain journey, inkstone into the box, your eyes were blinking so hard that they could fan up a great wind? I was just reminding you to be a bit more gentle. If you bump into something and damage its appearance, it won't be easy to sell it. Appearance? It's nothing more than the cheap price of a few dozen, or a few hundred dan of grain. Isn't it a bit pretentious to talk about appearance? Chapter 1916. The difference between each item is a few stones of grain. Many a little makes a mickle. It's already a lot. You really don't feel bad? I don't feel bad. Zhu Zi, you've asked me this question at least 7 or 8 times. Oh, I don't know why, but every time I ask you this question, I feel quite happy. It's much better than drinking the green ant wine. Zhu Zi, you go ahead with your work. I'm going to drink the green ant wine. I'll ask you one last time. I really don't feel bad. That's not it. I just want to ask, all your belongings have been ruined by me. What about the betrothal gifts for your wife? Same old rules. Cucumber. Salad. Su Beiji kept the notebook and stopped his thoughts. He lifted the curtains and looked at the majestic northwestern new city. In a chaotic world, the most worthless things were external possessions. When even human lives were worthless, what else could be valuable? Hongjia's journey to the north, which caused countless scholars to become homeless, had long proven this point. In the old days, the Duke and Marquis Hall flew into the homes of ordinary people. Countless priceless antiques, calligraphy, and paintings were first picked up from the mud, the toilets in the countryside, under the peddlers' tables, and under the tiles in the corners of small courtyards. It was only in the peaceful times when there was no smoke of war that they became valuable again. Su Beiji originally wouldn't have sold them at such a low price. However, after the spring snow building incident, the Central Plains had become chaotic. It had only been 20 years since Hongjia's journey to the north. Most of the older generation of scholars still remembered it clearly. This group of people wouldn't buy things at such a time. No matter how cheap they were, could they be compared to things that were given for free after the war? Therefore, unless it was a rich and scholarly family that was truly obsessed with the scholarly and had a hobby of collecting, they would only come after hearing the news. It was one thing for them to come to Bailiang. Whether they could use their face and connections to buy the things they wanted was another matter. Whether the first-class officials of great and city who had enjoyed 20 years of prosperity on the water transport were willing to give face and open a back door was the third matter. These officials with deep backgrounds were all willing to take out grain from the rivers under their jurisdiction for the sake of money or friendship. However, after weighing the thighs of their families, whether it was enough to compete with Wen Tai, the deputy administrator of the Jinggan Road, and Ma Zhongxian, the deputy Jidushi of the Jinggan Road, whether they dared to be unafraid that these two influential border officials would hold a grudge against them was the fourth matter. However, the most important matter was not that the cultural relics were sold cheaply, or that the grain was cooled. It was that Bailiang could use this to follow the Guangling Road and infiltrate the Fish Dragon Gang and the Whispering Room into Qingzhou's Xiangfan City. Once Hexabai City was lost, Liang'o and Liuzhou were destined to disappear. Then the remaining troops of Bailiang's border army would not be too helpless. Even if Chen Jibao had already left a backup plan in Shishu to deal with the Su family, Bailiang's cavalry would still have a way to enter the hinterland of the Central Plains. Since this was the case, how could Su Beiji not be a prodigal? However, when Su Beiji proposed this idea directly, the young king agreed without a second thought. This made his well-prepared speech meaningless. In the depths of Su Beiji's heart, there was a hidden thought that he would not say out loud. That was, as long as Bailiang won the second battle of Liangmang. Then, how could Bailiang not participate in the battle of the Central Plains? Su Beiji sighed and was about to put down the curtain. A rider who was close to the carriage rode closer and asked with a smile, "Deputy Provincial Governor, why are you so anxious to enter the city?" The person who asked was Nailan Huayu, a female swordsman of the Sword Tomb who was shrewish but meticulous. After all, she was a woman who had won the Rouge Award twice in a row. Although she was not young, she was still charming, especially when she was riding a horse with a sword on her back. It was indeed a beautiful scene. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Nailan Huayu, if I sold your sword for 3 or 4 taels of silver, would you feel sad?" Nailan Huayu was confused, then she smiled sweetly and said, "Let's not talk about whether I feel sad or not, but I will definitely beat you up until your parents can't recognize you." Su Beiji smiled and said, "You haven't answered the question yet." Nailan Huayu laughed and said, "I don't feel sad. I don't know your relationship with the prince. If you dare to sell my things like this, I dare to go to Tide Listening Pavilion to get better things. My sword has a history of 100 years, and the material is ordinary. It's not worth 100 taels of silver. Why would I feel sad?" Su Beiji smiled and sighed inexplicably, "I feel sad." Nailan Huayu, who had always been unscrupulous, couldn't help but tease, "Sir Su, did your brain get damaged by the carriage?" Su Beiji suddenly smiled and said, "Nailan Huayu, do you want to know what someone said about you?" Nailan Huayu narrowed her eyes like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Of course, as one of the top swordsmen of the Wu family, she was more powerful than a tigress. Su Beiji lowered his voice and said, It looks like you want to know. That person said that Nailan Huayu must be very tired. Nailan Huayu frowned and didn't say a word. Su Beiji glanced at her and quickly put down the curtain. Nailan Huayu followed his line of sight and lowered her head slightly. It seemed to be her own chest. Nailan Huayu suddenly realized and didn't get angry. She laughed and scolded the carriage loudly. You don't have the heart, he doesn't have the guts. Neither of you are good people. Su Beiji, who was lying in the carriage, smiled and slowly closed his eyes. In fact, Su Fingyan didn't say that annoying comment. However, Su Beiji felt that Guy was someone who would say such things, so he said it for him. However, Nailan Huayu didn't have the guts to say it. It was very chewy. Su Beiji thought about it and felt it was very interesting. Su Beiji, who was resting with his eyes closed, said to himself, so many people have died at Mayanku in the western region. People have also started to die in Qingsong City in Liuzhou. Next will be outside Liangzhou Pass. So I hope that one day in the future, Nailan Huayu, you can tell him what's in your heart. So you have to live, you also have to live. Between the last two sentences, Su Beiji paused for a long time. The White Horse Bazaar outside the new city was called a bazaar, but it was no different from the slightly larger town in Lingzhou. And this bustling bazaar was definitely the most chaotic place in the world. There were the Bailiang Frontier Army in armor patrolling inside and outside, the Jianghu people who participated in the western region's encirclement and suppression of the demon, the various merchants of Lingzhou who came here to do business, the scholars of the Central Plains who came here to enjoy the scenery of the frontier fortress, the citizens of the three provinces in Bailiang who came here to participate in the construction of the city, the Taoist priests and monks who helped to read divination and write letters to their families, the seedlings and commoners who came here to join the army full of passion but were rejected, the wanderers who came here to fish in troubled waters. Occasionally, one could even see the civil officials of Bailiang who came here in twos and threes to rest, drink green ant wine, and serve a plate of peanuts and a bowl of spiced beef. They came and went quickly. There were scholars from various academies who came here to study under the lead of the old scholars. It was said that not long ago, Master Yu of the Shangyin School, who was famous in the Central Plains, also brought her disciples who were well-read in poetry to travel here. There were also rumors that Master Yu of the Shangyin School had an unclear relationship with our prince. Everyone was either busy or leisurely, but they all knew that the moment the young prince appeared in the new city, the second battle was the Battle of Liangmang. It was the real beginning. For thousands of years, whether it was the Central Plains or the grassland, the cavalry army with the largest number would go all the way to the south until they met the cavalry with the strongest combat power. Today was the day that the signboard of the North Rejecting City was hung. The sun was high in the sky. The White Horse Bazaar was getting more and more crowded. People couldn't help but follow the two walls to the north. Then, the laborers and commoners who participated in the construction of the city were able to stop their work and leave the city from the east and west gates, joining the two large and dense groups. The North Rejecting City, the North Rejecting City. The main gate was naturally in the north, where the Bailiang Frontier Army pointed their swords, where the Su family cavalry pointed their spears. They had already gone north for 20 years. How did the people of the Central Plains know? How did the Liang Imperial Court calculate? Our Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world, and we don't care about them. Bailiang Governor-General Chu Lushan and Bailiang Taoist advisor Li Gongda led many civil and military officials. They had already gathered at the main gate of the North Rejecting City. They set up ladders and waited for the signboard with the Bailiang Su word flag to be raised up high and hung on the city wall. The 10,000 great snow dragon cavalry were like white snow surging on the ground. Under the lead of Yuan Zuozong, they were the first to stop on the vast empty land north of the city. Following closely behind were the two heavy cavalry armies, the Fat Tiger Army and the Wei Bear Army. They stopped at the left and right wings of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Finally, it was He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's troops outside of Bailiang Pass. After the thunder of horse hooves, there was a short moment of silence. Who knows who was the first to raise their head and look over? Everyone saw a dazzling white rainbow streaking across the distant sky. That white rainbow landed on the city wall. When he appeared, Li Gongda and Chu Lushan exchanged glances and smiled. They started to raise the signboard. That young man waited until the giant signboard hung above the city gate, before he slowly pulled out the sword by his waist. At the same time, the cavalry below the city gate all pulled out their Baelyang swords. The water was deep and silent. The sound of the horse hooves of the Baelyang cavalry was the most majestic war drum sound in the world. Sudao. North rejecting city. That scene. Halberd crossing the river. In another 100 or 1,000 years, it would still be a legend. Chapter 1917. After reading and hanging the plaque on the city wall, Administrator Li Gongda led Su Fengnian to the general's mansion near the south gate. The main imperial road ran through the north and south, and the civil and military offices in the city were located on both sides of the mansion. Along the way, Li Gongda, one of the two city governors, talked endlessly. He talked about the height of the main city wall, the length of the double roads, the number of crossbows on the city wall, the inventory of arrows and armor, and so on. He was so familiar with it that it was like he was reporting how much silver was in a box or how many copper coins were in a cabinet. The administrator was even able to blurt out details such as how many Northern Mang catapults a single wall could withstand, how many Northern Mang soldiers would surround the city, and how many other details such as how many Northern Mang soldiers would attack the city. He also knew the mobilization of troops on this central axis, how to build a second line of defense once the main city gate was breached, and how the small-scale cavalry would assist in the defense at the crucial moment. Not to mention Su Fengnian, Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong looked at each other. Jean Partridge Zhou Infantry Deputy Commander Gu Dazu, and other generals all widened their eyes. In the past, in Lingzhou in the south of the Great Wall, it was recognized that the power was in the Zhong family and the money was in the Li family. Everyone in the officialdom of Baelyang knew that this stingy official was good at making money. They had never heard that Li Gongda could do things so flawlessly. Approaching the general's mansion that had not yet been completed, Li Gongda suddenly smiled and said, "The Beijua city used up all the giant trees collected from the deep mountains and forests of Nanzhou and Shishu, and then stored in Baelyang for many years. The giant stones needed to build the city almost turned the cave of Lanyu upside down. Let's not talk about these distant places. I believe that when you look to the south, you can't see the two hills at the head of the dragon and the tail of the tiger. From the first garrison in the pass to the north to build the city outside the pass, and then most of the border army took turns to work here. And the people in the pass were countless." Speaking of this, the old man stopped talking and smiled. Li Gongda, a civil official who had an extremely bad reputation among the generals in Baelyang, was in high spirits at this moment. He was not the slightest shadow of the sycophantic official of the Su family in the conference hall of Mount Qingliang in the early years. At that time, except for Chu Lushan, who came from the same sect, and did not have a high rank at that time, no one was willing to pay attention to Li Gongda, the chief official of a province. Yan Jieshi, a famous scholar, naturally disdained to be associated with him. Even Tian Peifong, the former provincial governor of Liangzhou, who had now resigned, could not bring himself to call this person his brother. At that time, when Baelyang was determined to build Baelyang City, everyone mistakenly thought that the young vassal king did not really intend to let Li Gongda preside over the overall situation. Instead, he wanted to send the administrator, who had turned the officialdom of Lingzhou into a mess, out of the pass and hide him from then on. First, it was a legitimate reason to demote him, and second, it was to pave the way for Su Beiji, Chen Shiliang or Chang Sui, and other trusted subordinates. Little did they know that Li Gongda really had a firm foothold in Baelyang City. Song Zhongsui, Tian Peifong, and Wang Lingquan, the deputy governors in charge of the three specific directions, followed the administrator's lead. They did not have any intention of overthrowing Li Gongda, and Li Gongda lived up to everyone's expectations and quickly got into his role. It had to be said that for a person who could become a civil official in Baelyang, when he was really practical, he was not careless and did everything himself. In the words of Li Gongda's private chat with Song Zhongsui, he was putting an end to the official career, living with the generals and craftsmen. He had experience in prospecting, tamping earth, materials, military manuals, stockpiling grain, and so on. Although he could not be called omniscient, he could not be considered an outsider. In the end, he could bow his head and command. Suddenly, Li Gongda continued craftily, "Your Highness, Mount Qingliang cannot skimp on all expenses for tonight's celebration banquet. The old infantry commander, Yan Wenwan, who had probably never chatted with Li Gongda in his entire life, spoke up for the first time. Official Li is not at all overboard in taking advantage of the situation this time. Su Fengnian pointed at Bailiang, who was beside him. The transport envoy is here, he said with a laugh. Our head shopkeeper in charge of money is here. His words carry more weight than mine. Su Beiji hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, that's good. Originally, I had intercepted a chest that contained roughly 2 paintings by Sui Ying, the painting saint of the Great Feng dynasty. One was a green Buddha's hand-ink stone made by the emperor of the southern Tang dynasty, and the other was a jade seal of the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty. There were 15 or 16 pieces scattered about. It wouldn't be difficult to sell them for 5,000 or 6,000 taels of silver. After the celebration banquet, you can go to Mount Qingliang and Mount Qingliang to move some out. After I sell this chest of items, I should be able to quickly fill this hole. Moreover, I will have some spare money. When the time comes, I will hand it over to Official Li. As soon as Su Beiji's words came out, everyone tacitly turned to look at the young king. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes. The audience burst into laughter. Perhaps Su Beiji was the only one who dared to openly stab the new King Liang. After the celebration banquet, there were 3 parties. The generals were divided into 2 groups. Yan Wenwan, Chen Yinchue, He Zhonghu, Lu Yuanji and Lin Dofang were the veterans who had experienced the Spring and Autumn War. The youngest one, Yuan Zuozong, also participated. For the Su family of Mount Qingliang and the Bailiang Frontier Army, this Yuan Baixiong was indispensable. After all, in terms of military affairs, Yuan Zuozong was the only one who could be compared with the white-clothed war saint Chen Jibao. Although there were many famous generals in Bailiang, the one who could really make Chen Jibao sincerely admire was probably only Yuan Zuozong. Chen Jibao had said many times that Yuan Zuozong was the most underrated general in the Spring and Autumn War. The governor of Bailiang, Chu Lushan, personally led the other group, which included Wang Ji, Chao Xiaojiao, Hong Xinjia and Hong Yu. The deputy provincial governor of Bailiang, Yang Xinxing, also attended the banquet. The third party was a scholar banquet hosted by Li Gongda, Huang Shang and Tian Peifang. Most of the guests were scholars, and many Lu family disciples were also mixed in. Chapter 1918. Su Fengnian drank 1 cup after another. Although he drank a cup of green ant wine in 1 gulp, he only drank 2 small pots of wine after 3 rounds. The main reason was that no one urged him to drink to his death. This wasn't strange. When Su Xiao was still alive, he once said that the worst people in the world were those who relied on their high alcohol tolerance to urge others to drink. When it came to alcohol, one had to drink until they were drunk to their heart's content. Otherwise, they would only suffer. Of course, although Su Xiao said this, he didn't hesitate at all when he caught someone with a lower alcohol tolerance than him. The person being urged to drink would say, "How many battles did you win in the past? You have to drink 1 cup at a time. How many battles did you lose? I, Su Xiao, will help you remember them. If you don't want to be made fun of, you'll feel bad if you don't drink a few cups of wine today, right? Also, who heard that your grandson just started studying and needs to drink wine? Or that your son got beaten black and blue because he fought over a woman? As a father, how sullen are you? You need to drink to relieve your worries." However, although Su Xiao's ability to urge others to drink was unparalleled, as long as he drank with others on Mount Qingliang, no matter how many people he drank with, he would always get drunk. It could even be said that he would vomit whenever he drank. In this way, his alcohol tolerance could be considered mediocre. Don't think that martial artists who were accustomed to life and death drinking were more unbridled. In fact, when scholars drank, that was what was called heroic and uninhibited. Su Fengnian almost couldn't get away from the banquet. For example, the mountain chieftain of Green Deer Cave Academy, Huang Chang, insisted that they both drink 3 cups of wine. Afterwards, Tian Peifang, who had resigned from her position, also began to hit him while he was down, saying that 3 cups was too much, and that he only needed to drink 2 cups with the prince. If it weren't for Su Beiji helping to hold him back, Su Fengnian would probably have to obediently lie down even if he could drink 7 or 8 caddies of green ant wine. In the end, Su Fingnian and Su Beiji, reeking of alcohol, walked out of the general's residence and slowly headed north on the main road. Su Beiji said softly, "Before Li Gongda got drunk, he bought something from me." Su Fingnian was a little surprised and joked, "Did the sun rise from the west? Our administrator has always been interested in collecting gold and silver, and he has always scoffed at antiques." Su Beiji brushed it off with a laugh. "It's just a small private seal. Since it's from the Tide Listening Pavilion's treasury, the material must be extraordinary. In my opinion, it's been passed down through the generations. Due to its frequent use, the color of the ink is excellent. But that's secondary. Do you know what a seal is?" Su Fingnian couldn't help but laugh. "How could I have guessed that?" Su Beiji waved his sleeves, either to get rid of the smell of alcohol, or to get rid of his melancholy. "It's the phrase, 'the heart of an official is like water,' which means to be incorruptible and self-disciplined, and to be as pure as water. I wouldn't have found it strange if Yan Jieshi hadn't left Bailiang all those years ago and had come to buy this small seal, or even if it was Tian Peifong, whose reputation can be considered decent. But Li Gongda coming to buy these words, isn't that a bit comical?" Su Fingnian frowned. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Then guess again, how much silver did Li Gongda spend to buy these words?" Su Fingnian suddenly understood. For this celebration banquet, it's not convenient for Li Gongda to openly pay out of his own pocket. Otherwise, he would be suspected of overstepping his authority and meddling in other people's affairs. So he used this method to help our Mount Qingliang advance the money? Su Beiji extended 2 fingers and waved them around. Su Fingnian couldn't help but laugh. 20,000 silver? In the early years, the only hero in the world who could dig out silver from Li Gongda's hands was that fellow Li Hanlin. Back then, Li Hanlin was the one who paid for all the women and wine. It's just that every time he came home, he couldn't avoid his father's grumbling. Su Beiji shook his head and laughed. 200 silver. Su Fingnian was stunned. 200 silver taels? This Uncle Li. Su Fingnian laughed heartily. This was also the first time he had called Li Gongda Uncle Li. In the end, Su Xiao and Su Fingnian of Bailiang's Su family shared a deep relationship with Li Gongda and Li Hanlin of the Li family. To put it bluntly, back then, when Yan Jieshi betrayed Bailiang, Su Xiao's original intention was to make things difficult for him a bit. He wouldn't go too far, but he definitely wouldn't let Yan Jieshi leave so easily. On the other hand, there had been news from Liang Imperial Court a long time ago that the old Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu had once intended for this person to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, in charge of Guangling Dao and Gangnam-do's tax collection. It had to be known that at the time, Li Gongda was only the provincial governor of a province. Although his rank and salary were the same as that of an assistant minister, Liang's officials had always been one rank higher, let alone an assistant minister with real power who was right in front of the emperor. Therefore, the departure of the scholarly Yan Jieshi was only a pleasant surprise for Liang. On the contrary, it was Li Gongda who stayed that was inconceivable. As for the friendship between Su Fingnian and Li Hanlin, who had played together since childhood, there was even less to say. Su Beiji laughed, squeezing out a word from between his teeth. 1. Su Fingnian thought he had misheard. "What?" Su Beiji exhaled softly, sighing with emotion. "It's 2 million taels of silver." Su Beiji continued, "At the time, Li Gongda told me that he had diligently accumulated this large family business his entire life. Originally, he wanted to let his son Li Hanlin live a carefree life. It's just that he doesn't need it anymore." Su Beiji turned to look at Su Fingnian. He raised his arm, clenched his fist and patted his chest. Previously, the old man patted his chest and told me just like that. He said that I Li Gongda's son Li Hanlin, the dignified officer of Bailiang's White Horse Crossbowmen. What does he need his father's money for? Su Beiji stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the mansion. He repeated the old man's last words. "I, Li Gongda, can be looked down upon by anyone in this lifetime, but I will never be looked down upon by my son." Su Fingnian rubbed his cheeks with both hands and asked softly, "Juzi, do you think I should withdraw Li Hanlin from Liuzhou?" Su Beiji suddenly said angrily, "Bullshit." Su Fingnian laughed, raising his head to look in the direction of Liuzhou to the west. "Li Hanlin will definitely say the same thing. To the north of Qingsong City in Liuzhou, Ko Jianghuai and Su Longxiang had already begun their second frontal assault against Huang Songpu's army. Of the 1,200 Liangzhou's white horse crossbowmen who had rushed to Liuzhou, only half remained. Officer Li Hanlin only had 600 soldiers remaining. Chapter 1919. Autumn was high, the horses were fat, and the water plants were lush. However, the further south one went from Beimang to Gusai Prefecture. The scenery became desolate and boring. It was full of yellow sand. No wonder it was Bailiang. It was so cold and barren that even the wild horses, which were considered the closest to camels, were not used to it. However, it was rumored that the ranches in the Liang'o Pass's Tulong region were a treasured land that produced the world's #1 horses. Because it just happened to have the word long in it, all of the civil and military officials of the northern Mang and the southern dynasties coveted it, viewing it as an exclusive property that was already in their pockets. The few great figures who could speak loudly in the western capital's imperial court had already eagerly announced that they were willing to use the heads of Yang Guangdou, Chen Shiliang, Ko Jianghuai, and the others that were worth more than the nobles' heads in exchange for the ownership of several ranches over there, such as the world-shaking Xianli ranches and Tianjing ranches. However, this expedition to the south was not going well. Not long ago, Xi Jing heard a piece of good news. It was said that the eldest grandson of the Zhong family, who had been promoted to Xiajia because of his military exploits, had successfully convinced the bald donkeys in Mount Lantua to submit to Beimang. However, when the army had just stepped into the desolate Liuzhou border, bad news immediately came. First, a group of Bailiang light cavalry appeared out of nowhere and drove straight into Liuzhou from the border of Liuzhou. They bypassed a series of heavily guarded military towns, such as the Gentleman's Pavilion, and headed straight for Xijing, which shocked the imperial court. Then, 10,000 of Zhong Tan's elite cavalry were blocked at the entrance of Mount Miyun. No one knew whether Zhong Tan was alive or dead. General Zhong Shentong, who was in charge of the second front of the middle line, quickly submitted a letter of apology to the King of Baiting. His Majesty was not at all courteous to the Zhong family. He directly issued a transfer order to the middle line, ordering Zhong Shentong's younger brother, who was also Xiajia's uncle, Zhong Liang, to lead 8,000 elite cavalry and rush to Gusai province to intercept the Bailiang cavalry that had penetrated deep into the hinterland. Nominally, they were under the command of Commander-in-Chief Zhong Shentong. It was obvious that they were saying that the good situation in Liuzhou had been ruined by the Zhong family's descendants, so they should pay off the debt with the lives of 8,000 Zhong family members. If they could stop them, they would let bygones be bygones. If they could not stop them, then they would continue to use the Zhong family to fill in the debt. If Zhong Liang was still not capable enough, then it would be Zhong Shentong's turn to personally take action. There would be no need for him to get involved in the battle outside Liangzhou Pass, and he would obediently go to Gusai province to clean up the mess. After Hong Jingyan died inexplicably on the Longyan Plains, the tens of thousands of Ruren cavalry were leaderless, and in the blink of an eye, they were carved up by the various major factions on the front lines. The major factions of the northern grasslands, who had suffered losses in the first battle of Liangmang, had more or less begun to make their own calculations. After the fall of General Zhong Shentong, how many veteran soldiers of the Zhong family would they be able to get their hands on? On the grasslands, everyone felt awkward when they learned from those scholars of the southern dynasty, who were fond of romance, sitting down and discussing the Tao. However, everyone was familiar with sharing the spoils. The army of Beimang on the western front pushed southward step by step. Their speed was not fast. 10 days ago, this army was suddenly attacked by 10,000 Bailiang Dragon Elephant cavalry. In just 1 hour, the 6,000 vanguard cavalry under Huang Songpu's command were left on the battlefield. From the close combat to the conclusion of the battle, and then to the careless collection of the corpses, many of the nobles of Longguan who had their ambitions in Liangzhou still felt that they had not recovered from the shock. In fact, it could not be said that there were no signs. After the army crossed the border from Gusai Prefecture of the Southern Dynasty into the territory of Liuzhou, their own horse railings had clashed head-on with the Bailiang scouts. Soon, the generals of Beimang who had learned the truth were all stomping their feet and cursing their mothers. Of all things, it was the white horse crossbowmen outside Liangzhou Pass who had come here to cause trouble. Although they had already broken camp and moved southward away from the court, whether it was General Huang Songpu or the generals of Longguan who controlled the elite cavalry of the Southern Dynasty, they had no choice but to pay attention to what was happening in their own backyard. They did not want Hutatown to see the figure of a Bailiang crossbowman. This was the emperor's personal decree in the Western imperial court. What was the result? Fatty Dong's crow railings were all dead. General Lu Gui's black fox railings were also all dead. It was even said that Dongzhuo's brother-in-law had lost his life in the Longyan Plains. In the end, that young Bailiang lieutenant named Li had become famous in the grasslands overnight. Now, he had even swaggered into the northern part of Liuzhou to show off his prowess. Huang Songpu was an experienced veteran on the battlefield. Therefore, when the intelligence reports of the casualties of the horse railings kept coming into his tent, he had already begun to shrink the front line and slow down the speed of advancing southward. Obviously, he did not want to make any mistakes. The backbone of this army was the old king of the southern courtyard, Huang Songpu, who was used to being lawless in the southern dynasty of Beimang. It was very obvious that the main force of this army was the direct descendants of the Jia and Yi families of Longguan. Although Huang Songpu still carried the title of one of the 13 great generals of Beimang, the title of king of the southern courtyard had long been taken off. He was also an old man who had once retired. In the end, the troops that could barely be considered Huang Songpu's direct descendants numbered only 30,000. Compared to Lu Gui, who had been banished to the battlefield of Yuzhou, they were even inferior. To tell the truth, in the first battle of Liangmang, Fatty Dong had personally presided over the situation on the central front, and victory was assured. They had even taken down Huta City, and the corpse of Bailiang's great general Lu Jinu had been sent back to the southern dynasty in a coffin. The situation was very good. On the other hand, the battlefield of Liuzhou, where Lu Gui presided, was at least evenly matched. Although the losses were not small, even the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Wang Lingbao, had died in battle. It was a pity that the Yuzhou side was too much of a burden. Perhaps it was because Yang Yuanzhan was really too old that his army had been completely wiped out. In the end, only the Ruran cavalry managed to escape, which led to the complete defeat of Beimang. Therefore, at the bottom of their hearts, the great and small clans of Longguan did not feel that the Bailiang frontier army was really anything to be afraid of. This was especially true for the troops of Liuzhou that were naturally inferior to the Liang'o cavalry and the Yuzhou infantry. Apart from the Longxiang army that had suffered serious injuries in the first battle, were there any other first-class elites that could be brought out? No matter how wide their eyes were, they would not be able to find any. As a result, almost all of these fellows were suppressing their resentment, especially the lingering Liang'o crossbowmen. They were all the more annoying. Chapter 1920. At dawn, an old man, who had stayed up all night, slowly walked out of the heavily guarded cowhide tent accompanied by several strong retinues. He came to a small slope and looked south. Among the retinues, a middle-aged man, who was dressed like a Confucian scholar from the Central Plains, was particularly eye-catching. Facing the old man, who was still powerful, he did not show any restraint. The old man was tall, with white hair and beard. He wore armor and carried a saber. He did not look old at all. Generally speaking, although they were one generation apart in age, they had the same aura. The old man was Huang Songpu, one of the few great generals in the southern dynasty. The Confucian man was Zhong Liang, who was not well known in the Beimang army. He was a first-class master in the Beimang Jianghu. No one had heard that he had led an army to fight a war. This time, he was supposed to lead 8,000 elite cavalrymen to Gusai State to put out the fire. It was unknown why he took a detour here alone, and let the 8,000 elite cavalrymen of his family go straight to the belly of the southern dynasty. This time, the rise and fall of his family was at stake. Zhong Liang seemed to be taking this too lightly. Zhong Liang happened to see the death of the 6,000 cavalrymen of Beimang. Then he made up his mind not to move. He followed the army to the south and stayed there for so many days. During this period, this martial arts grandmaster of Beimang, who could be described as the only one left, personally took action twice and killed 40 to 50 crossbowmen of Liang'o who had left the battlefield. Ma Lanzi, who was personally taught by Huang Songpu, had quite a reputation in the border army of the southern court. However, compared to Dong Zhuo's Black Crow Lanzi or his peer Lu Gui's Black Fox Lanzi, he was still quite a bit inferior. This was not to say that Huang Songpu's ability to manage the army was inferior to those two. Since the old man was able to control the military of Xijing for so many years, and was able to divide the north and south with Su Huainan, the king of the northern court, naturally he was not an ordinary person. It was just that in these 20 years, Huang Songpu's status as the king of the southern court was far more important than that of a general. He had no choice but to lean towards the court. Since he had become the head of the southern court, he naturally had to seek benefits for the entire Xijing and fight for positions for his colleagues and subordinates with the surname of Longguan. Over time, it was very difficult for him to personally go to the border army. As a result, when he led the army south this time, Huang Songpu could not help but have mixed feelings. He had not been in battle for a long time. Even if he did not fall behind in the art of war, there were many details that he could not operate as smoothly as before. If it was the him from more than 10 years ago, those 6,000 vanguard cavalry would definitely not have the guts to charge forward recklessly, colliding with the 10,000 Longxiang army without permission. However, this was not what truly made the elder feel tired, but rather some inside information that no one knew about. On the surface, it seemed like the disciples of Longguan were unruly and difficult to tame, greedy for merit and rashly advancing, leading to a disadvantageous start. But in reality, Huang Songpu's original intention was to use the vanguard cavalry, whose battle strength was barely satisfactory, as bait, luring the Liuzhou cavalry into the mud. The elder had long prepared 10,000 personal elite cavalry, accumulating power, waiting for the battle to enter a stalemate. At the crucial moment, they would be able to reinforce the battlefield, ultimately making the final decision, swallowing the 10,000 Longxiang army in one gulp. Even if it was 20,000 soldiers and horses for 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry, Huang Songpu would still be a great victory. Regardless of whether it was an empty grandeur or a real situation, it was all like this. However, compared to those soul-stirring cavalry battles with the main forces in the field, in this small-scale battle that could only be called a fleeting moment, Huang Songpu discovered that his strength was somewhat lacking. The first was that he overestimated the strength of the Longguan vanguard cavalry, underestimating the strength of the Longxiang army's charge. It was to the extent that when the 10,000 personal troops entered the battlefield, the original mantis stalking the cicada turned into a pure rescue mission. What was even more fatal was that in the following battle situation, Huang Songpu believed that the commander of the Liuzhou cavalry who launched this surprise attack also had the intention of luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory. Therefore, the prudent Huang Songpu, after a bit of hesitation, even though he had the 10,000 personal elite troops launch a decisive pursuit, he strictly ordered the cavalry generals to not be 50 li away from the main force. This also meant that the amount of military merit was not great, only 50 li away. In the end, that cavalry general brought the elder a truth that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. After chasing for 50 li and hearing the order to stop, the remaining 3,000 or so enemy cavalry swaggered off. Apart from the dozens of white horse crossbowmen roaming far away from the battlefield, this Longxiang army that had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts did not have any reinforcements. How could there be a war like this? The Beiliang border generals who had dealt with Huang Songpu before, be it Huta City's Lu Jinu, the former Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu, or He Zhonghu, none of them had lost their minds like this. Huang Songpu was deeply worried. He raised his eyes and gazed into the distance, frowning without saying anything. The Beimeng great demon general Zhong Liang, dressed in a scholarly robe, glanced at the old general's expression and laughed. Old General Huang, as long as we put aside the vast western regions where the two military towns of Linyao and Fengxiang are located, Liuzhou is actually only so big. No matter how strange Beiliang's military strategy is, it's just a Taoist field in a snail's shell. Even if the Battle of Miyun Pass added another 20,000 Lantua mountain monk soldiers to Beiliang, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Huang Songpu shook his head. Qingyuan military town in Liuzhou's Qingcang city has several elite troops of the Su family's border army coordinating with each other from afar. They also have Yuluandao's Yuzhou light cavalry helping to tear apart the battle lines. Whether it's strategic depth or military strength, We're not as disadvantaged as we imagined. Besides, Zhong Liang continued the conversation, his smile growing wider. What? Old General, are you also worried about West Chu's twin jade pillars, Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai? Are the two of them really planning and strategizing for Beiliang on the Liuzhou battlefield? The old man calmly said, I believe that no general in the present age can underestimate the combined might of these two, right? Zhong Liang, whose graceful bearing was like that of a mountain immortal in a painting, laughed. As long as Liuzhou's military strength doesn't converge in one place, I believe that they won't be old general's match. Right now, the 30,000 Longxiang army, compared to the first battle, although their numbers haven't decreased, and they're all elite cavalry transferred from the left and right cavalry of Liuzhou, their combat strength is still a little lacking. As for Ko Jianghuai's Liuzhou youths, they're all pieced together and won't be able to fight a tough battle. The remaining soldiers of Xie Shibian aren't even worth mentioning. Otherwise, Mount Qingliang and the Governor-General Manor wouldn't have given him 20,000 Lantua mountain monk soldiers. Taking everything into account, Liuzhou only has 70,000 troops, while Old General has 150,000 under you. Moreover, you can receive reinforcements from the Southern Dynasty at any time, as long as you don't collapse in one battle. At this point, Zhong Liang gave a self-deprecating laugh and didn't continue. Firstly, these words were somewhat inauspicious, and secondly, this view was too absurd. Liuzhou wasn't the gourd mouth of Yuzhou, and Huang Songpu wasn't Yang Yuanzan. Furthermore, the Liuzhou border army couldn't even take care of itself, so they couldn't send so many troops into the Liuzhou battlefield. The old man dismissed it with a smile, saying, just Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai, these two young people, were able to make Yin Zhenchuan and Yang Xinxing, these old generals, suffer a great loss. Now that there are even more young people in Lu province, how can an old man like me endure this? Zhong Liang thought about that secret matter inside. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Zhong Liang turned his gaze and looked toward the west of Qingsong City. Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty's elite infantry troops were temporarily transferred from the various military towns. A total of over 30,000 people were sent directly to the western regions. At this moment, they had probably already attacked Fengxiang and Linyao. Beimang's Chao Wei and Yuluandao cavalry had no way out. Only, let alone the northern Mang southern court and this army on the western front. In reality, even the protectorates of Mount Qingliang and Huaiyang Pass did not expect that the newly appointed Lu Province Deputy General Xie Shibian, who was supposed to lead 20,000 monk soldiers to Azure City, would instead split his forces and quietly enter Fengxiang Town and Linyao Town, biding his time. As for Lu Province General Ko Jianghuai, at this moment, he was leading 10,000 light cavalry of various brands, charging north with the speed of lightning. Then, he suddenly stopped at the maximum distance that the Huangsongpu horse fence could possibly appear. The cavalry that continued to charge forward after a slight rest was the 30,000 elite cavalry under Su Longxiang. The main force of the Liuzhou border army was out in full force. Chapter 1921. The autumn wind was austere. Liuzhou General Ko Jianghuai sat high up on his horse, narrowing his eyes as he gazed towards the north. He and Su Longxiang had previously made a military order to the Governor-General House. That was before Huang Songpu's army reached Qingsong City. They had to stop Beimang's Western Front army at least 3 times. In the 10,000 cavalry attack 10 days ago, in terms of both sides' losses, the Longxiang army that seemed to have achieved great results did not gain much. Beimang's 6,000 vanguard cavalry might be considered the elite of the Southern Court's border army, but Liuzhou was different from Beimang's Western Front army. Beiliang definitely could not transfer troops from elsewhere to reinforce them. In other words, on the gambling table of Liuzhou, Ko Jianghuai only had so much silver on the table. A single copper coin less was also a small amount. However, Beimang's Huang Songpu could continuously bring out silver from his home. With enough capital, he could completely gamble a little for fun. As long as he won once, everything would be complete. That was why Ko Jianghuai's previous probing definitely had a deeper meaning, which was to make Huang Songpu, this Beimang veteran, feel even more tense. Then he would straightforwardly and cleanly make a big gamble, gambling on Huang Songpu's slackness. Then, even though Liangzhou's crossbowmen were incomparably skilled, in the end, They could not go around so many of Huang Songpu's grassland fences and spy on the specific details of Beimang's camp. Ko Jianghuai could only use the Longxiang army's lives to obtain this military intelligence. He had already mentally prepared himself for Su Longxiang and Li Mofan's harsh rejection. However, he did not expect that neither Su Longxiang nor Li Mofan would raise any objections. Li Mofan, who was extremely skilled in military affairs, even personally led 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry to charge into the enemy formation. Afterwards, Ko Jianghuai spoke bluntly, saying that the 3,000 Longxiang army officers and soldiers who had set up camp like Huang Songpu's and Longguan's soldiers were not worth it. At that time, Su Longxiang was squatting next to that massive black tiger, only drawing back his lips, not saying anything. Li Mofan, whose entire body was covered in blood, had a rather gloomy expression, but he didn't take his anger out on Ko Jianghuai, this Liuzhou general. Ko Jianghuai closed his eyes, his mind quickly spreading out the layout of Beimang's western army. The army of 150,000 was divided into 5 large camps. Commander Huang Songpu's 30,000 personal troops were set up in the center, their cavalry and footsteps mixed together. A certain Jia family's direct descendant troops set up their own camp. Even though there were only 20,000 cavalry, their fighting strength was not ordinary, all of them Beimang's typical lousy troops. Almost every one of them was dressed in armor, to the extent where there were several hundred strong cavalry who were even fully armored, taking on the embryonic form of a heavy cavalry army. The key was that regardless of whether it was maintenance or supplies, they were all responsible for themselves, undoubtedly a sharp weapon that could pierce through enemy lines. Then there were the 40,000 cavalry gathered by the 3 families. These 3 camps were located at the front lines, while the 2 camps at the back were the 40,000 soldiers transferred from the 6 or 7 military towns at the southern dynasty's border. There was also a supply camp that Beimang had only risen to prominence in the past 20 years. Based on what Li Mofan's troops had obtained when they broke through the Longxiang army's lines, roughly 120 carriages, a total of 800 dan of provisions, and around 1,400 dan of black beans for the warhorses. However, because the Beimang cavalry had always brought their own supplies when they went south to knock on the pass, in addition to the large number of maras accompanying them on every large-scale march, the supply camp's purpose was only to be used at the foot of Qingsong City, far away from the southern dynasty's border, in case the army couldn't take the city for a long time. Historically, the grassland cavalry had roamed the border areas of the Central Plains, especially in the autumn, so they rarely encountered any fatal supply problems. On the other hand, the Central Plains cavalry at the peak of national power had to rely on the power of the entire country to support that fragile supply line, every time they took the initiative to go north. The real monarch of the Central Plains who changed this awkward situation was none other than the old emperor of Liang, Zhao Li, who had unified the Central Plains. 2 of his decisions created the current prosperity of the Central Plains cavalry. One was to use the reason that the monarch should guard the country's gate to reject a large group of civil officials' suggestion to move the capital to Guangling Road, and continue to use Old Tai and City as the country's capital. At the same time, he formulated a very bold national policy, sparing no effort in supporting the 2 Liliao border armies. He didn't hesitate to use the huge tax revenue from Guangling Road and Gangnam-do to invest in the northern border of Liang. The second decision was to allow Su Shao, whose meritorious service shocked the emperor, to lead the troops out of the capital, to be granted the title of Prince of Liang's vassal in the northwest, which was rich in horses, and let him directly face Beimang. Located in the north of Liang's vast territory, the 2 border crossings on the east and west were heavily guarded by the country's most elite cavalry. In addition, in the middle of Liang's vast territory, Ji province was a natural stronghold. The old general Yang Shenxing had once cultivated the Ji province infantry, who was known as the unparalleled in the world. How could it be as simple as just competing with Beiliang's Yanwenwan? The reason was simple. The border of Ji province didn't need a large number of cavalry, so even if Yang Shenxing had a soft spot for cavalry, he could only go with the flow. Ko Jianghuai, who was resting with his eyes closed, subconsciously pressed his palm against the cold saber hilt at his waist and slowly twisted it. According to the spy report, Beimang's barracks were extremely shoddy. They hastily dug 3 trenches around the barracks, and the thin fence behind them could be said to be blown down by the wind. Hemp ropes were tied to wooden poles, and the knots of the ropes couldn't be considered particular. The passages between the barracks should be clean and solemn, and soldiers shouldn't be allowed to wander around the barracks without permission. However, these 5 barracks were filled with people coming and going in a disorderly manner, without any rules to speak of. Previously, Li Mofan's several hundred elite cavalrymen had marched all the way to Beimang's central barracks, less than 150 steps away. He saw with his own eyes that the left and right barracks were in a mess, causing the passage between the barracks to become extremely congested and chaotic. Not to mention the Beiliang Frontier Army, which had the strictest military law in Liang. Ko Jianghuai believed that Westchu's army had to do better than Beimang's. Of course, this didn't mean that Beimang's cavalry was weak. On the contrary, it was precisely because Beimang's grasslands were used to the cavalry's lightning-fast speed that it was difficult for them to engrave this kind of cumbersome Central Plains military habit into their bones like the generals of the Central Plains. If it were any other army from the Central Plains facing off against Beimang's hundreds of thousands of iron hooves, who would have the time to investigate the flaws in the Beimang's setting up camp? They could only rely on the dangerous passes, or defend the big city to the death. Even if they dared to go out of the city to fight, they could only rely on heavily armored infantry to form a formation to stop the horses and rely on concentrated crossbows to kill the enemy cavalry. Chapter 1922. Ko Jianghuai had spent so much effort on a single premise. Even if the Beiliang cavalry faced the Beimang cavalry, they dared to fight, and could win. Ko Jianghuai opened his eyes abruptly and sneered. Ever since Dafeng began its decline, your grassland cavalry has been knocking on the northern pass and bullying the Central Plains for more than 400 years. You see the big city passes as nothing and come and go as the wind. The 10,000 cavalry behind Ko Jianghuai started to push forwards, not too fast nor too slow. These 10,000 cavalry were really weird, and their aura was really majestic. Within Northern Mang's Central Army's commander tent, Huang Songpu stood in his armor with his hand on his blade, his expression calm and composed. He looked towards the dozen or so captains of great ages within the tent. There were trusted subordinates that he personally fostered, as well as those who spoke for Southern Dynasty's Longguan influential families, as well as young and robust generals who relied on their simple backgrounds to climb up to their current high positions. Huang Songpu said solemnly, "This time the 30,000 Long Xiang army has appeared. They probably know that they can't defend Qingsong City, but they aren't willing to expose Qingyuan Army Town at the west gate of Liang'o to us. Hence, they want to go all in, saving a lot of trouble. All of you have been through hundreds of battles, so there's no need for me to nag about such small matters. Just remember that we have an absolute advantage in numbers, so we have to make use of it. Apart from the supply camp at the back, the other 4 camps must not stretch too far. We have to support one another, and we must not take risks. For this trip to Liuzhou, the peace decree gave us 4 words. A small loss is a victory." Huang Songpu looked at the people and then cupped his fists towards the north. "Everyone. I, Huang Songpu, am close to 70 years old. Back then, even the king of the South Courtyard left. If it weren't for the war going badly, I wouldn't be here today. I have nothing more to ask for in my life. However, out of all of you, the oldest one is not more than 50, and the highest official rank is only primary grade 3. After taking down Liuzhou, no matter how you reward me, I, Huang Songpu, will give you the title of Great General." Everyone in the tent was instantly pumped up. In the Central Plains, an emergency mobilization of more than 100,000 soldiers was definitely not something that could be deployed in a short period of time. However, the Beimang cavalry was different. When the generals hurriedly returned to their camps, loud bugles sounded from all 4 camps. However, because the appearance of the 30,000 Lu province elite cavalry was too unimaginable, and the speed of their advance was too fast, the 3 battalions at the front were still slightly behind, and to a certain extent they had lost the initiative. When the cavalry charged, the enormous penetrative force brought about by the weight and speed of the warhorses, as well as the terrifying penetrative force brought about by the sabers and iron spears in the hands of the cavalry, all required a considerable distance to charge up. Furthermore, when both sides had enough time to launch a charge, if one side could coincidentally launch a collision at the peak of their momentum, and the other side only needed to use too much force to show signs of exhaustion, the latter would suffer a great loss. The difference in strength between the battalions could be seen at a glance. Huang Songpu's personal elite cavalry was the fastest to finish organizing, spreading out layer after layer of vanguard lines at the front of the middle road. Long Pass's Jia clan's direct line of soldiers followed closely behind, but the hundreds of elite cavalry equipped with heavy cavalry did not show themselves. The cavalry gathered by the Yi clan of the Southern Dynasty were all in a mess. Although they were not afraid of battle, with the great battle imminent, this kind of chaotic mental state could easily affect the pace of the war horses. The reason why a cavalry was a cavalry: the war horses were extremely important. The previous Beiliang Protector General Chen Jibao had always ridiculed the Beimeng cavalry with their lax military discipline as infantry on horseback. And in Beiliang, every warhorse, every saber, every spear seemed to be infused with the old rules that the butcher Su Xiao had accumulated his entire life on the battlefield. On the battlefield, no matter how many merits a general had, no matter how deep his seniority was, no one was allowed to use a halberd or horse lance, no one was allowed to wear gold or silver armor, and no one was allowed to stand alone in front of the vanguard. The vast land of yellow sand that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Beiliang cavalry was like a huge wave of the Guangling River, surging forward. Huang Songpu, who had already mounted his horse, looked into the distance. He gripped the iron spear in his hand tightly, and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were still 400 grass barricades scattered around the perimeter. Otherwise, if the Liuzhou cavalry were to silently advance another 3 li, they would not have the chance to get out of the camp so easily. Perhaps there would be thousands of casualties. Huang Songpu turned his head and glanced. The current situation was still acceptable, although it was still a little rushed, especially since his right-wing cavalry could not keep up with the center and left wing. However, the Beiliang cavalry had always had a tradition. 30,000 cavalry formed an army. On the battlefield, the 3 generals led 30,000 cavalry to form a main force in the field. It was enough to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Whether to fight or to retreat, how to fight and how to retreat, who to lure the enemy, who to disturb the formation, who to cut through the formation, or who to cover the rear, as well as how the heavy and light cavalry should cover each other. They could all be said to know by heart. If the Northern Liang Cavaliers were like private tutors with strict rules, then the Central Plains Cavaliers were naturally clever and unruly people in the marketplace. In Huang Songpu's eyes, both sides had already reached the peak of their combat ability, and there was no difference between them on the battlefield. The only thing that mattered was the reaction speed of their commanders. Huang Songpu raised his iron spear high and squeezed his horse's belly. He roared, "Boys, follow me to break through Liuzhou and slaughter our way into Liangzhou." General Huang Songpu took the lead. All the generals, kiliarchs, and centurions of Beimeng's western army were the same. Not fearing death was definitely not unique to Beiliang. In the eyes of Beimeng, the Central Plains and Liang troops that seemed so far away were nothing. Only the Beiliang frontier army that was right in front of them was worthy of fighting with the Beimeng cavalry. The first battle of Liangmeng was mostly a siege battle. Beimeng had indeed broken through Liangzhou's Huta city, Yozhou's Wugong city, and Wanhe city. The main forces of both sides of Liangmeng would probably feel that it was not enough to fight to their heart's content. Then the second battle of Liangmeng. Starting from the Miyun Pass in the west, to the current Liuzhou, to the hinterland of the Southern Dynasty, and then to the future Liangzhou Pass. The cavalry battle did not stop. Both sides, the enemy and us, died on horseback. Chapter 1923. On the land north of Liuzhou, the Beimeng vanguard was naturally longer, densely packed like locusts. Huang Songpu's close to 20,000 personal cavalry gradually pulled 200 steps away from the cavalry on the left and right. These 20,000 cavalry adeptly formed into 10 large horizontal rows. The distance between each row was quite wide. Roughly, there were 4 rows of heavy cavalry in front, 5 rows of light cavalry behind, and only 1 row of light cavalry following closely behind the first row of heavy cavalry. The so-called heavy cavalry under Huang Songpu was the elite cavalry of the Beimeng grassland. They were not the royal heavy cavalry that the old lady of Beimang saw as a national treasure, nor were they the true heavy cavalry of Beiliang. They were different from the simple leather armor of the light cavalry. The armor they wore was mostly made of leather with a layer of scales on the inside. It was an imitation of the cavalry of the Great Feng dynasty, who boasted that their armor and horses were unparalleled. The plates of the armor were like fish scales, heavier than chainmail, and normal horsebows could not pierce through the armor. The war horses of these heavy cavalry would occasionally wear a small amount of leather armor. The cavalry held a spear, a war blade by their waist, and there would also be people who would place a mace on the saddle. The Battle of Liangmang's cavalry had already been going on for more than 20 years. Northern Mang wasn't suited to using cavalry to attack infantry, this type of uncertain strategy of gathering and dispersing. When facing a northern Liang border army that they knew the ins and outs of, feigning a retreat would only make things worse. Just as the front row of light cavalry under Huang Songpu was about to speed up and charge through the gaps between the heavy cavalry, a strange scene occurred. Huang Songpu was supposed to lead the light cavalry to use their lives to slow down the charge of the Beiliang cavalry, and then let the 4 rows of heavy cavalry behind him pierce through the enemy formation in one go. However, the Liuzhou dragonesque elephant cavalry that was originally advancing side by side suddenly changed their formation. Moreover, it became strange. The 10,000 cavalry in the center actually slowed down their charge, while the left and right wings instantly began to pull back their front lines, quickly increasing their formation. Then they no longer purposely held back the power of the war horses, suddenly increasing their speed, almost bypassing Huang Songpu's middle army. The direction where they entered just happened to be the area where the 3 battalions were connected. It was as if they wanted to cut off the 2 arms of Huang Songpu's main force on the spot. It was too fast. It was premeditated. Encountering this unforeseen event, Huang Songpu did not have the slightest hesitation, continuing to lead the troops forward bravely. Even if the 2 forces of the Longxiang army succeeded in breaking through the formation, their own side only had 10,000 elite infantrymen stationed in the main camp. There was absolutely no hidden danger of the camp being blown up. Once both sides turned their horses around and charged again, the several hundred heavy cavalry hidden in the left camp, whose strength was closest to the king's iron cavalry, would only need to seize this opportunity to charge out, and perhaps they would be able to completely crush one of the Longxiang army units. If the charging formation of the 2 Beiliang cavalry forces was full of craftiness, then the fierce collision between the 2 armies was a direct clash without any hesitation. First, Huang Songpu's group of light cavalry sped up and passed through the gap. They hurled their javelins. These light cavalry soldiers were all outstanding warriors of the Southern Dynasty's border army. Within 50 steps, the power of the javelins was countless times stronger than the horse bows. Almost immediately, the 300 Longxiang army riders fell off their horses and died on the spot. However, the first row of the Beiliang cavalry continued to advance side by side. Everyone's face was cold, and they were afraid of dying first. No matter what the other armies in the world were like, this principle had been passed down by the Su family soldiers from the spring and autumn period of the Central Plains all the way to the northwest frontier fortress. It had been passed down for a full 40 years. After throwing the javelins, the Beimang light cavalry either pulled out their blades or threw their lassos. Facing the row of spears, they were similarly fearless. Fighting for life and death with the Beiliang frontier army, how to survive, the Beimang Southern Dynasty border army had also experienced a full 20 years. With just a brush of the shoulder, close to 1,000 Beimang light cavalry soldiers were killed on the backs of their horses with a single spear strike. Those light cavalry soldiers still had to face the iron spears of the Longxiang army behind them. It was destined to be a tragic ending with less than 1 in 10 surviving. This was the true meaning of cavalry clashing. There were no horsebows shooting at each other and no fancy moves. Because of the resolute sacrifice of this row of light cavalry, the first clash of spears between the Liangmang side gave Huang Songpu's heavy cavalry an innate advantage. Huang Songpu and the close to 100 personal retainers by his side all knocked the enemy off their horses with a single spear strike without any suspense. When cavalry clashed, those who fell off their horses would undoubtedly die. This was the iron law of the border pass. When cavalry charged, the iron spear formation was extremely taboo to pierce through the enemy's body. Even if one could quickly pull it out, it would still delay the opportunity. On the line of life and death, there was no room for any carelessness. Moreover, the two armies chiseled at each other, not just one row of vanguards. Otherwise, where did the word chisel come from? At the same time, one needed to gather as much energy as possible to ensure one's survival in the end. The cavalry army under Great General Huang Songpu's direct command was, after all, one of the top elites in the Southern Dynasty border army. Apart from the first row of light cavalry suffering heavy casualties, the following 3 rows of heavy cavalry were only at a slight disadvantage in the exchange of casualties with the Liuzhou Longxiang army. Without a sound, the last row